Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
Greetings, Summoners! I am Sphere, and I'm with...
GS Amplifier.
Yes, you're watching the Smart Prepaid GameX PGS 2015 Spring Season Playoffs. Dapat sa pagitan ng Team Mineski and ang Team Pacific Esports. So before anything else, let's proceed sa ating schedule for tonight's matches.
So for tonight, the first set is going to be between the undefeated #1 Mineski Globe facing off against the third top 3 rather of Pacific Esports. And then for the second set, 7 p.m. onwards, we're going to have the fight between War Gods and Imperium Pro Team, who are currently tied at, I believe, 12 points. So these are the top 4 teams. There were originally 8 teams. They fought it out for around 14 weeks, and then yung top 4, sila yung nakapasok ngayon sa ating playoffs.
Imagine, no, after all the matches na meron tayo sa ating Pro Gaming Series ngayon, 4 na lang sila. That would fight for their slot for the GPL or Garena Premier League next season.
Yes, the summer
season. Right now, di ba natin alam kung ilan yung teams na possible na makapasok from PH for the GPL, no?
Yeah,
but
yung
these
spring
4
season, 3 yung napayagan. So Diamond, War Gods, and Mineski. But now we're not so sure kung ilan yung papayagan na teams na pwede mo-participate sa summer season. But definitely, whoever wins the finals tomorrow, may sure slot na yun.
Actually, malaking bagay para sa kanilang laban na ito, no? For these top 4 teams. This best of 3 matches is a very big deal for their team dito, for them to proceed for the next season ngayon, no? So before anything else, ano ba bang pwede natin i-discuss for the players?
So aside from the 2 sets that we're having today, yung paglalaban ng playoffs between Mineski PC FC and then later on Imperium Pro Team and War Gods, for those of you who will stay with us throughout the show, may chance kayo na makakuha ng prize. Totoo nga na wala yung watch and win dati, but we're also introducing a new prize for you guys. So siguro narinig niyo yan.
Siguro pwede rin siyang sabihin na watch and win. Yun nga lang, hindi RP ang mapapanalunan dito. Kundi
actually bagong headset. So let's just look over at the mechanics right now for those of you who don't know yet. So we're gonna look over at how you can win the headset. So what's gonna happen is all you guys have to do is while we're watching, there we go. So just to take a look at the mechanics right now, this is the headset that you guys can win if you stand by. The Razer Carcarias. Yes, so sa pangalan pa lang alam mo ang astig na ate.
Kaya na itsura niya, no? To be honest, napaka that's one of the most interesting headset na meron ngayon.
Definitely.
Especially from Razer.
Yes, so let's just go over and look at the mechanics. So all you guys have to do, number 1, is to wait for the registration form to open up at the Pro Gaming Series Facebook page. So actually malalagay yung link sa Pro Gaming Series Facebook page pero hindi pa siya bukas. Tapos kaming mismo mga shoutcaster magsasabi kapag bukas na yung registration. When it becomes open, all you have to do is go over to the link and everyone has 5 minutes from the moment we open. You guys have 5 minutes to sign up. And then immediately after 5 minutes, the registration will be closed. And at the end of the day, we will announce who will be the lucky winner again of the Razer Carcarias.
I think via the randomizer, ipapakita natin mismo on the screen kung sino yung yung panalo sa ating random raffle dito for the Razer Carcarias. So stay tuned lang kayo mga kaibigan.
Yes, actually kung gusto nyo makita, nandito na siya.
I think pwede natin napakita ang ating Razer Carcarias.
So this is the headset that you guys will win. The Razer Carcarias.
There you go, the Razer Carcarias coming from, of course, Razer. Thank you very much. And hopefully, no, makita ninyo mamaya yung ating registration. dun lang yun sa ating Pro Gaming Series Facebook fanpage, ipopost yan. At kami rin mismo magsasabi, or kung sino man yung caster later, magsasabi sa ating habang in-game yan or habang after na game.
Anytime pwede siya mangyari.
So talagang dapat magabang silang mabuti dito para manalo sila ng ating Razor Carcarias. Imagine for 5 minutes. Kailangan mo talagang
5 minutes lang. So
mabilis lang to. So possible na halimbawa kung kayo dalawa lang nagfo-focus dito, dalawa lang kayo nakapagpasok ng entry, and dalawa lang kayo 50-50 chances nyo to win the Carcarias Razor headset.
Alright, so that's our prize set for today. So abang-abang na kayo mamaya. Again, we will be the one to announce, so don't worry, you guys will not miss out as long as you're listening over at the stream. Dapat nakabukas yung audio nyo para marinig nyo na pag-announce namin. And yeah, so do wait up for that. So we're gonna go into the Summoner's Rift very soon. Again, this is the playoffs. The first set is gonna be the match between Mineski, who is currently undefeated. They got 21 points throughout the 14 weeks of the group stage. Meanwhile, PCFC got 9 points and they topped out for 3rd place.
Yes, and actually with the Pacific, lagi ko sinasabi to no, sa mga previous cast ko dito sa Pro Gaming Series. Talagang napakaganda nung kanilang pag-strive to go here ngayon kung nasan sila. Hindi na-expect ng mga tao na sila yung mapupunta sa ganitong sa top 4 teams from the Pro Gaming Series. Sobrang underdog nila. But we have, I think, 2 member of their team or 3 member of their team and galaro na since season 1. We have Batum, we have Astarte, and si Oni as well for their mid laner. So parang parang itong Pacific ay medyo package ng mga iba't ibang pro teams
veterans
before.
And new members at the same.
So sobrang daming expectation for tonight's matches no with against the Mineski, especially Mineski as well. They've been the undefeated team sa ating Pro Gaming Series since this season pa. And the GPL as well, sobrang lumalaban sila talaga. Actually, sila yung isang team from the page na malapit na sana umabot for the quarterfinals.
I think War Gods were about to make it.
Also, the War Gods dito. So, I think we have to discuss ang ating stats for the Pro Gaming Series this season.
Alright, so let's go and look over at our top pick champions and top ban champions so far. So here it is. So far, the top pick champions have been Graves, Jana, and Jarvan, which is not a surprise. Prior to the 5.4 patch, which I believe we're playing in now, these were the top pick champions. So Graves and Jarvan, Jana, definitely very strong during the previous patches. Now for the top ban champions, we have Irelia, LeBlanc, and Zed. So definitely one of the most watched out for, especially those 2 mid laners. Lagi na lang alam natin pag naka-snowball yung dalawang to. Better safe than sorry. So
discussion about these top pick and ban champions dito, no? As you can see, we have Graves being the top pick sa ating Pro Gaming Series. No questions asked dito. One of the most effective AD carry role up until now since the season 1 pa. And Jana, actually itong dalawang champion na to can be very dangerous at the bottom lane to go against with. Jarvan especially, even in the solo queue, sobrang kapag hindi siya na-ban, malamang pick siya dito. So kapag hindi siya na-pick, syempre of course, ban siya. For the top ban champions naman, I think Irelia, of course, is up until now, no? Kahit dati pa, talagang nerf Irelia.
Nerf Irelia.
LeBlanc, even with the disappearance of the DFG, is still a very effective champion in the mid lane.
As well as Zed, of course. We know that pag magaling yung mechanics mo, faker-ish ang mechanics.
Faker-ish.
Definitely something to be afraid of. Though, since we're playing in the 5.4 patch, for those of you who don't know, Jana and Jarvan were both nerfed slightly. So Jana now has all of her bonus movement speed from her W is taken off. And then
I think yung
the only time so the only time that people can get that bonus movement speed is the allies when they run towards her.
So kapag close to her lang, kapag
if you run towards her, you get the movement speed bonus. But basically, Jana's her tailwind passive movement speed has been removed. Tapos for Jarvan, he has additional base armor to survive in the jungle, but at the same time, yung passive armor that's granted by yung E, which is yung Damashian standard. It has been also it's been removed. So
I think yung nabibigay na lang nun is attack speed.
Also. So at this point, that's pretty much it. And slight damage, so that's pretty much it. But yung armor na nabibigay ng E is basically gone. So early game, okay pa naman siya. But as you scale into the later game, since nawala na nga yung passive armor, medyo magiging less tanky na siya.
And actually, this is a big point for the Jarvan user ngayon. Dati kasi, makikita natin na itong si Jarvan ay nakafocus ng sobra sa damage, getting up their Hydra as their first item instead of going for the tanky Jarvan dito. Actually, to be quite honest, the jungler champion or the jungler role is very high tawag dito, parang sobrang laging nagagamit dito kasi
Yeah.
with the help of the I think yung what do you call yung red na smite
The
upgrade?
I'm not
Warrior?
sure.
The warrior upgrade. Pag na-upgrade ka dito, nakakuha ka ng brutalizer and you manage to get the level 2 smite item or the jungler item, sobrang lakas ng damage output na kaya mong ibigay.
Yeah.
And after mo makuha yun, you can just focus more on the tankiness of your champion without getting any damage output for your champion dito.
Yeah. And just to expand more on the Janna nerf, so it was all moved into her Zephyr. So the moment you cast your Zephyr onto an enemy champion, pretty much wala na yung movement speed niya. So you basically sacrifice ano sa tingin mo mas maganda. Either ikaw yung makagalaw ka na mas mabilis or to slow
So
the
while
enemy
on
champion.
cooldown yung Zephyr niya, wala silang movement speed dito.
Yeah. Unless, pag nagamit na siya, wala na yung movement speed niya.
More like talagang balancing dito for the support role.
Definitely.
And actually, I think it's because Janna has been a very topic as well sa ating Season 3, Season 4 World Championship.
Yeah.
And,
so ever since then, always pick or ban ito si Janna. But recently, she's fallen slowly off the meta and lalo nang may nerf na siya ngayon, baka hindi na natin masyado makita si Janna. Unless required talaga siya for her disengage.
Yeah. And looking at the lineup ng Team Pacific dito, I think they have a member na si Batum for the jungler role.
Yeah.
Na he's been a very good player.
Yes.
Pagdating sa jungler role na pag ginagamit niya sa Sejuani. So I think magkakaroon ng possible ban dito for the Sejuani role. I mean for the Sejuani champion dito for their team. So this is it mga kaibigan, picking phase match between the Team Mineski versus the Pacific Esports.
Alright, so we're just gonna bring in a little bit of analysis na nanggaling kay Neep. Sadly, he couldn't be here, but he did contribute a lot of information to us. So, his analysis was that one of the likely bans that's gonna happen here would be a Fizz, because TG and Kulit have been using him apparently very often. They're skilled with Fizz, and naging popular yung hitter na Fizz, especially with a buff to his W. So
I think we have the usually mga Fizz ngayon going for the attack speed. Slight damage with the Bleed of the Ruin King and Trinity Force.
Yeah, so that's a very popular build now for Fizz. So it might be a ban onto either Yume or TG. Meanwhile, Annie might also get banned out here against, there it is, the ban from Annie onto Pacific Esports, because Annie is a very strong both mid laner and support right now. And both Astarte and Oni know how to use Annie quite well. So it was a pretty smart ban coming in from Mineski.
So Papi, up until now, top bandit champion for the Mineski.
Yes, definitely.
Still for TG.
Oo nga, sinasabi nga namin ni Nip, TG is just so good at using Poppy na kahit unfavorable yung matchup, nakakapanalo pa rin siya sa top lane. So it's very smart to take away Poppy. As for Victor, one of the surprisingly new champions that came into the meta out of nowhere. If you guys have been watching the OGN recently, I think Faker happened to bring out Victor, and I think the score board was like 620 or something like that. So napakalakas talaga ni Victor, depending on who gets Victor. So, and there's the Fizz ban as well. So
there
we all know that.
Ban.
Yes, so Fizz and LeBlanc used by both Yume and TG respectively in the Pro Gaming series so far. So pretty much all target bans actually yung ban phase ngayon.
Which is, well, we all know when it comes to the Pro Gaming, dito talagang kailangan mong i-respect ban yung mga possible na mga champion na gamitin ng iyong kalaban dito. So, with these three bans na meron ng team ng Mineski muna, we have Victor, Annie, and Didali. So, for the Pacific, we have LeBlanc, Poppy, and Fizz dito. Fizz, gaya na sinabi mo kanina, we have both Colette and TG as well as, of course, Yume for the mid lane. Sobrang assassin pa rin niya up until now. And I think kapag napabayaan si Yume na gamitin itong si Fizz, we all know Yume in terms of his playstyle, talagang assassin champion yung mga gusto niya.
Ano yung specialty niya.
But Rek'Sai has been left out dito, no? Napabayaan nila na open
gotta
si Rek'Sai.
point out, Neep also predicted this, no? Na si Rek'Sai yung magiging first pick dito sa either for Mineski or to PCFC, but more likely for Mineski because Colette has been practicing with Rek'Sai, which would be a pretty good pick considering na nerf si Jarvan slightly, and Jarvan is one of the main champions that Colette uses also. So this was a predicted pick, and TG just lock it in.
So in terms of how Team Mineski will dominate the laning phase dito, I think it's all about the ganks coming from Kulit later on.
Yeah.
But malaki yung prediction ko dito, no? Tingin ko talagang magfo-focus ngayon si Kulit sa top lane for TG. Like what they always do sa mga laban before. Napapansin ko talaga na parang fino-focus niya si TG eh.
Okay. Yeah. But
And,
yeah, diniscuss din namin na it's very important. One of the game-changing factors in this game is that kung sinong lalamang sa jungle, either Kulit or si Batum. Kasi from our previous games, we've seen that Kulit has had a very strong impact sa kanyang mga lane. Kung saan man siya mag-camp, most likely makaka-snowball yung lane na yun. Yeah, like if we've seen that Kulit has focused mid lane also a lot. He's helped out Yume a lot. And since madalas assassin champions ginagamit ni Yume almost always snowballs in the games that he plays because of the assistance of Kulit. Pero kung ma-shutdown ni Batum si Kulit in this game or in this best of 3 series, that will, I think, be a very huge impact sa game.
Yeah. Actually, Kulit's presence is very talagang nakakatakot ngayon for the members of the Pacific. So they have to make sure that they can shut down these champions. Like siguro, stealing their buff, the red or blue, it depends kung paano nila i-counter ang possible
And I think
strategy.
flat-out vision, yung talagang makakatulog dito. Kasi lalo na si Rek'Sai, kung saan-saan na lang sumusulpot yung champion na yan. So definitely have to watch out for Rek'Sai.
Siguro one thing that Batum can do dito is to secure this Scuttler, at least. In the Dragon part, as well as syempre sa top lane. Kasi actually Scuttler is sobrang underrated niya. Underestimated as well. Kung mapapansin mo, bago kukunin yan, wala akong mawabala dyan. Parang waste of time. Pero imagine the 50 gold that you can get from that Scuttler.
Plus yung vision and
the
movement
vision,
speed.
as well as movement speed. That's very effective for your team if ever na makuha mo kagad yung Scuttler.
Very true. Alright, so looking at the rest of the picks, that's going to be Alessandra and a Graves locked in. Very much predictable. Meanwhile, Mineski with a Janna and the Caitlyn. So, I think that gives Mineski a balance of engage and disengage here. Because Janna, alam na natin yung monsoon niya, disengage nila. Plus, engage coming in from
there you go.
Rek'Sai.
We have the Sejuani pick for the Pacific.
Yes, very strong.
And this is going to be, wow, 2 champion with the Lissandra and the Sejuani.
Frozen. So, I think that's a very
team.
strong engage if they picked out this Sejuani and Lissandra. Medyo clear yung nagiging strategy dito ng PCFC. Definitely, they want to go for a very all-in hard engage.
So many disabled.
Maraming CC. Lissandra, Sejuani pa lang, alam mo ng total all-in comp ito. Lalo na they also have the Graves and the Blitzcrank. That's a very scary early to mid-game duo. So, definitely have to watch out for that. At the same time, though, commendable yung pick onto Caitlyn from Yume. It's a good thing that they locked him in kasi one of the main champions ito ni Luxuria. So to take Caitlyn away from Luxuria, I think is also a good decision.
Actually, Caitlyn can be very effective as well against this kind of lineup. That she can just stay away from them, kiting habang nagkakaroon ng teamfight dito. Pero ang pinakamagiging problema nila ay kapag nagawa na paraan ni Batum na tumama yung kanyang glacial prison to Caitlyn. So, most probably, a first item choice for Exo dito being the support role for Janna, I think mas maganda kung kumuha kagad siya ng the Crucible, the Mikael's Crucible that could help the AD carry or any champion na malalockdown kagad ng Team Pacific sa laban na ito.
Yeah, that's very true. Actually, very good analysis yun, na Caitlyn can definitely be safe. Most likely, kung hindi siya mahuli, safe siya kasi she can just stay in the backline. She has an option to disengage with her E. And medyo short range din si Graves. So, I think that's a good lane matchup to fight a Caitlyn, to fight the Graves with a Caitlyn.
Interesting pick coming from Pacific. Once again, top lane
Katarina.
With Katarina.
Wow.
I think this is the second time na makita ko si Nitz na gagamitin si Katarina. And nung first time na nakita ko to against GameX Wargads yata yun, or I forgot kung sino yung kalaban nila. And sobrang dominant itong top lane na Katarina. And hindi siya ganun na nag-focus sa pagiging tanky champion. Usually yung mga dati yung mga Katarina nagsa-Sunfire, nag-Warmogs. But with his Katarina, more on focus siya sa winning the mid-game to late game. In the early part of the game, as much as possible, iwas siya sa clash. More on focus sa farm dito.
Yeah, and although it's funny kasi dinidiscuss natin kanina na si Katarina actually got nerfed. If she doesn't kill her enemy within 3 seconds, she doesn't get the reset. So, if you guys, I believe Asra was also sent us a link about how pro players were discussing yung 5.4 patch. And sinabi nga ni Hai, I believe, that Katarina is not often seen in the scene. And this nerf made it less likely makita natin siya. But contrary to our belief, nakita nga natin ngayon si Katarina. So it's very interesting to see how this composition goes for PCFC. Especially considering, I think it makes some sense kasi kung magiging tank yung top lane na pinili ng PCFC, they would lack a lot of damage kasi they already have the Lissandra and the Sejuani.
To be quite honest, with this kind of lineup, Sejuani's Glacial Prison and the Death Lotus coming from Katarina is very dangerous for the Mineski.
That's actually, tama yan, a very dangerous combo. Plus yung root coming in from the Lissandra to keep them there while the ult of Katarina goes off. I think it could work if they pull off the wombo combo ng
So
Bayern.
good decision coming from Mineski as well, picking up a Lulu champion. More on the shield coming from their team is of course to protect kung sino man yung ma-lockdown dito ng Team Pacific. They have the wild growth coming from Lulu, the shield, the Monsoon of course to disengage the other members of Pacific dito. I think Monsoon can cancel the Death Lotus.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, marami silang options para ma-cancel yung... Well, not a lot, but they do have options to cancel yung Death Lotus actually coming from Katarina. They have the knock-up, so kung sino mang i-shun po ni Katarina, pwede siyang i-knock up para ma-cancel yung ult. They also have the Monsoon, and other than that, yung knock-up din coming in from Rek'Sai can also interrupt Katarina. Plus, yun nga, gaya na sinabi natin, no, very safe itong si Zed with the Caitlyn just to stay in the backline.
Actually, big factor dito for Team Mineski to win the laning phase.
Yeah.
So, the wombo combo that could Pacific could pull off dito ay ma-cancel nila, or at least they could shut down the lanes na mangyayari dito. So, possible lane swap, what can you say?
I'm not sure. It can happen. Graves, Caitlyn, gaya na sinabi natin, it's not such a favorable matchup, but at the same time, you can shut down the range of Caitlyn with the hook of Blitzcrank. So if Astarte, who we know is almost always using Blitzcrank,
talagang
playmaker talaga yan with Blitzcrank. So if they can play it out well, I could trust that they wouldn't lane swap considering my Blitzcrank as a team. But if they do pull off yung lane swap natin, it also wouldn't be a surprise. But before we go into anything else with the playoffs, we're gonna take this short break.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
And welcome to the Summoner's Rift. This is the first set for tonight's matches. We have the Mineski Globe versus Pacific Best of 3. And you're watching the Smart Prepaid GameX PGS 2015 Spring Season Playoffs.
Alright. So let's go over at the team compositions once again. So on the blue side, we've got Mineski TG in the top lane with the Lulu, Kulit in the jungle with Rek'Sai, Yume in the mid lane with Zed, and in the dual lane we've got Zed and EXO with the Caitlyn and the Janna.
Of course, for Team Pacific, we have Needs for the top lane as Katarina, as well as Batum for Sejuani, Oni for the mid lane as Lissandra, Luxuria, Graves, as well as syempre sa Astarte for the support role.
Yes, so looking at these team compositions, both teams have medyo nakakatakot yung level 1 ng parehong team. They do have the knock-up and also the transformation of Lulu. So that's a lot of CC plus kung makaland man si EXO ng 5-man Howling Gale. Medyo nakakatakot din yun. But at the same time, Blitz Hook. That's all I can say for PCFC. So they have to be careful. Kailangan maging maingat dito yung Mineski because one pick from the hook of Astarte plus the root from Oni, I think almost sure na dead yun.
So again, would like to remind everyone na nanonood ngayon na anytime magkakaroon tayo ng ating raffle draw for the Razer Carias.
Yes.
So stay tuned lang kayo dyan dahil biglan na lang namin bubuksan ang aming registration dito for 5 minutes. So you have to make sure na makapag-register kayo at makasali.
Yes. So let's just take a look. Actually, it seems like both teams are playing very defensively. So, no one wants to pull off an invade. Although, naglagay siya ng wards dito, no? Both on each other's respective sides of the jungle. Just to check if where the junglers will go. Kasi, kung malaman mo man kung saan napunta yung jungler, I think that would define their rotation. And, gaya na sinabi natin, no? Very important talaga yun na malaman ng PCFC kung saan pupunta si Colette. Kasi, I was gonna point out that it's very hard to catch up with Mineski's team kasi very mobile yung team nila. They have all of them, aside from not really Caitlyn, but all of them are very mobile champions. And since nag-Rek'Sai pa si Kulit, mas lalong madalas pa tong si Rek'Sai. So it could be very difficult for PCFC to catch up with such a mobile team. So I think very important na i-ward yung area na to just so they can watch out if ever Kulit decides to make an early gank.
I think Rek'Sai could also get the early dragon dito, no, if he managed to clear or secure the vision over there in the dragon pit, or at least getting the scuttler is once again one of the most effective idea to win the jungler role dito. So right now, laning phase pa lamang, walang invade, but here comes the gank coming from the Pacific in the bottom lane. Astarte and Batum attempt gank, mga kaibigan. Medyo na pa-extend si Zed in the bottom lane, and he was exhausted. The initiation, wow, a good hook coming from Astarte dito. But the flash, both a summoner spell from both the AD carry and the supporter has been used.
Yeah, what a gank. That's such a, I would say that was a very good call coming in from PCFC. They burned 4 summoner spells in less than 5 minutes. And I think that says a lot. Gaya na sabi nyo, Kulit can now be very sure na safe yung next gank niya. Or if they want to pull off a dragon, they're very safe just because 4 summoner spells agad yung nawala.
At
I mean, rather si Batum pala.
Batum. I think ang magiging problema ngayon ng Team Pacific dito, I mean, ng team ng Mineski in the bottom lane, kung paano sila mananalo against a Blitzcrank Graves without the summoner spell, without the flash na kailangan nila dito, with the hooks coming from Blitzcrank later on.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Kasi gaya na sinabi natin kanina, Zed and EXO most likely would be safe against Graves and Blitzcrank. But, since they burn 4 summoner spells, mapipilitan tong si Zed tsaka si EXO to play very safe in the bottom lane.
Yeah. As you can see, sobrang layo ng minion dito ng Team Mineski. So, this is very dangerous for their team kapag ganito kalayo yung kanilang distansya from their turrets. Sobrang open nila sa upcoming ganks from Batum. But I think they're aware na, of course, Batum would go for the red buff after nung gank na yung bottom lane kanina.
Yeah. Although, we were discussing natin na yung recent performance of Mineski. The last time they fought was against J2 and medyo naging shaky yung performance nila in the recent game against J2. They have been the undefeated team, but when they did face J2, there was a slight hint of overconfidence from Mineski, which is the sickness of a lot of top 1 teams.
Yes, and here comes Kulit from that bush. But no,
there's a vision ward. So
there's a ward. I'm
medyo awkward.
sorry.
Medyo awkward yung gank na to. He might get hooked. Actually, he's below 50% health, so this might be...
Whoop, and here comes the hook, mga kaibigan. From Astarte, a teleport from the top lane. They're trying their best to kill Kulit as well. But here comes the jump from Needs, the first blood for his champion. And here's the red buff for Needs, mga kaibigan. And yet again, TG trying his best to give enough damage output and a transformation for Astarte. Naging squirrel, mga kaibigan. Yet again, Needs and TG still dishing so much damage. Needs diving in and nag-proc yung kanyang critical dito. Zed, no exchange once again. I think it's a 1 for none.
1 for nothing.
Yeah.
The first blood went to Nids, and that could mean a lot, I think, for Katarina, because once she gets that first blood, she will just keep going. She does snowball. She is an assassin. And gaya na sinabi natin kanina, no, yung TG-Nids matchup, actually, we were discussing it with Neep, and yung gap ng skill level between TG and Nids, nagle-lean siya towards TG's favor, aside from yung veteran status niya. He's been playing for a long time, and he's a very big reason kung why successful yung Mineski. TG is a very strong contender.
Wow, a
but,
good rocket grab once again from Astarte dito. And Zed is taking a lot of damage.
Wow.
Of course, a disengage for Zed dito.
Yeah, Mineski, they have to be very careful with yung positioning nila, no? EXO is not yet level 6, and yung only form of disengaging is yung slow and yung Howling Gale. And considering na wala na ng summoner spells dito, although Exhaust is up, hindi masyadong reliable yun pag nakahook na si Astarte. So, definitely have to play more safe for
Even
Mineski's
yung
bottom lane.
kanyang caliber net won't be enough, I think, to disengage. Of course, kapag natamaan ka ng third skill or ng E coming from Astarte dito habang nasa mid-air ka with your caliber net, maka-cancel yung paglayo mo.
Yeah, that's true. And nakita na nga natin no, na definitely may advantage na ngayon yung bottom lane ng PCFC because it's 39-27. In terms of CS, Graves in the lead. And we know that when Graves gets snowballing from the early to mid game, napakasakit talaga ni Graves.
Yes. So malaking factor dito na bottom lane, no? Yung kung paano mo isa-secure or kung paano mo i-clear yung minion. Of course, to make sure that your AD carry ay merong enough CS to win against your opponent.
Yeah.
And TG in the top lane, harassing itong si Nids. Nako, with the Hextech Revolver for Nids agad with that first blood.
Yeah, could be dangerous.
Sustain-wise in the top lane, no problem for him.
Yeah. And definitely worth it yung ginawa niyang teleport kanina into the bottom lane because siya yung nakakuha ng kill against Lulu, who we know might have a hard time against Katarina. Mapipilitan siya gamitin yung SS niya if ever Katarina decides to engage in the top lane. Katarina definitely has the potential to solo kill. And yung cooldown, I believe, of Katarina's ult is lower than the ult of Lulu. So, definitely, mahihirapan si TG kung makasnowball pa ng paulit-ulit itong si Nids.
Nids could just spam his ultimate every time na mag-cooldown ito to dish out so much damage against TG in the top lane. But I think right now, Pacific is trying to set the face in the dragon. No? Medyo sinesecure na nila yung kanilang vision doon. And malaking bagay for both teams dito ang pagkuha ng tig-isang pink ward, at least to put dun sa mga area na alam nilang paggagalingan ng mga junglers ng kalaban.
Yeah, that's true. They have put a lot of vision in this area. So, actually, parehong bottom lane takot sa parehong jungler. Kasi nga, nakita natin, Batum made such an early visit in the bottom lane, which I wasn't expecting kasi minsan yung ginagawa na si Johnny, they gank level 6 pag may Glacial Person na sila. But, the extremely good call for PCFC, the circumstances were right. Naka-burn sila ng 4 summoner spells. So, that just shows that Kulit cannot underestimate Batum in the jungle. And actually, I'd like to say that so far, I was expecting Kulit to be ganking as early as Batum was. But so far, no, level 6 na siya and hindi pa siya nakakatulong so far in terms of lane presence. So, not something I see often from Kulit. No.
Actually, with the Rek'Sai pick as well.
Yeah.
Actually, Rek'Sai is very dangerous jungler ngayon.
Yeah.
Pag ito ay kalaban mo, I think you have to think before you could extend your lane.
Yeah.
With the presence of Rek'Sai, I think you have to do something about it.
Yeah, I think Kulit has to really assist yung bottom lane, no? The CS difference is 10 and it's only going to get bigger and bigger kapag nakahook pa na nakahook to si Astarte. So, I think Kulit really has to assist the bottom lane. Looking at the mid lane matchup, Yume versus Oni, I would say even na yung skill matchup nila. It's just a bit difficult siguro for Yume to fight Lissandra kasi anti-assassin si Lissandra. So, if ever Zed as Yume decides to engage, mahirapan siya. But they're pretty even, no? Although, CS, Yume is very much ahead. The difference is almost 20 CS.
I think that's the advantage that Zed could get against an AP mage champion in the mid lane. As much as we all know na lamang si Lissandra dito in terms of the poke that he could give against Yume, Yume could just dive in against Lissandra dito or Oni to dish out so much damage before, of course, Oni managed to get his CS. So right now, 74-59, malaking bagay to for the mid lanes. And Bridgewater Cutlass for his first item. I think more on focus talaga siya dito sa kanyang sustain in the mid lane, as well as, of course, the damage that he could give against Alessandra in the mid lane.
Yeah, plus naka-double Doran si Oni, no? So medyo na behind siya in terms, most likely, yung gusto niyang unahin would be a Zonias or a Morello Nomicon. But the mere fact na napa-double Doran siya, medyo mabibehind yung pag-snowball niya into the mid-game.
Most probably na pauwi siya kagad dito.
Yeah.
From the poke damage coming from Yume in the
Yeah.
early part of the game kanina.
I guess yun din yung advantage ng Zed. It's that he doesn't need to be close para makadeal siya ng damage dahil may Shadow plus Q or E. So, hirap din si Oni na maka-land ng harass.
Yes.
Kasi Zed can just stay away.
I think Yume is struggling with his internet connection at the moment. Medyo bihito-hito siya in the mid lane dito.
Yeah.
And they have to post the game. 74-65 with a 1 minion wave here in the mid lane. So if you may manage to get these 6 minions, I think, or 5, or depende kung ilan yung mage na nasa likod niya.
Yeah.
I think still ahead siya dito in the mid lane kung mawala na yung problema sa kanyang connection.
Yeah, hopefully. Because very important yung game na to. Lalo na sinabi natin na so far, yun nga, yung recent performance nila, medyo naging overconfident nga yung Mineski. And PCFC, I believe, has been, well, all of them have been practicing, but Mineski can definitely not underestimate yung potential dito for PCFC. Lalo na nakita natin na tinakot agad ng PCFC yung Mineski sa bottom lane with yung gank ni Batum. So, even if Mineski has been undefeated, that doesn't mean they're undefeatable. So, PCFC can still take this chance to bring them down finally.
So nung nakita natin yung laban ng J2 Esports nung nasabi mo no kanina.
Yeah.
I think ang naging factor doon talaga is yung playstyle na meron dito yung top laner or the mid lane as well ng team ng J2 Esports Betrayal. Locking down Yume in the top lane as well with the TG. Actually hindi siya ganoon ka-behind.
Yeah.
But still the dominance coming from the players na meron ng team ng J2 Esports Betrayal. Medyo, of course, like what you've said, overconfident ka sila ng time na yun.
Yeah, definitely.
So, right now, kailangan nilang iwasan yun. Especially, this is a best of 3 match and the playoffs for their team. I think, kung ano man na mangyari sa laban na ito, regardless kung ilan yung points mo before, walang bearing dito yung pagiging undefeated mo nung group stage nila.
Yeah, definitely. That's actually very important to point out. And actually, commendable talaga si Batum in this case kasi yun nga, sinabi natin na Neep contributed the idea that whoever takes control of the jungle now will definitely have a very, very huge impact on who wins the game. And so far, Batum has done a very good job of keeping Kulit. Well, actually, hindi. Batum has done a very good job of making his presence felt. Plus yung fact na hindi nagpapakita si Kulit in the lane, pwede niyang i-take advantage yun. And that will definitely bring Kulit, or Batum rather, in Kulit's level, no? Kasi before, medyo mas malakas yung impact ni Kulit in the game compared to Batum. But now, Batum is showing us a much more, much stronger version of himself. No?
Actually, with the Sejuani pick, I think the advantage na meron itong si Batum in terms of his jungling role dito ay yung pagiging magaling niya sa execution ng kanyang mga skills dito. Napansin ko sa kanya, every time na ginagamit niya yung kanyang Glacial Prison, at least 2 to 3 champion talaga nahuhuli niya lagi.
Yeah.
And if everything goes in his favor, talagang natatamaan niya halos lahat ng
napaka-efficient ng paggamit niya.
So, it's all about the timing na meron siya and how he will dominate, of course, the upcoming team fights later on with the Lissandra. So, Mineski could, of course, protect whoever got caught dito sa laban nila in the team fights mamaya. And with the Zed as well, he can just surely pick up a champion. Like, of course, we have Katarina dito. Pero Katarina is a very sneaky champion. Sobrang kulit niyan. And even namatamaan mo siya nung death mark mo with Zed, you can use the Q and E to dish out so much damage. Kaya pa rin niya makapag-disengage to his teammate later on.
Yes, and looking over at both teams, yung general impression nila, kasi like we know, Mineski is a very veteran team, so matagal na silang may experience. That was yun yung advantage nila actually against PCFC. Kasi yung PCFC, they're a relatively new team, so medyo hindi pa sila experienced. So let's say kahit manalo yung PCFC sa first game na ito, may experience pa rin yung Mineski on how to handle games na ganito. Kasi there's a chance that because PCFC is a new team, baka magkaroon ng fatigue kung umabot siya sa game 3 At dito yung advantage ng Mineski kasi mas sanay sila to handle these best of 3s, best of 5s, games like that. So, actually, yun yung isang advantage ng Mineski. It's how to handle yung mid to late game and yung mid to late series. Kasi, actually, Kyrie was also saying that yung late game nga, maganda yung management ng Mineski. They have very good synergy. All players dito sa Mineski may potential sila to carry the game. So, they know how to close out games.
I
very
think
well.
malaking factor there for for Team Mineski dito yung pagpunta nila sa Worlds nung season 3. I think. Hindi ako nagkakamali, TG, EXO, and Yume was there nung lumaban sila in the Worlds.
Yeah, they were there.
It's a big factor for them to yung experience, alam mo yun, being the world stage dito.
Of course, yes.
And
They got
I
to
think
fight one of the very best.
nagagamit nila talaga ng sobra ngayon yung experience nila during the time na nandun sila.
Yes.
I think Paris yata or LA yata or di ako I forgot kung saan yung place na yun.
Yeah. All right. So the technical difficulties are
Of course.
over now. Sorry for that, guys, but we are back and the intensity continues.
Medyo malaking bagay din yung pagka-post ng matagal, no, for your team. Actually, kapag halimbawa, sobrang init na init ka sa laban, mukhang tapos bigla nag-post ng ganun, parang malaking sayang. Malaking mawawala sa'yo yung moral.
Yeah, yung momentum.
Yung momentum.
Yeah.
But agak attempt from Batum in the mid lane kanina. Ngunit I think na-predict ito ni Yume. Of course, nakita niya na ginamit ni Oni yung kanyang E to engage. But Yume managed to read that movement. I think may hirapan si Yume dito na umalis kapag nagkataon na natamaan ng tomb. I think
Frozen Tomb.
The Frozen Tomb coming from Oni mamaya dito. Kasi follow-up na yan eh.
Yeah. Actually, yung medyo nakakatakot lang dito is if ever mag-decide si Batum na mag-engage sa mid lane, kulang pa si Oni sa damage kasi double Dorans pa lang siya. So baka yung mangyari pa, since may Bilgewater Cutlass pa si Yume, tapos sobrang mobile pa niya, depending on yung mechanics niya, baka maka-double kill pa siya.
Saka, I think isa pang problema dito for the Pacific is kung saan gagamitin ni Oni yung kanyang Frozen Tomb, kung gagamitin niya ba sa sarili
niya,
to protect himself from the death mark, or of course for Yume to lock him down.
But I think yung mas efficient na decision dito, instead of taking out Yume, kasi medyo nakaka-catch up na si Oni in terms of CS, he's at 70 compared to 79. I think mas magandang decision dito is to go for Dragon. The TP from Nids is up in a bit. Tapos na-push na yung bottom lane here, and yung mid lane na-push na din niya. So if they decide to go and get yung Dragon, which they have vision of, walang ward dito na yung Mineski. So pag na-decide sila na kunin yung DR, I think it's a pretty good decision, I think, for PCFC.
Actually, with as of the moment, with the tankiness coming from Batim mamaya.
All right, so guys, I'm sorry, we're having a bit of some technical difficulties. We are going to be right back. Actually, I believe one of the teams are disqualified now because of something. I'm not entirely sure, but again, we're gonna be right back. We're just gonna take a short break. Again, this is GS Amplifier, and along with me is...
Nakakalungkot na nangyari, pero again, I'm GG Sphere together with GS Amplifier. We'll be right back after a few minute break.
Series
Yeah, while waiting for the
playoffs.
technical difficulties to be settled, we're gonna
Yes.
aaliwin namin muna kayo ng mga iba't ibang bagay sa League of
5:30
Legends.
p.m. pa actually magsa-start.
Yeah.
Most likely
Yeah.
yung game 2 for Pacific and Mineski. Pero grabe talaga.
Yeah.
Wow, I was disappointed.
Yeah, alright, so
Because-
just to
yeah,
let you guys
go
know what
ahead.
happened. So, Mineski sadly had a lot of connection issues. So, we have a rule that if you guys have to pause for any kind of issue for more than 10 minutes,
Yes.
then you're gonna be disqualified. So, sadly, that's what happened to Mineski, but we are gonna have, that just gives PCFC the first win. So, sadly, their winning streak has been ended by lag. So,
Yes.
we're gonna move over to the
It's-
second game in a while.
It's the bane of all players.
Yeah, but meanwhile, we're gonna entertain you guys with a couple of things on League of Legends. So let's just go
Alright.
and look over at the 5.4 notes.
Alright, so we're just gonna scoop, let's say, pass over na lang yung mga bug fixes,
Yeah.
or we can just read it real quickly.
Yeah.
So first of all is the Azir. Passive on his Shurima's Legacy fixed the bug where killing Azir's Sundisk would result in a registered turret death in spectator mode. So,
Alright.
sabi just for mga
Clarity.
games na magkakaroon ng Azir plays, di ba?
Yeah.
Kasi pag nasira mo yung turret niya ng paulit-ulit, makikita mo, ano yung 10 turret yun?
Oh.
Eh, ano lang, less na, di ba? Parang
Yeah,
ano,
yeah, that's true.
ang OP naman nun.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, so back now. Of course, Ino was actually Amplifier was actually talking about this a while ago, that Janna did have a major change in terms of her passive and overall movement speed.
Yes. So these are the changes. So looking over at it, that's the passive Tailwind. They removed the W nerf. Sorry. So the Tailwind no longer gives Janna bonus movement speed, and now there's a new thing where get to the Janna. So Tailwind now gives all allies in the range a movement speed bonus only while they are moving toward Janna. So this is basically a nerf, I would
Yes.
say. Yeah.
And also, I just want to, it's not actually promote, parang sabihin ko na lang.
Yeah.
So you guys out there who are wanting to actually watch
yeah,
the, let's say, pro video guides rather
Yeah.
than reading it in, for example, MobaFire, Pro Builds, or
Yeah.
LolKing, there's this new website that I found a few days ago. It's called lolclass.com.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of videos already in there, and it's frequently updated. If you like, let's say C9 Sneaky, there's also TSM Bjergsen, TSM Dyrus,
C9 high.
C9 High,
And I
yes,
think Double Lift is there.
yes, also Meteos.
Yeah.
They all make all these in-depth basic builds on the champions
Yeah.
and how to play them. There's also the 5.4 breakdown.
Yeah, so that was actually very helpful. So if
Yeah.
you guys want to get some pro player perspective, you guys can actually go over there. So that's lolclass.com.
Yes, and now going on to Jarvan, see here that there's a bug fix where enemies would occasionally get knocked up when they walked into Jarvan after his dash completed.
okay.
So, I'm not sure if yung parang nangyari to that last season 4 championship. I think it was Dandy.
Yeah.
He used the EQ combo, then flashed, tapos biglang may na-knock up na lang bigla.
Yeah, I know
I'm not
that.
sure if it's
I'm
part
not sure if that's part of it.
yeah, but siguro parang ganun na lang yung situation na masabi natin. Similar to that situation
Yeah.
na lang na after na nung nung pagka dash
Dash.
animation niya, nag-knock up siya
Yeah.
bigla. So that's about it. But yung pinaka major change na back to
Actually
the screen
this.
would be the Dimension Standard nerf.
Yeah.
It's going to remove the armor that Dimension Standard gave. So for you guys out there who don't actually play Jarvan, yung sa kanyang papagsak ng flag niya, it's not only the way for him to dash in, it also gives him passive bonuses,
Yes.
such as attack speed and armor. And
Yes.
all we know that Jarvan early on builds a lot of attack damage,
Yeah.
and having this Dimension Standard give you bonus armor, it gives him a lot of safety already, even though if he goes in aggressive with his build.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
So basically, like, I believe that was Kwas discussing in lolclass.com that this is not really going to affect his early game, but as you scale on later into the late game, it's going to reduce his overall resiliency because he loses the armor passive from the
Kasi
E.
pag nakita mo kasi yung overall skill kit ni Jarvan, he has his W for HP shield, HP shield. There
Yeah.
you go, and that can actually block a lot of AP damage.
Yeah.
Of course, AD damage, but mostly AP damage if you look at it, because AP isn't reduced by armor. It's reduced. It's absorbed by HP, the amount of HP you have, and your magic resistance
Yeah.
for it to be reduced. So that's about it. And then, of course, yung armor niya, it gives you again the ability to tank more damage from AD champions.
Right, so now we're gonna go on to Callista's nerf. It's a slight nerf, mostly to her mobility. So basically what happened is her attack wind-up now speeds up at not 100% but 66%. So
I'm not actually sure how.
yeah,
that
so
works.
how to explain this basically,
Um,
I'm not sure who was discussing it. I'm not sure if it was Kwas or High, but they did say that this is basically gonna reduce her overall mobility. Basically, kasi yung nangyayari ngayon, a lot of your attack speed definitely affects your passive, so you get to jump around more. But
it's like,
now that it's only going to grab 66% of your attack speed, you're basically going to be able to jump around less. So that's pretty much it.
yung possibility na magkaroon tayo ng Kangaroo Kalista na skill,
Yeah.
malalesen na.
Yeah, so she's a bit slower now.
Yes.
Now to the
oh my gosh, this
oh
is
so major
Yes.
Kassadin big fat nerf.
Actually, this is the 5.4 patch, but for you guys who have read or have not read the 5.5 patch, now you can see here that the range has been put to 450 from
450.
700.
Yeah.
They're actually going to buff it to 550.
Yeah.
550.
500 or 550, something like
Yeah,
that.
mga 550. So, 450 is actually as big as a Flash.
Yeah.
So, that extra 100 range is it's still good naman.
Yeah. But yeah, basically this was, I believe High was discussing that this is makes it way less likely for you to see a Kassadin in the top lane and in the mid lane, just because that Rift Walk was basically what was making him a very viable champion. But
Yeah.
because you remove so much range from a very mobile champion, well, yeah, that's pretty much
You
the
cannot,
nerf
you can't
hammer.
actually call him an assassin anymore without
Yeah,
his
pretty
mobility.
much, yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Or
So
if you want to play him, you have to have like build a, let's say, defensive output. Like for example,
yeah.
Rift Walk in, do your damage, Zonias, wait for your cooldown,
then
Rift
go
Walk out,
Yeah.
rather than flashing in, do your damage, or actually Rift Walk in, do your damage, and then flash
Go
out.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. And of course, game 1, Pacific Nids.
Yeah, so
Showed
we're now
us.
gonna look at the Katarina. He did get first blood though, so that
Yeah,
was pretty good.
that's
But
pretty
basically, this is a slight nerf. So Katarina now has a voracious reduction. Whenever an enemy champion dies within 3 seconds of Katarina dealing damage to them, her cooldowns will be reduced by 15 seconds. Basically, kung hindi niya naintindihan yan, kung hindi niya mapapatay within 3 seconds yung kalaban niya, walang reset.
Yeah.
Pretty much it.
So you just have to put a bit more effort
Yeah.
into killing
them.
bursting
Yeah.
enemies. So it's a real, it's not, for me it's not that big of a nerf.
Yeah.
I mean, if you build like 30% CDR and Katarina, it's still good.
Yeah. So
But you
it
know,
just makes her chance of getting a pentakill a little bit less likely at this point.
yeah,
So,
but come on.
slight nerf.
Who doesn't want to see Scara pentakills? Like Scara moment pentakills.
Yeah, but like Hai was saying, we don't really see Katarina in the pro gaming series, so this just makes it a little bit less likely, but not a giant nerf.
Yes, and here we go.
I think
A
we can skip
fixed
this
buff.
one. Not such
Yeah.
a big one. This
It's
is
a
what
big
you
one.
were looking forward to.
Yes, the Mordekaiser change. So, of course, Mordekaiser, as you guys know, is a mid laner or a top laner bruiser who can create a ghost out of his enemies. So that makes him like, if he kills someone immediately, 4v6 agad na nangyayari.
Yeah.
Which is a really, of course, numbers advantage agad. So what Riot did here is to make his kit, let's say, help him in chasing, or rather bursting someone down from far away, or chasing them with a W. So going to his skill sets, the Mace of Spades has a plus 75 range for
Yes,
attack,
beautiful.
which means that when you activate it, it has a bigger attack
Yeah.
attack range. Next is the Creeping Death. Also, if you can see here, yung health costs have been reduced.
Yeah.
In my opinion, this health costs isn't really noticeable early on before, because Mordekaiser had a big HP regen level 1 pa lang. I believe it was it's here in the here you go. It was 8.37 sa beginning and
Boom.
now they nerfed it to 3.37.
That's a huge thing, actually.
Yeah, so
You reduce the health cost, so it kind of helps him a bit.
yeah, it does help him a little bit. And you can see here for Creeping Death, Mordekaiser now also gains the effects of Creeping Death if he casts it on an ally. So it's similar to yung Blood Boil ni Nunu. And then there's also the Magnetic Buddies, wherein Mordekaiser will be able to have a movement speed bonus when he's running towards when they're running towards each other. So similar siguro parang kay Janna, yung sa passive niya that you have to go to her to have that movement speed buff. And of course the health cost has been reduced. The armor and magic resist still the same. The damage output has been actually buffed
Yeah.
in later stages. Pero yung kanyang all over AP ratio is actually what I was feeling a few games ago or a few days ago when I was playing Mordekaiser. Yung parang wave clear niya. Because if you play Mordekaiser, if you guys have a Mordekaiser main, before I play a Mordekaiser main as well, sobrang bilis ng kanyang farming. It's like 10 minutes, 100 CS agad.
Oh, wow.
And makikita mo yung sa CS na kalaban, parang 50 pa lang, sabi mo, baka kayo mag-farm, bakit ganun? It's actually because his kit is all damage and all AoE.
Yeah, that's true.
Ganun kabilis talaga mag-farm si Mordekaiser. And yun nangyari kasi ngayon is they nerf some of his damage output, kaya parang feel ko din nababagalan ako sa pag-push niya sa pag-last hit.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, change-wise, it's good, but damage-wise, not so much. You really have to build in damage heavy for Mordekaiser to be very effective. Kasi ang build ko sa kanya, rune-wise, would actually go in for some spell vamp. 2 spell vamp quips, I believe. Tapos early hex drinker, hex tech revolver, get that extra spell vamp, and then Will of the Ancients or let's say a Zonius or a Rylai's, depending on the situation.
Yeah,
and
so
back to the video again.
So basically for you Mord guys, this helps a lot.
Yeah.
So we're gonna move over. I guess one of the more important parts here is the Vagar.
Oh yeah, but before that, Rengar,
Yeah.
binalik lang naman yung his buff was actually removed as an item rather than counter na lang siya. Para hindi ka na pa sell ng kaya nagsimula ka na bowtooth necklace na trinket ward. You don't have to sell it anymore and make it to a bowtooth necklace na either scrying orb or sweeper lens.
Yeah. So just clarifications mostly with the trinkets. Syndra, slightly fatter E. I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's a fatter E.
Help her out. Vagar with a giant nerf as well. So it wasn't only.
It was actually I think Hai who said that Vagar's Q, well, it does bounce off the enemy. It hits 2 enemies and it is become a linear skill shot. Does give him a good amount of, let's say, farming ability for his yung kanyang
stacking.
Stacking on his ability power. But then his primordial burst,
damage was reduced. I believe.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. So looking at the skills, we can see that it's been reduced from 130, 110, 90 to 120, 180. So he was definitely quite nerfed. There's also a delay now to his event horizon. So before it would usually appear instantly, but now there's like a warning particle and a 0.7 second 0.75 second delay. So like I was saying, this is definitely a huge nerf to Vagar, and we might not be seeing a lot of support Vagars that much.
Yes. But I'm not sure where I actually saw or hear this effect on that event horizon. Even if the event horizon doesn't stun you immediately, I believe if you like dash over it, it stops you in the dash when you hit the ring.
Yeah, that happens.
I'm not
the
sure.
only thing that you can use to actually dodge the stun is flash.
Yeah.
So other than that, if you rift walk or shift out, you'll still get stunned even after you go past it.
Yeah, but you can walk over it. But,
okay.
I mean, it only stops the dash. It doesn't stun you.
Yeah.
So you can still walk over it. Alright, so
there you go.
Bye Primordial Burst. Yun actually mga isang other skills that I really like to use. Very, very fun.
Very bursty.
Yeah. When you're like going against AP Heavy or even ADR lang, pagka sabi natin, pagka bata mo agad ang spell na yun, kill. But then now, kulang sa damage. Parang 1 HP left.
I think there's more emphasis on stacking the Q now if you want to really hurt.
Yeah, that's how he is built. But
Alright, now to go to one of the more unnoticed changes.
unnoticed, man.
Yeah.
People have been using that too many times.
Really, I haven't seen a lot of people use Zillion actually,
Man,
but
maybe
basically
they haven't read it.
he has been changed. So basically, one of the most important changes here goes over to his time bomb. So it's not your usual I click you, you die skill. It's actually now a skill shot. So you have to throw it, and it would stick on whoever steps on it, and or whoever it lands on. So it's a bit similar to seeing a phosphorus bomb from Corky. You'd see it flying over and then land to wherever you click. And if you get hit with a bomb twice, you get this giant stun, basically.
Yeah, very
So,
true.
Very annoying.
One of the also annoying parts about this Zillion change is his rewind. You can see here
Yes.
that the rewind no longer reduces the cooldown on Chrono Shift, which is actually the best part about rewind.
Yeah.
You're able to give your ultimate a faster cooldown.
Yeah. I think Riot didn't want to see people chrono shifting two people in one team fight. So no more OP chrono shifting, less chrono shifting for everyone.
Yes,
I
and
guess.
Chrono Shift also has been nerfed. You can see here
Yeah.
the duration from 7 seconds to 5 seconds, but at the cooldown, my
Yes,
gosh,
it's been reduced to 120, 90, 60. So I guess even if you remove the cooldown reduction from Rewind, you still have the flat out cooldown reduction on the actual skill. So
Yes.
now we're gonna show you guys one of these awesome, I would say, videos coming in from
Yeah,
Riot about
there you go.
Bard. So here we
Actually,
go.
when I watched it, I felt like I was watching Avatar.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I think they hired the animators from Avatar for this one, but here we go.
Let's have our own like
No,
emotions. with this.
don't ruin it, man.
Alright, it's quiet down.
I wish I had popcorn right now.
Yeah.
Find the stone! Die without it.
And now you can see that Bard is going to destroy DFG.
This is the official video of the DFG removal.
Yeah.
You guys cannot handle DFG's power. I will remove it from the game.
Yes, and look at that. There's other people who don't use DFG cheering in the
Yeah.
background.
Yay, no more DFG! R.I.P. DFG. R.I.P.
RIP DFG. But to more serious
Yeah.
matters, some people actually say that what Bard was actually holding in his hand, that orb right there, was Aoshin.
Yeah, so that's actually very exciting for me, who has been waiting ever since they first revealed him at Surrender at 20. So if that news is true, then yes.
Yeah, so guys, that ends our
Little preview show.
little preview show for you guys out there who enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Yes.
We'd like to invite you to join the PGS Rift G Talk. Again, that's 171-88811, 171-88811.
Yes.
And of course, to join the official
Facebook
group,
page.
yeah, for the PGS Rift, the Facebook page. That's facebook.com/groups/PGS Rift.
Yes.
And to our
Sponsors?
sponsors.
Oh, no, sorry about that. But
Oh,
anyway,
before, later,
we're-
later.
Yeah, later. So we're gonna go over into the playoffs very soon. Do stand by and stay with us because this is gonna be very exciting. This is finally gonna be. We're gonna find out today who will be the two teams to enter the finals. So again, this is GS Amplifier,
And I'm GS Asteroid with an I.
and we'll be right back.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
Welcome, summoners, welcome back. I am GG Sphere once again, together with...
GS Amplifier.
You're watching the Smart Prepaid GameX PGS 2015 Spring Season. This is the playoffs and the match between Mineski and Pacific Esports. Unfortunately, what happened kanina
Yes.
ay kailangan nating disqualify ang team ng Mineski because of the 10 minute
10 minutes. Yeah.
pause time
Yeah.
is of course
Disqualified. Yeah. So we have a
count as
rule
disqualified.
para sa mga hindi nakaalam. If you pause for 10 minutes because of any kind of issue, over 10 minutes, pag over 10 minutes na, disqualified na kayo. So that gives Pacific Esports the first win of this best of 3.
So it's part of their responsibility as a pro player, of course, to check yung kanila connection palagi, to test muna
Yes.
if it's working very well ba.
Yeah.
So of course, right now, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang ating laban. This is the second game for tonight's match. If ever manalo ang team ng Pacific ulit this for the second
Yeah.
game,
This is
of
it.
course, they will proceed for the second round sa ating playoffs. At
Yeah,
kung
they
manalo
will have
naman
an
ang team
automatic
Mineski,
spot at finals
Mm.
if they win this one.
at kung manalo naman ang team ng Mineski, they will have the third game
Yeah.
later after this game.
Alright, so we're back into the pick and ban phase. I think they're gonna change it up. Wow, they did not ban Annie. So it was gonna be a first pick. BCFC stole Rek'Sai as a first pick. Earlier, it was Mineski who grabbed
Mm-hmm.
Rek'Sai, but now PCFC wanted it, and Mineski responds with the Annie pick. And now they banned out Blitzcrank and Katarina.
So in exchange, they got the Annie dito for the Team Mineski.
Yeah.
Team Pacific decided to go for the Rek'Sai kanina instead of course for the Team Mineski dito. So Rek'Sai is I think one of the most picked champion dito. Siguro
Yeah.
kung napaaga lang yung pagdating niya, I think nung medyo bago-bago pa lang siya dito eh.
Yeah.
Hindi pa siya ganoon nagagamit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So right now, Rek'Sai, Corky, and Victor. Wow! A Victor pick for Team
Ooh.
Pacific dito.
Yeah.
Gaya ng sinabi mo kanina, lagi nagagamit sa OGN,
Yeah.
especially for Faker.
Yes. So this actually should be very interesting. Nakita natin before the disqualify ang Mineski, they banned out Victor and Annie. But now, Mineski takes Annie. I'm not sure if that's going to be a pro or a con for Mineski kasi hindi ko alam kung ito ba yung talagang pinapractice ng Mineski. But I think it's also an advantage for them para hindi makuha ng PCFC. And it's also a good choice for them to ban out the Blitzcrank. Kasi gaya na nakita natin kanina, grabe ang sakit ng bottom lane ng PCFC pag nakuha niya Astarte si Blitzcrank.
So, hindi nila kinuha si Sejuani ngayon for Team
Yeah.
Pacific, no? I think ang magiging jungler nila ay si Rek'Sai na.
Yeah. Pantheon top?
Possible.
Sure, yeah.
I think most probably a Pantheon top dito for their lineup.
Yeah.
So, they are more on focus sa luck CC that they could give
Yeah.
during the team fight. Actually, Pantheon, if ever na siya yung gawing jungle dito, sobrang hirap niyang mapigilan.
Yeah.
In terms of his ganking capabilities with the stun, actually, ang maganda sa kanya, yung kanyang stun dito ay talagang sure stun. One champion na talaga yung target niya and the burst damage as well that he could give during the team fight na kaya niya ibigay sa bottom lane kung magagang siya dito.
Yes. So, looking at the final picks, yep, that's gonna be a Pantheon top. Actually, akala ko magbe-mid yung Pantheon para lumaban kay Zed, but they're not gonna do that. So, it's gonna be Victor in the mid lane against Zed in the mid lane. So, you may actually using Zed again, gaya ng first game kanina. And then that's gonna be a Graves and Annie in the bottom lane, which I think is very bursty. Annie and Graves put together in the bottom lane is a very scary all the way, actually.
Yes,
Buong
even
game.
with the effectiveness of Leona being a tanky champion dito, they could just focus more on Corki.
Yes.
Kapag nagkaroon ng team fight dito, kapag ginamit ni Leona yung kanyang Zenith Blade to engage a team
Yeah.
fight, they have the T-burst, they have the collateral damage from Graves dito. I think Corki have to make sure na meron siyang enough positioning to secure the advantage in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Kasi Leona didn't have to worry more on kanyang survivability in the bottom lane. Of course, she is a very tanky champion.
Yes.
We'll see how they will try to dominate the bottom lane against Mineski
Yeah,
dito.
I think it should be a very interesting bottom lane early phase kasi sobrang bursty na parehong bottom lane natin. Corki, we know, very bursty, even more when he hits level 6, tapos with Leona, so very heavy engage potential. But another thing to point out is that Kulit gets Nidalee in the jungle. And I think this is a very interesting to see a Nidalee in the jungle kasi recently nga, kung hindi niyo alam, na buff nga siya sa jungle and she's been a very effective assassin jungler, I would say. Napakalakas ng burst niya and yung gap closing niya. So, it
Yes,
should
so-
be interesting to see Kulit. I think this is the first time na mag-Nidalee jungle siya.
Okay, so another insights coming from GS Asolite dito, no? Corki plus Leona, or Corki and Leona could initiate heavily early on once na mabot sila kagad na level 2 because we all know that Annie and Graves can do that much against a level 2 champion. If
Yeah.
ever na kahit na level 2 din sila dito, they only have the Disintegrate and Disintegrate that of course, I think not enough damage to deal with against these two champions at the bottom
Yeah,
lane.
actually, tama yun. Corki and Leona can definitely all in at level 2. Corki is not as dependent on auto attacks as compared to other champions, so hindi ganun magiging effective yung blind coming in from Graves. Corki is more reliant on his Q and I believe his W. So pag nag-all in level 2, walang magagawa yung blind kasi puro spells yung
Yes,
damage
yes.
source ni Corki. And I'm not sure if Annie and Graves would have a lot to throw at level 2 kasi other than yung stun plus yung buckshot, wala na masyadong ibang
Yes.
kind of burst damage
So,
potential.
possible na maglagay siya. And we all know Graves is a champion that don't usually go for the smoke screen and
Yeah,
yung kanyang
at level-
backshot
yeah.
dito. Most probably, after niya kumuha ng backshot or
Quick draw.
nag-quick draw
Yeah.
kagad siya. Kasi, hindi mo naman na-expect na mag-engage agad yung kalaban nyo dito
Yeah.
na bottom lane.
I guess it all boils down to mechanics din, no? Kasi
Mm.
kung ma-dodge man ni Zed, lahat ng skill shots itong ni Luxuria, magiging, well, let's just say, mariregret ng PCFC yung pag-engage nila kung ma-dodge ni Zed lahat ng skill shots.
Pero, I'm pretty sure that post level 6, the Annie Graves
Will really hurt.
of course, sobrang hirap mapigilan
Yes.
ng dalawang champion na ito. And again, mga kaibigan, bago tayo mag-proceed sa ating mamaya, gusto ko lang palang i-inform na meron tayong mechanics sa ating free or raffle draw mamaya ng Razer
Yes.
ano yung tawag doon?
Carcarias.
Carcarias,
So
yan.
before we go into details now for that awesome prize, we're just gonna take this short break.
Yes.
Pair Tourists Site the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
And we are back. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift. This is once again a match between Team Pacific and Mineski Globe. Second game na.
Yes.
Leading ang Team ng Pacific dito, 1-0 score. If ever Team Mineski managed to got this game, we'll have of course the 1-1 score and for a battle,
Best of three.
third match
game, yeah.
later.
Right, so let's just go over the team compositions once again. So on the blue side, we have Mineski, that's Nids in... blue side, this time Pacific Esports. We have Nids in the top lane with Pantheon, Batum in the jungle with Rek'Sai, Oni in the mid lane with Victor, and in the dual lane, we've got Luxuria and Astarte with a Corki and Leona.
Of course, for Team Mineski, we have Maokai for the top lane. For TG, Kulit. As Nidalee for the jungle, we have Yume. In the mid lane for Zed, Zed for Greaves. Of course, EXO for the support as Annie. And before we proceed sa ating discussion about this game, gusto ko lang palang i-remind ulit yung mga summoners natin na nanonood dyan na later or anytime soon magkakaroon tayo ng raffle draw for the Razer Carcarias at ang ating registration dyan ay mau-open randomly habang in-game tayo. So, 5 minutes lang siyang naka-open and after natin i-open yon for 5 minutes, i-close natin siya kagad. Ipopost din natin siya sa Pro Gaming Series Facebook fan page. So, hintayin nyo lang nasasabihin namin yan or kung sino yung caster sa time na sasabihin yung mechanics ng game na yun or ng registration na ma-open yon. And later then, after ng ating mga games dito, ira-raffle natin siya live dito sa ating PGS live stream.
Yes, so again, huwag kayong mag-alala. Sasabihin din namin mga shotcaster kung kailan bubukas yung registration form. Again, that's in the PGS, or rather the Pro Gaming Series Facebook page. So
talagang kailangan mag-focus sila na sobra habang in-game. And pansinin nilang mabuti kung kailan biglang sasabihin na, guys, open na ang ating registration for the raffle draw ng Razer Carcarias.
Yes.
And let's go back to the game.
Alright, so nakita natin mukhang gusto mag-invade dito ng Mineski. Both teams have a fairly scary level 1. The stun from Annie is or could be game-changing, but at the same time, the Zenith Blade and the knock-up from Rek'Sai could also be very scary kasi maraming options dito ng CC yung PCFC. Also the stun from Nid. So, I think mas nakakatakot yung level 1 potential ng PCFC. But we saw earlier that nakita ng PCFC yung buong team na Mineski dumaan dito. So, they know that all of them are either in this bush or this bush. So, tignan natin kung magkakaroon man ng Annie stun to start things off.
Oops, medyo napaaga yung pag-alis nila doon.
Yeah. So, that means they know they're in this bush. Although walang ward. So, hindi na naman nalaman kung nag-back na nga ba sila. Except for this ward. Here. So,
slow vision at all.
Yeah. So,
hindi talaga sila aware na
there. Alam na ng PCFC na nag-back yung Mineski. So, I don't think magkakaroon ng invade this early on.
A lane swap coming from Zed and EXO dito. No, decided to go for the top lane. And like what Azurai said kanina, I think they are aware that the disadvantage, yung disadvantage nila in the pre-level 6 sila bottom lane. So, they have to dodge muna dito. And instead, EXO or Zed will solo the top lane with his Graves.
Yeah, actually, good thing to point out, early Vision Ward coming in from PCFC
interesting
here. So, I think it's interesting. I'm not sure kung efficient yung paglalagay sa bush dito na Miso. I think it would help to see if any lane gangs would appear sa mid. But, yeah, that's a very early Vision Ward. Not something we see often.
Yeah. So right now, Yume is still using Zed. And the starter as well as Needs trying to invade the blue buff dito. And Rek'Sai, if they manage to pull this off, I think mahirapan na sobra ang team na, wow! A good steal kaya Promotor dito and engage! They use that flash and exhaust for TG, and of course, it's a first blood for the members of Pacific. Very good lineup. I mean, very good execution. Good job for Pacific.
What an unfortunate start here coming in from Mineski. I guess nakatulong nga talaga itong...
Oh my gosh, they're
possibly
trying to get the first dragon of the game at this early point of time.
Wow. This is definitely a new side of Batum. I haven't seen him this aggressive at pre-level 6. So
If I'm not mistaken, this is the earliest dragon here in PGS.
Yeah, I'm not sure, pero definitely one of the earliest in the pro gaming series, and
3 minutes.
Totally unnoticed. The first dragon goes over to PCFC. What a start for Pacific Esports already
And
with 600 gold lead.
Imagine, without going to their respective lanes, they managed to pull off a 600 gold difference. But that first blood, I mean, that kill from, I think it was from EXO against Oni in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The kill did go to EXO, yeah. And an assist for Zed. So actually nakakatakot din talaga yung roaming Annie. Kasi compared to other supports, Annie can be a very scary roaming support just because of her stun. So pag naka-stun na talaga yan, plus Assassin Yume, so given na
Yung pagiging mahirap ngayon, no, without the blue buff na talagang kailangan niya, with a Nidalee jungle champion, that's a big point for you, no? Malaking pagkakamali for your champion, or malaking problema for your champion being the jungle dito, especially when you're using Nidalee to survive the jungle camp dito without the blue buff.
That's very true. Nidalee, napaka-dependent is a blue buff, especially considering na medyo mage type na champion siya. So taking away that blue buff was probably a part of the strategy ng PCFC all along, and that's definitely going to slow down yung snowballing potential ni Nidalee, considering na medyo assassin type champion siya. I think it's a very good start for PCFC.
So TG is in the bottom lane against Luxuria and Astarte dito. I think in terms of how he will get his CS, medyo may advantage siya dito against kay Nid sa top lane, no?
Yeah.
Because he can use yung kanyang sapling to get a CS. Well, pwede rin naman si Pantheon, I think, with the spear or yung kanyang Q dito, pero mas malaking mana na nagagamit niya.
Yeah, I think this is more worth it though. Parang hindi, I'm not sure kung magpi-pay off talaga tong lane swap for PCFC kasi nade-deny ng CS talaga tong si Nids in the top lane. The tower is going down very fast and he's only at 7 CS compared to Graves who's 34. But medyo hirap naman din si TG to get CS.
Wow! A good spear from Kulit dito, mga kaibigan.
Oh!
Wow! That ninja technique coming from Zed in the mid lane. And of course, a kill for Kulit dito. Good gank.
So almost an early engage there. Roaming Astarte as well, no? So medyo nagko-compete ata tong si Astarte tsaka si EXO with the assassination potential. Spear not enough to take out Tonti.
Makuha yung scuttler na yun, no? But of course, the timing from both teams dito sobrang ganda talaga. And I think 1-2 score tayo ngayon. We have the 500 gold difference in favor of Mineski Globe.
Yeah, that was actually a good call. Good spear from Colette to land onto Oni. This is one reason why medyo mahihirapan to si Oni in the mid lane, but there's gonna be a top lane gank.
Here comes the initiation, mga kaibigan, from Pacific dito, and Needs taking a lot of damage, spear connected, and of course, here comes the exchange. EXO managed to disengage, wow, with the konting HP na meron siya. It's a 2-for non-exchange in favor of Mineski. What a good call for their team.
Alright, so Pacific Esports had the first 3 minutes, but the rest of the other 3 minutes napunta na sa Mineski na. So, very, very scary roam. EXO hasn't been helping Corki in the bottom lane, and that puts a huge advantage for Mineski kasi hindi naman talaga kailangan ni Corki ng assistance dito sa bottom lane against a Maokai. So, plus his CS is 47, highest so far. So, Corki is totally fine to be left alone. And considering na may dalawang assassin yung Mineski, which is Kulit and Yume, pairing them with EXO, I think is a very good strategy here coming in from Mineski.
Yes, looking at the item of Astarte dito, no, he decided to go for the mobility boots.
Yes.
And I think, of course, one reason why is because he is more on focus sa pagiging ganker niya. during the early gaming phase. So, right now, I think itutuloy-tuloy niya yung pag-gank niya sa other lanes dito habang hiniwan niya si Luxuria in the bottom lane, soloing against Maokai dito. So, said, with the 1-0-1 score, I think he has the great advantage na against the AD carry of Pacific.
Yeah, I think it's better no na si Astarte would help out Pantheon in top or yeah, I think it's better that they focus the bottom lane no. Itong Mineski. I think they should try to shut down Corki at that bottom lane because his mid game is very scary. But so far, since Zed naman yung nakakakuha ng kills, I think it puts him at an advantage against Corki. It's a good idea for EXO to decide to roam with that Annie support.
Napakalaking bagay talaga to for EXO, no? With the 1-0-2 score, he managed to get his Sightstone agad.
Yes.
This early point of time, 7-minute mark. Starting the mid lane, shoving yung minion wave na to. I think hindi pa ganun na nasusulit ng Team Pacific yung first, yung early dragon na nakuha nila dito with the 1-4 score.
It might just help them in lane kasi basically additional AP/AD. But in terms of significance, it's not giant. Kasi nga, malakas pa rin talaga yung early to mid game nito ng Mineski. They have the Nidalee and the Graves, plus the roaming Annie. So, I think Mineski can still handle giving up the first dragon.
Saka, in the early game, I don't think na sobrang malaki yung factor nung early dragon, no? Kasi, syempre, malit pa lang yung mga AD and AP ninyo. And I think it's around 6% yata yung bonus when you got the first dragon. So, hindi siya ganun kalaki pa.
Yeah.
So, siguro kapag late game na, kapag malaki yung AD mo and yung AP mo.
Yeah, yung delikado na talagang giveaway siguro is yung second dragon which gives you a lot of damage to towers and yung fifth. So, I guess the first dragon isn't that bad.
Flash in from EXO, death mark as well for Oni dito. Oni taking so much damage and he goes down.
Oh my.
And EXO, mga kaibigan, na iwan dito. But boom, diving in, EXO taking so much damage. And of course, he will go down at 300 gold as well as 2 assists for Victor and Leona.
Yeah, it was a good idea for EXO to gank the mid lane to help Yume snowball. Gaya nga na sinabi natin, this is one of Mineski's usual strategies. It's to help Yume snowball as an assassin in the mid lane. But at the same time, EXO also has to keep in mind na nag-roam din to si Astarte. So they have to put vision around the map if they want EXO to succeed in roaming as a support.
So, ngayon, no, same item build for Yume dito. Bridgewater Cutlass as his first item. Usually yung mga ADZ dito, no, against an AP champion, ang binibuild nila kagad ay the Hex Drinker for the magic resist and shield as well na magpo-proc dito every time na mabot na I think around 15 to 10% yung HP mo.
Yeah, although I think very confident to si Yume to the point na hindi niya kailangan ng Hex Drinker kasi titignan naman natin 1-0-2 for Yume. Meanwhile, Oni is only 0-3-1. Behind pa siya by around 30 CS.
Ang laki ng advantage dito, no?
So, totally no need for a Hex Drinker. Invest in damage and help snowball the other lanes. It's a better option.
So, medyo may konting mistake dito ang team ng Pacific. They are not securing the second dragon of the game.
Yeah.
Actually, usually mga 1 minute mark, makikita mo mag-respawn na yung dragon. You should have set na yung dragon pit area dito.
Yeah. I think it would have been very important talaga na ma-secure nila yung DR because that would have made yung first dragon nila more worth it kung ma-chain nila yung first tsaka second. But sadly, Mineski takes his first of their own. So
the advantage is actually gone now for the Pacific after that first dragon of the Mineski Globe dito.
Yeah, so 2,000 gold lead now in favor of Mineski. And I think kailangan pa magpakita nitong ni Batum into the different lanes. He has to make himself felt in the lanes as much as he did no first game. Di ba nakita natin, he was able to burn 4 summoners. But I'm not so sure kung magagawa niya this game with the mobility of a Nidalee.
Actually, Nidalee right now is a very effective champion even with the jungle role or kahit mid lane pa siya. Sobrang sakit niya in terms of the late game, no? Kapag natamaan ng any skill dito na tag-proc yung kanyang passive, once na he leaped in, the damage is really
sakit.
ouchy talaga.
So Yume
Even with the
really
mid lane.
putting the hurt onto Oni here. And honestly, I'm not surprised because Victor, medyo may disadvantage talaga yan.
Malaki.
Yeah.
And I think isang factor pa dito yung summoner spell ni Victor or ni Oni. Flash and Ghost.
Yeah.
I think it could have been
Oh,
better
yeah.
kung exhaust
man.
siguro siya, no? Exhaust or
maybe.
barrier.
Or barrier, but to put Ghost, I'm not sure. But definitely, Batum really has to help out with the mid lane. But the announcement that you all have been waiting for, the Shoutcasters are now officially announcing that the registration link for the Razor Carcarius is now open. Go to the
Yes.
Pro Gaming Series Facebook page immediately and sign up on the registration form. You guys only have 5 minutes. I repeat, you only have 5 minutes to sign up and get the chance to win this Razor Carcarius. So
Yes.
please go to the Pro Gaming Series Facebook page now
And
if
again,
you want to win it.
yes, and again, after ng ating 5 minutes dito, mamaya after ng ating mga game for the Pro Gaming Series, we will have the raffle draw live sa ating live stream.
Yes.
So, of course, kung mag-register ka at kung gusto mong malaman kung sino ang mananalo, kung ikaw ay isa sa mga panalo or kung ikaw pala yung nanalo, hindi pala isa sa panalo dahil isa lang yung Razor Carcarius natin, you have to stay tuned until later na matapos ang ating Pro Gaming Series matches. Again,
Yes.
5 minutes lang tayo. So,
Time is running. Bilisan nyo.
nagmamadali mga kaibigan. And ang ating registration link ay aalis na after 5 minutes. May lakad pa yan. Kailangan pa niyang ihanda. Okay, back to the game. 2-5 score. 4,000.
5,000. Oh, ay, 4,000.
Yeah.
Tama. Nag-goal
4K goal difference as of the moment in favor of the team Mineski.
Yikes. So, kung titignan natin, both top and mid lane are extremely behind right now for PCFC. Nids is 52 CS, meanwhile TG is 81. And Oni is 17, meanwhile Zed is 117.
Oh my
so,
gosh,
napakalaki ng gap. Laning phase pa lang. And
That's a big thing.
yeah, that's a very big thing kasi Victor scales into the late game. And if you can't help him to scale into the late game, Yume will just completely destroy Oni. And that's very scary kasi we were discussing with Neep that PCFC as a team is extremely reliant on getting either Oni or Luxuria fed. Luxuria is doing fine, but Oni is extremely behind. So kung hindi matulungan ni Batum si Oni, then I think that could be very game-changing here. Especially for Mineski. So now-
Interesting, no? For the top lane, right now, both top laners actually still have their the trinket or the warding totem.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
think, of course, their top lane is the most longest. Tawag dito, parang pinakamatagal sila nag-stay sa lane nila
Yes.
hanggang sa makita nila na nagkakaroon na ng team fight dito because they have the teleport summoner spells. They can just
Yes.
respawn anytime kung gusto nila dito sa laban nila.
Yes. Yung problema na lang dito is that because TG has such a big lead,
Mm-mm.
mas magiging malakas yung impact ni TG pag magkaroon ng team fight with this teleport. So, I think this is the best chance na for Mineski to start team fights habang malaki pa yung gap
Mm-mm.
in terms of yung mid lane tsaka yung top lane.
With his item as well, with that Righteous Glory, kapag nabuo
Yes.
niya to, no? Talagang pang team fight
Yeah.
na champion siya. And that's going to be very effective for their team kapag nag-initiate sila ng team fight. Para siyang Talisman of Ascension na medyo upgraded ng konti.
Yes. And grabe yung gold ngayon, around 5,000 in favor of Mineski. Dragon's coming up in around 40 seconds and only PCFC has a ward around the area. So they have the Scuttle Crab. But in terms of wards, actually walang nakalagay. But they do have timers, I believe, no? I think PCFC did not. Oh no, nakita
Meron
nila,
silang ward.
yung second dragon.
So they are completely aware of the spawning time ng dragon dito. So they could just wait for it. And
Have to point out,
20
no?
seconds left.
Sobrang worth it ng pink ward na yun kanina.
Ngayon lang nawala.
Ngayon lang siya nawala. So 15 minutes
15
na pink
minutes.
ward.
Parang
Sulit
you
na
can
sulit.
safely say na thank you for your service.
Yes.
my friend. And here comes the
Ooh.
initiation from Team Pacific. So much damage coming from their team. And TG was about to go down. Wow! But yet, here comes a good turnaround coming from the Pacific dito. Wow, it's a 2-for-1 exchange. And they're still pushing it through for the Dragon.
Yes, so I hope you get a replay quite soon. We have to see what happened, how PCFC was able to turn that around. But this is definitely what they need, no? So let's just take a look at We see TG slightly getting caught out of position. I think he teleported. No, he didn't. He roamed to the mid lane. He gets caught out of position. And then there's PCFC with the response. They're able to CC TG just because he was so low. He's taken out. And then there's Yume in a very bad position. The ult also helps out. And that was a good play from PCFC.
Yes. Needs came in just in time
Yes.
with the mandrap na ginawa niya doon against his opponent. And right now, mukhang nagkakaroon ng exchange
Ooh.
dito. Wow, a good flash in and a two-man knock-up. However, it's a turnaround once again. And Sed,
Ooh.
a rocket barrage coming from Luxuria will end up the life of Sed dito. And
Oh.
kulit! So much aggressiveness. TG used that vengeful measure to try and kill Astarte dito. However, the movement speed is just really fast
Mobility
for
boosts.
Astarte dito.
For the win. Alright, so that was a
Wow.
very good team fight from PCFC. Kahit behind sila pa ang nakapanalo sa team fight na yun, and that turns things around a little bit. Mineski still has the advantage, malaki pa rin yung gold gap. But they were at least able to delay this dragon. Kasi otherwise, Mineski talaga yung panalo sa dragon fight na yun.
I think there are some sloppy movement coming from TG that time, no?
Yeah,
He got caught and he's not tanky enough pa
yeah.
to sustain the damage output coming from Team Pacific. As
Yes.
you can see, parang nabigla nga rin ako nung nakita ko yung damage sa kanya eh.
Yes, oh my gosh, this is gonna be a dragon fight.
Here comes the dragon fight,
Everyone's
mga
here.
kaibigan. Tinamaan ng Spear of Scuttler. Dragon will they be able to steal a dragon? Or
Ooh,
yes, it was
it goes
for
to
Team
Mineski.
Mineski, but a one exchange, mga kaibigan, for none. And Pacific needs taking so much
Oh.
damage that W will secure another kill for the Team Mineski. So it's a 1-1 exchange in this team fight.
Wow, that's definitely in Mineski's favor though. Sila yung nakakuha ng DR. Sadly, there was a mistimed smite on the side of both teams, I think. But let's just take a look at that replay. So we're gonna see right now, the dragon is very low. Everyone, actually, Exo's quite far na siya. Siya yung naging focus ng PCFC. Imbes na yung dragon. And that gave, I believe, Yume the chance to last hit
Yeah.
that dragon. And sadly, it also became a 1-for-1 exchange in their favor. So, a dragon and a kill for Mineski. Meanwhile, 1 kill for PCFC. You guys can do the math. Mineski definitely with the advantage for
Yes,
that
I
one.
could safely say that medyo nagkaroon ng konting miscommunication for Team Pacific dito, no? Because they let Batum try and get that dragon alone.
Yeah. I really think that if Batum, actually, feeling ko yung mali talaga dun is yung priorities for the team. Sadly, the second dragon, okay, nakakuha nga yung PCFC ng first dragon, pero yung next two, napunta naman sa Mineski.
A
So,
while ago, hindi pa naka-cooldown yung smite ni Batum, so he could just use it. Pwede
yeah.
ginagamit.
yeah, so, apparently, medyo mali ata yung priority check dun from PCFC. They really need the second dragon to help them with pushing kasi at the moment, 3 towers na yung Mineski. Meanwhile, wala pang nakukuhang tower yung PCFC. So this is very dangerous kasi mas malakas yung early to mid game overall ng Mineski compared to PCFC.
So 8-8 score. I think itong goal difference na naka in favor for Mineski, no, is because of the 3 turrets na nakuha nila kanina.
Yes.
Malaking factor talaga to for their team to win the upcoming team fight. So, item advantage will go for, of course, Sed with a 180 against a 150 CS. Pero 204 yung kanyang score dito, no? So, I think that will, of course, give him the Trinity Force and the Sorcerer Shoes for his champion.
Yes.
Wow! Almost there. The, I think, yung ultimate coming from Leona dito ay ginamit na kanina.
Yeah, so kung titignan natin yung vision, no? Mas pataas yung vision control, I think, ng Mineski. But there's gonna be a double man stun!
Two-man T-burst coming from Exo dito, but Yume will surely go down. It's a 1-1 exchange. Corky and Zed will go down dito, but Zed is being chased on by Batum. Merong red buff si Batum dito, but Zed will surely kite against his opponent. And of course, it's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Mineski.
Wow.
What a turnaround.
So Mineski really showing their veteran status right now. 20 minutes into the game and it's already a huge advantage for the Pantheon.
Sirius, the Mandrap in the bottom lane, Tito. He'll try to catch itong si Sed, but decided to jump in with that minion. And Astarte is still here. Ginamit ang kanyang collateral damage. And Sed will go down. And of course, kulit was left behind, and he will go down as well.
I have to point out that was an awkward ult from Nids. Matagal na matagal yung period of time doon na nakatayo lang siya at walang follow-up coming in from Astarte. But nevertheless, naka-shutdown pa rin sila ng kill case.
And ang medyo napansin ko lang doon sa nangyari in the bottom lane, no? Sobrang napa-deep engage sila.
Yeah.
So I think after nakuha nila yung buhay I think ni Batum in the bottom lane, they should have just go back na.
Yeah.
And medyo I think ano yan parang nasa ugali na ng PH player yan, I would say. Na parang alam mo yun, after na makapitas na isang champion, instead of going back, they would minsan totod pa nila yung kanilang kalaban or do something that could change the face of the game.
Yeah, but looking at Vision now, medyo very defensive wards, no, coming in from PCFC. Meanwhile, Mineski have very deep wards around the enemy jungle. So, halatang very offensive yung playstyle ng Mineski at this point. And I'm not surprised kasi malaki naman talaga yung lead ng Mineski.
Here comes the initiation from TG in the top lane. And Nids taking so much damage. At napapansin ko na yung pagiging tankiness niya with the Ninja Tabi. Of course, Nids have to go back muna for a while and regain his strength. Ngunit Luxuria, mga kaibigan, T-Burst and a Denmark will surely kill Luxuria in the bottom lane. And they have to disengage. Solar Flare, walang tinamaan, mga kaibigan. At teleporting that T-Burst coming from both the top laners of both teams dito, mga kaibigan. Kulit is taking a lot of damage. Of course, it was Nids against Batum. And I mean, Nids and Batum against Kulit dito. And they have to disengage. EXO have his passive proc na, and it was a turnaround once again for the members of Pacific. It's a 1-4-2 exchange in favor of Pacific, 13-11 score, and I think in terms of the goal difference, lamang pa rin ang Mineski dito because of that solo push na ginawa ni Zed in the mid lane.
Yes, so I would say maganda yung pick potential ng Mineski, but in terms of team fights, medyo sila. Kasi kahit may potential or kahit may lead dito ang Mineski, in terms of team fights, yung PCFC, kanina nga, gaya ng sinabi, they were still able to get 2 for 1. So I would say, in terms of team fights, medyo lucky pa ata yung Mineski. They have to up their team fight game. But so far, commendable. Good job for PCFC to make it even with the team fight.
Dragon is up. Right now, as Pacific is trying to do something. Ngunit si Panton ay still in the bottom lane. He can use that man-drop to engage in this team fight, mga kaibigan. Medyo kita ang kanya pag-man-drop dito. TG taking so much damage. He got locked down by the members of Pacific dito. However, it was a turnaround. It's a 1-1 exchange. They're still trying their best to kill a champion. He was exhausted. Yume was about to go down. A flash from Zed. Luxuria managed to get away. Astarte is being chased down by the 3 members. Ginamit na kanilang Righteous Glory. And of course, Astarte will try to engage in this team fight. Zed still chasing down Corky dito. And Luxuria will go down. Oni is the only one na natira. And ginamit na kanyang smoke screen. One more hit. And the collateral damage will finish the job for Mineski. It was an ace.
So that's a 3-4-5. Let's just look at the replay one more time. So there was a dragon fight. TG gets caught out of position again, but that's going to be a follow-up. 4 members of Mineski are so safe at the backline while TG distracts them. That gives them the chance to deal so much damage. Nids is deleted in a matter of seconds. And Luxuria, a little bit out of position. He gets so much damage from Zed. Astarte gonna sacrifice himself and help his AD carry. He puts the ult down. And that gives Oni actually the chance to Q one of the members of Mineski. But then again, there's the free hit Zed. Wala na nagawa masyado si Oni. Nag-miss pa yung Q niya. And that's pretty much a free kill for Zed.
So we are back to the game once again. Nagkaroon ng exchange dito. Batum ganked the bottom lane and he managed to pick up the life of EXO.
Double kill.
And it was a double kill for Batum because Zed was there as well.
Yeah, so I would say that that's a bit of recklessness coming in from Mineski na, especially from Zed and EXO. Zed is the main carry of the game here aside from Yume. So kailangan mas maging cautious sila sa mga gank, especially because Rek'Sai is a very mobile champion with his burrow and his ult. Zed has to be more aware and has to have more vision, no? So kasi wala silang wards sa area na to, so they have to refresh their wards in that area if they want Zed to push in the bottom lane.
So This is the first turret. I think the second pala, sorry. For Team Pacific if they manage to get this one down.
Yes, but this tower is pushing. That
course,
might
TG
be a
was there.
free tower for TG. Walang teleport si Nids.
Sobrang magiging ano na talaga, no? Parang viable na for Pantheon to get Last Whisper as his first item. I mean, the second priority item.
Yes, so... Alright.
Like, before kasi, ang ginagawa ng mga champion dito or ng mga summoners natin after nila kumuha ng Brutalizer, yun, more on focus sa ibang item muna instead of going for the Last Whisper.
Yes.
So, right now, 3 members of Pacific will try to wait here in the bottom lane. Solar Flare missed up, didn't connect very well, mga kaibigan. The mandrop from needs to the bottom, in the top lane, bottom lane, sorry, will surely kill a champion. Once again, it's a 2-for-1 exchange. But a turnaround coming from the Team Pacific dito. They're still chasing down the other members of Pacific. EXO have this ultimate skill down, but Nids will turn it around with the stun, and Yume is still up, mga kaibigan. Luxuria will go down as well. The burst damage from Kulit was real, and yet again, Kulit with the red and blue buff is chasing down Astarte. Here comes the spear. It didn't connect. You have to use that Cougar form to chase him down, to flash in, and of course, it's an ace for Mineski once again.
Wow, what a risky play coming in from PCFC. Pinilit nila yung tower na to, and that gave Mineski the chance to coming in from all directions, no?
Yes.
And take out PCFC. They have to be careful, no? It's good to go after objectives, but you have to measure kung talaga bang kaya ng team niyo at that situation.
It's too much for them to handle yung ganung klase ng situation. No? Sobrang tagal nilang nagstay in that team fight. They could have just go back na after nag-miss yung Solar Flare from Leona. But they tried to, of course, they successfully killed, I think, itong si Zed. Kasi tumanon sa likod si Nids eh. Yun nga lang, sobrang deep na nung team fight na yun. And Nids was left behind in that turret. Second turret pa to be take note of. And I think kapag ganun yung nangyayari kasi, meron silang bonus shield dito. So malaking bagay to for team ng Mineski.
Yeah.
And they will lose that team fight.
The only reason no, na medyo even pa sa team fight itong si PCFC is because of Luxuria.
Yes,
Siya
and here
talaga
comes
yung
Mineski
nag-carry.
once again in top lane trying to kill Batum dito. A teleport has been used by Nids, and of course, Kulit will go down. Too much damage from the members of Pacific. Smoke screen from Seth dito. They are being detected from the passive skill of Batum. You have to use that Mandrap. Wow, a good use of that Blade of the Ruben King to slow him down. And it's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Pacific.
Wow, so napaka
Wow,
team
rectang
fight.
Baron
Oh wow.
without wasting any time.
Oh, but this is dangerous because Yume is pushing the bottom lane, Graves is pushing the mid lane. Will this
They
be
could
worth
have
it?
just get this turret and destroy the inhibitor.
Will EXO land the steal?
I don't
wow,
think na he
he's
will try
stunned.
to steal this Baron, and that
Okay.
Baron will go down. If Pacific managed to use that recall ng mabilisan, mga kaibigan, wow! Abagad ang performance coming from EXO. He is stopping the other members of Team Pacific with that T-burst alone from recalling back home. Very impressive play from EXO.
Wow, so a Baron in exchange for an inhibitor. I wonder kung ano yung mas worth it dun. I guess it all depends on how Pacific Esports manages yung Baron nila.
Pag masulit nila na sobra tong
kung hindi nila masulit
Baron
yung
buff.
Baron na to, sobrang malaking disadvantage yan for Pacific Esports because they have such a big gold gap from Mineski and now their mid lane is pushing. So mahihirapan sila dito. Dragon is also gonna come up in 1 minute and I don't know. Sana masulit na yung Baron. Otherwise,
Yes.
not worth it.
Akala ko nung una sobrang mali yung ginawa ni EXO na basta lang yan nirelease yung T-burst niya. And I just realized na talagang ang goal niya doon ay pigilan.
Yes.
Sa pag-recall. Kita-kita mo naman, hindi pinansin na Pacific yung T-burst na yun. And they just tried to recall because of course meron silang Baron buff eh. They could just recall ng mabilis.
Yes.
I think 2 seconds lang yata or 3 yung recall casting time dito with the Baron buff. So right now, Team Pacific
Ito na yung effort nila para sulitin yung Baron buff. This is their only chance. TG right now stood pushing top lane.
he still have his teleport.
Yes, so he can respond. He's recalling. And I think, no, he decided to cancel the recall. He is gonna push top lane even more. This is a 6-2 tower difference. And PCFC, kung makuha man nila ito, isang tower lang to. It might trade with top lane. TG is definitely gonna get this tower. They're taking long. This is the dive.
Just not good for members of Mineski, mga kaibigan. Wow! A good use of that Timber 2-man stun coming from Exo dito. And Nix will go down with the death mark coming from Zed. And they're still chasing down Oni. Oni trying his best to disengage. It's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Mineski. Dragon will go up na as of the moment.
And that's not just a dragon, that's a tower as well. So we're gonna see the engage here. Batum flashes in. Nids comes in with the ult. But the ult, actually, the teleport rather, coming in from TG is gonna be there to help. There's gonna be a huge engage there at the mid lane, and they're gonna be able to secure the clash. But right now, we're gonna have to go back to the game because they are gonna go and try to secure this dragon. Let's see who will get this one.
Habang pinapanood yung replay kanina, Luxuria and Astarte got caught
Oh,
from the
yikes.
other members of Mineski dito. So, with that exchange, they will get the fourth dragon for the team Mineski dito. Kung hindi lang siguro nagstay ng matagal ang other members of Pacific in the bottom lane, or the Dragon Pit kanina, they could have just disengaged.
Right, so let's just look at the replay.
Here
What
you
happened? Why did 4 members of PCFC suddenly disappear? Astarte and Luxuria get caught out. That's the worst thing that can happen for PCFC. For their carry, the lone carry right now of PCFC to get caught. Only one left alive there, and that's pretty much a free dragon.
I think
For
si
Mineski.
Ori na lang yung natira nung, during that time nung patch na yun, no? Yung merong
Yes.
Baron buff dito. And TG, with the use of this Righteous Glory, will surely get Oni. Wow, the burst damage is real. Without the collateral damage coming from Zed dito, they can surely secure a kill. Another kill once again. It's a 2-for-9 exchange. And yes, I think they will go for the bottom lane na.
This is weird. No? Medyo disappointed ako sa performance ng PCFC come mid-game. They know that Mineski can catch them out very easily, pero patuloy silang pumupunta sa ibang part ng jungle. They have covered so much wards, pero ano yung point ng ward coverage ito if you're only going to let yourself get caught over and over in the process,
Yes.
no? So that's given Mineski a 10,000 gold lead. They have 8 towers. They have, I think, 4 stacks. Malapit na yung 5th dragon, and at this point, I'm not sure. I think they have to hope na Luxuria and Oni can, well, deal a lot of damage or na magkamali yung Mineski.
I think the only way for Team Pacific dito to win this game is to secure their dominance with the crowd control that they could give dito. They have to make sure na before they engage a team fight, at least siguro pumitas muna sila ng isang champion. They have to pick up a champion first so they can secure their winning advantage kapag nagkaroon na naman ng team fight dito. And effectiveness, I mean, sobrang effective ngayon ni Zed with the AD carry role, no? Graves, with his passive skill, I think sobrang laki ng epekto sa kanya. Kung napapansin mo, every time na nagkakaroon ng team fight, kahit siya yung focus fire, with his passive skill, with the bonus magic resistant armor, malaking bagay talaga for Zed.
Yes. I'm not so sure kung makakabalik pa yung PCFC. We were discussing nga with Neep and Kairu that Mineski is the kind of team that can secure the mid to late game even if they lose the early game. At yun na nga, actually, yung nakita natin sa game na to, PCFC was able to do very well the first 3 minutes, but for the rest of the minutes, parang slowly nag-crawl yung Mineski back into their advantage. So, this will be a sign if PCFC can return back into the late game. The chances are not that likely, but if PCFC comes back with this, I would say that's huge props to them if they can do that.
So, Mineski is just patiently waiting for their chance to, of course, get another inhibitor dito, no? They're trying to get the last turret, or the inhibitor turret in the top lane. But as of the moment, I think medyo kumakalma sila and trying to get their items so they can secure another clash later on.
Yes. Actually, Mineski still has to be careful.
Ba't ginamit niyo yung kanyang sweeping lens, greater lens with the purple vision, Oracle's lens. The greater lens pala siya kapag naging level 9 ka na.
Yeah. So, actually, I'm not... Mineski definitely can secure this game, pero hindi nila kailangan maging too aggressive. Kasi, basically, all they need to do is destroy the Nexus at this point. It's actually PCFC yung kailangan maging very, very, very careful. Kasi this is a very critical part ng game. One more ace, panalo na itong Mineski. And Baron and Dragon are coming up live in just a few seconds. If Mineski secures both again, I would say it's pretty much GG at that point.
And laki ni Maokai
Whoa.
na top lane with the elixir. And right now, Nids is taking a lot of damage. Take note, hindi ganon ka-focus itong si TG with damage output na
Pero sakit
meron
pa rin
siya.
niya.
Usually, nakikita natin yung ganun kalakas na Maokai kapag talagang na-focus sila sa AP items dito. Batum, right now is, I think medyo nag-struggle siya with the Rek'Sai. But still a good performance coming from his champion dito. I think maganda pa rin yung ginagawa nilang performance dito. They could still get a comeback kung gaya nga sinabi mo, kung magagawa man nila yon. Of course, that is
Huge.
huge for their team.
Yes. So
Alam mo, parang parang napapansin ko lang, akala ng mga tao na parang walang kwenta yung smoke screen from Graves.
Graves?
But
Wow.
actually, sobrang laking bagay
Yeah.
talaga yung smoke screen na yun.
Malaking zoning potential yun actually for Graves.
Solar Flare has been
Whoa!
used by Astarte dito to disable the other members of Team Mineski, and a teleport from both the top laners. Mga kaibigan, Needs diving in, and of course, Kulit will go down with the burst damage coming from the members of Pacific dito. Yume will try to
Oh!
disengage, but that rocket barrage will end his life.
Oh, wow!
And it's a 3 for non-exchange in favor of Team Pacific dito. They managed to turn this around,
Oh my!
while TG is still in the bottom lane, pushing the turret, getting the turrets. And they can't get that Baron because of this. Because of TG pushing the bottom lane.
Wow, so what a trade there for TG. He almost got the Nexus Tower, but I'm not so sure if it's worth it. Let's look at the replay. So we're gonna see, kanina, bago mangyari lahat yan, nag-miss yung ult ni Astarte, but otherwise, they were able to take down Yume so fast. Nag-SS pa rin si Yume papasok, but he had to disengage immediately. The spear from Pantheon somehow did not connect, but the missile barrage
I think
coming in
because of
from
the shadow.
Corki, was able to connect, and then the flash ult from, Oni pala was able to secure the kill. And wow, what a team fight turnaround from PCFC. Isipin niyo yung 10,000 gold disadvantage, and PCFC was still able to win that fight. Again, it's because of Luxuria. Ang laki ng damage potential
Yes,
niya.
I think ang sa naging problema ng Mineski Love doon ay hindi sila ganun ka-aware sa positioning na meron sila. Actually, after that solar flare na ginawa ni Astarte dito, nahiwalay ng sobra yung
Yeah.
other members ng Mineski dito. Napunta sa baba yung itong si Sed and si Kulit, si Exo, while si Kulit talagang nag-dive in siya without realizing na yung other members ng kanilang team ay naipit pala.
Yes.
And malaking factor din sa pagkatalo ng Team Mineski sa clash na yun ay yung pagkawala ni TG.
Yes, actually, sasabihin ko kaya, that was a very weird objective trade. Ito lang yung HP na nawala sa Nexus Tower, and TG is the only frontliner na meron ang Mineski. So to take away TG from the fight means na wala nang magpo-protect kay Seth.
Oh my gosh, initiation
Oh!
once again from Astarte dito. Ginamit ang kanya solar flare. Needs will use the stun, the mandrap once again for Seth dito. But the other members of Team Mineski will try to
Oh.
defend and try to pick up a champion. Once again, it's a 2 for an exchange. What a good trade coming from Mineski. They will try to get this Baron na at this point of time. However, they still have Oni, they still have Luxuria, they still have Astarte. Nangangarib ang buhay ni TG. But that Baron will surely go for the Mineski right now. And Luxuria still dishing out so much damage. Kulit missed his spear and the flash in from Seth dito. Ginamit ang
Oh
kanyang
my.
withdraw to dish out so much damage. A flash in from Kulit. Ginamit ang kanyang spear and it missed out. And of course, it's a 4 for non-exchange. And right now, Mineski can push the lanes as of the moment.
Yeah, that was just a natural win considering yung lead na nakuha ng Mineski. No? The only reason na nanalo yung PCFC earlier is na wala si TG doon. But considering na 5v5 na yun, and Nids came in late, no? Kasi medyo na late yung man drop niya into the fight. He wasn't there. TG was already, Mineski was already able to put down so much damage, and by the time na nag-arrive si Nids doon,
I would
medyo wala na
say
siyang effect.
na medyo nabigla siguro si Astarte, to be quite honest, sa paggamit niya ng
SS.
kanyang Zenith.
Yeah.
Actually, after no SS, ginamit niya yung kanyang Zenith Blade. And parang, kumonect. Parang alam mo yun,
Yes.
that situation na
Yeah,
parang
yeah.
you just want to try and
Panic siya,
show the other
yeah.
members of your opponent. Ngunit,
Yeah.
kapag gamit niya ng Zenith Blade, kumonect siya at of course, lumapit siya dun.
Yeah.
And they
Medyo
had no
miscommunicated
choice.
siguro na unfortunate circumstances, nag-connect yung blade, tapos hindi alam ni Nids na mag-engage, so na-late yung ult niya. So,
Kapag ganun kasi, parang alam mo yun, parang nakita mo nang naipit yung teammate mo. Of course, instead of letting him die na lang in vain dito, of course, you have to do something to try and turn it around. Try to
That's
respond, try to help. Yun nga lang, that was very sloppy move from Pacific.
Yeah, pero nakikita natin, no, medyo inconsistent yung performance ng both teams in terms of team fights. Kasi nakikita natin na kahit napakalaki din yung lead ng Mineski, there are times still na nanalo yung PCFC. So, both teams still have some work to do in terms of yung overall team synergy, communication, tsaka decision making. Like, nakita natin si TG, for some reason, nag-decide siya na Nexus Tower na yung kukunin. Tapos at times, Luxuria gets caught out of position. So I think both teams have things to do to improve on whoever wins or loses.
Yes, they have to think carefully.
Yes.
So, what they have to do next dito. So right now, no, medyo napapansin natin na yung Baron buff from the Mineski is not being used properly. I think medyo hindi sila nag-stick ngayon, hindi sila nag-decide to push the other lanes.
Pero nakita natin, no, na
together.
kahit napakalaki na lead ng Mineski, nahihirapan pa rin silang tapusin yung game.
Yes, Solar Flare has been used by Astarte dito. Both two ultis has been used. Ngunit walang tinamaan. I mean, hindi enough to kill EXO. And it's turned around once again for the members of Mineski dito. They're trying their best to kill Astarte. A very tanky champion, mga kaibigan. Na-stun!
Ooh.
What happened? I think medyo nalock siya doon.
Oh, wow!
Wow! The burst damage is real from Luxuria. And as well as needs dito, TG is chasing down Luxuria, zoning the other members
triple kill.
of Team Mineski. A triple kill. A 3-4-3 exchange, mga kaibigan. Oni still up, trying his best to give enough damage against the other members of Mineski dito.
What a clash coming in from PCFC. Mineski has so many squishy champions, no? So if TG can't be the one to protect all of them, wala masyado magagawa si Kulit to help. Kasi nakita natin, no, other than yung Juggernaut enchantment, or Magus pala, so full AP damage itong ginagawa ni Kulit. And so, there's no one to keep the other members safe.
Here comes
So
the
we look at
replay.
this replay, double kill over for Games, but everything changes here. Because we see that the burst damage, grabe yung burst
Grabe.
damage.
I
From
think that's
all
the passive, the passive rocket barrage as well, and of course the Oni
Yes,
skill.
the Oni ult. So this is where Oni is gonna shine, the late game. And nakita natin, no, that the same time na nag-SS, I think, si Astarte, nag-ult si Oni. And that's the wombo combo that we want to see from PCFC, that despite an almost 20,000 gold lead from Mineski, hindi pa rin matapos-tapos na Mineski yung game. It's because of the insane damage from the very, very painful Luxury.
Can we look at Oni's AP as of the moment? I think around 600 na to eh. 825.
Boom! 825
Wow.
AP.
That's
So, ouch.
really huge. And as of the moment, the only way for imagine yung ganyang kalaking damage during
Grabe.
that team fight.
Sakit. So
And
this
I
is really
think-
where Oni's gonna shine, no?
I
Sa
think
late
yung
game.
ghost niya and flash is purposely being used during the upcoming team fights to kite the other members of Mineski
Yeah.
Globe during the team fight na mangyayari, no. They have to be aware na etong dragon na ito ang mabibigay ng aspect of the dragon for the
Yes.
Mineski.
Oh, ouch.
Needs will try to use the mantrap once again. Wow!
Oh!
Here comes the aspect of the dragon, mga kaibigan. TG diving in, trying to zone out itong si Oni, and of course, he will secure this kill, mga kaibigan. And TG is taking so much damage at the 3 champion.
Oh, wow.
Sobrang shiny nila, and with the elixir of the iron dito, sobrang lalaki nilang lahat. We usually see a champion or sa mga games natin dito, sa mga public games, ginagamit nila yung red or yung blue na elixir. But right now, since this is competitive, of course you will get the elixir to reduce, the iron, elixir of the iron to reduce the crowd control from your opponent. And of course, this second game for tonight, we have Mineski winning this game, and it's a 1-1 score against Pacific.
Yes, so Mineski disqualified in the first round because of their connection issues, sadly. And then, in the second game, Mineski secures, finally, the second game of this best of 3. So we're gonna move to the third game of this series. So just to look at the final score. So that's gonna be, first let's take a look at Mineski. So that's a 13-6 Yume. Definitely snowballed, gave Oni such a hard time in the laning phase. Then there's Kulit, who also being an assassin had 11-6 in her score, and a very safe Zed, 11-5. So a lot of kill participation as well from EXO with the 25 assists. Meanwhile, Oni, not such a good KDA, no? So he was taken out a lot of times in the game. Batum also not so good. really the one that really helped carry the game here was Luxuria, with some of the highest CS and gold advantage in the game. But
Alam mo, talagang nag-focus lang si TG sa kanyang tanky items.
Yes.
And it was a good thing for him, actually for their team. And ito sa pinaka kailangan natin this point of time, actually even with the solo queue during the rank teams, you can't just go for the pure damage item
yes,
to win the game.
yes,
At least, ito nakita mo naman, the Righteous Glory sa one big thing for their team. The teleport, the response coming from their team. Pacific as well is very effective in this game. Sobrang ganda ng performance nila. Kudos for them. This is their second game. The first game, of course, disqualified na team Mineski dito. In this second game, Mineski got a comeback. So we'll see what might...
esports will make it to the finals.
Yes, again mga kaibigan, sa lahat ng mga nag-register sa ating raffle draw ng Razer
Yes.
Kayas. Yan. Abangan nyo lang mamaya ang ating raffle live draw sa ating live stream PGS. Medyo marami-rami daw ang nakasali. And I think close na yata ngayon yung ating registration, no? Kasi 5 minutes lang siya. So
Yes.
close na siya. So stay tuned lang kayo. Ayan, registration link close. So abang-abang na kayo mga kaibigan. Again, this is the second game between Pacific and Mineski. You're watching the Smart Prepaid GameX PGS 2015 Spring Season Playoffs. I am BG Sphere.
And I'm GS Amplifier.
Kita tayo ulit later sa third game.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
Welcome back, Summoners, and welcome to the Smart Prepaid GameX Pro Gaming Series 2015 Playoffs. I am GS Asarai with an eye, and alongside here with me is
GS Amplifier.
And as you can clearly see, we have the car carriers for the first. Pero later pa ang ating magiging draw lots.
Yeah, so that was the first one. We're gonna give away, I believe, we're gonna have 2 registrations. So the first one's already done. We're gonna have the randomizing later for the names of those of you who have registered. That was 5 minutes. Again, we will warn you again later when the next registrations open. But for now, maghintay muna yung mga naka-register na.
Yes, so Game 2 was a pretty bloody match
from
the get-go. I mean, Mineski was just, wow, sobrang uniform nung kanilang team fights. I mean, you could see that TG in one of those clashes, he was just tanking all the damage coming out of Luxuria and Oni. That Pacific Bitume, there's Astarte, and yung top laner nila, si Nids, was just in like a stranded island. They were tanking, but they didn't have any damage follow-up from Oni and Luxuria because TG was just there to zone them out. So, wow, just wow.
Yeah, both teams, like you said, very bloody fights everywhere. Both made their own respective mistakes, but they also played out certain situations very well. Mineski was able to control the mid to late game very nicely. They also had the laning phase set out very well. I believe the mid and top lane were very much in Mineski's favor. Yume giving Oni a very hard time, meanwhile TG also giving Nids a hard time. He was definitely ahead during the early parts of the game, but Pacific also, let's just say they did very well as well in the late game. They were able to turtle out Oni with a very painful late game victor, but they made some questionable positioning later on.
Also, this early game, EXO, with those roams, just gave Yume so much advantage against Oni that when Oni had his, let's say, damage output in the ready for clashes, or parang he had that parang significant na yung damage output niya sa clashes, it was so late into the game na that Mineski already had a serious amount of gold advantage, almost 10,000 above. Na hindi na nakapag react or naka-respond ang Pacific with that.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest goal leads I've seen in quite a long time in the PGS now. So props to both teams, but definitely Mineski had the lead there in a lot of things.
Game 3 na.
Yes, this is it. This is the game that decides who gets to the finals.
Yes, this
is mga napupustahan dyan, good luck sa inyo.
Yes. Or if ever you just want to watch and, you know, cheer on either Mineski Globe or Pacific Esports.
Right.
Be sure to stay tuned. This is Game 3 in a best of 3 series. Both teams already have 1-for-1 apiece.
Yes.
So, this is going to be, I predict, an all-out.
Yes.
Labas na ang bring out your big guns and let's see what happens. Now, we can see in the bans, Katarina, Blitzcrank, and Lysandra. This was actually
I think this is the same bans.
This was actually the first pick. For Pacific in Game 1 before the DQ for Mineski. And as for Mineski, of course, they're going to ban out the LeBlanc, they're going to ban out the Poppy, but now the Zed, because Yume, he just made it happen, man, in Game 2.
Yeah, Yume really showed his mechanical play earlier. He got such a big advantage in the mid lane, and I think it could be pretty smart to ban out the Zed in this point.
Yes, and now, rinse and repeat.
Yes.
The Graves does not fail, so they will keep using it. I'm surprised in a Nocturne to counter it out. Like, I got your darkness right here. There you go.
You got the lines all covered.
Yes.
Ooh,
And-
but that's
ooh,
gonna be
there you
illusion.
go. Oh, one of Luxurious favorites.
Yeah.
Aside from the Caitlyn.
Yeah. So this could actually be proved very interesting for the bottom lane
Yeah.
now. Earlier, it was a bit one-sided. Luxury did a lot of damage still, but Graves really took the lead in that one and really helped Mineski
Yeah,
to carry
it was
the
actually
game.
an early lane swap game
Yeah.
too, because they were afraid of the all-in level 2s
Yeah.
that the Corki comboed in with the with the Leona
Leona.
had the passive buff coming in from the Leona, and of course the true damage, and the phosphorus from combo from Corki deals a significant amount of damage. Okay, so a little bit of a
Technical difficulty.
technical difficulties,
Yeah.
bug client, but hindi na magbabago ang pick. So we have
Yeah.
the Graves for Mineski. Hindi pa ata nag-lock
Was the
in, no?
Annie banned out?
No, it wasn't banned out.
Oh, so
Luxor,
it's still
sorry.
open.
There was actually a pick onto it, but I believe hindi siya na-lock in. So,
Alright.
kung hindi pala na-lock in, hindi siya there's still possibility for
Change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
change.
Yeah,
And
so
there-
that should
there
be
was still time.
interesting. Yeah. We noticed in game 2 earlier that Annie was one of the priority bans to ban onto PCFC because Oni and Astarte were both quite adept at using Annie. She's a very strong champion in this patch, so we'll see if Pacific Esports will be able to secure her this time because in game 2, Mineski was able to steal that pick.
Yes. And both EXO and Astarte, in terms of playstyle, are just both aggressive.
Yes, that's very true. We know Astarte to be a very aggressive support, and at the same time, EXO moving from the AD carry position to the support position, he's a
Yeah.
very aggressive support as well.
Yes, EXO has that, let's say, teamfight presence, or actually teamfight knowledge and roam knowledge that
Yes.
he can really utilize it as a support. Because if it's an ADR, he's going to be stuck in
Yeah.
that role as a farmer for now,
Yeah.
or as aggressive laner.
Yeah.
But then if you're a support, you can just roam
All out.
around and
Yeah.
do whatever you want and help your team snowball from all the lanes.
Yeah, and we definitely saw that earlier in game 2. He
Yeah.
was very present, especially like you said in the mid lane. He got Yume going, and when Yume gets going,
He gets going.
Yeah, he gets going. There's no stopping him there.
Yeah.
Ooh, alright, so they're gonna continue to pick in ban phase. That's a Janna. And Annie's actually still. Oh, no, she was locked in by PCFC, so
Yeah.
this should be an advantage for Pacific Esports.
I kind of miss seeing an Annie mid.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's her burst damage is still significant even
Yeah.
without that DFG. Of course, it again being removed. Yung,
RIP.
yung kaninang video with the bard,
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
destroying the DFG. He was saying, "This is too much of a powerful item for you AP players out there."
Yeah, if you guys didn't catch, we had a like preview show
Yeah.
earlier. So if you guys want to catch one of those again, well,
Yeah.
I'd like to think there wouldn't be one again because that means there would have to be technical difficulties again.
Yeah, but still,
But yeah,
yeah,
who knows?
hopefully in the
I mean,
future, magkaroon tayo
yeah.
sa ating preview shows
Yeah,
talaga.
that should be fun.
Power to esports, power to
Yes.
esports. But look at this, Pacific Esports have the 3 picks that Mineski had in game 2.
Yes.
They had the Annie, they had the top lane Maokai, they have the jungle Nidalee. We'll see what happens. And yes, they do have the same picks, but then Bitum, when he started off the aggression in game 1, they had the first blood for
Yes.
them. But then after that, it was just EXO
Yeah.
getting in those roams that hindered Bitum from actually getting roams himself.
Yeah, actually, it's important to point
Oh.
out that Batum wasn't able to really counter gank against the mid lane. Yume just kept getting kills over and over. Oni didn't have anyone to help him respond.
Yes.
I think Pacific Esports really has to work on responding to those ganks because Rek'Sai, like we said, I mean, you being a Rek'Sai main,
Yeah.
you know that he's a very mobile champion. So ideally, he should have been there to respond. But I think Batum has to up his presence just a little bit
Yes,
more.
but if you actually look at it, the mid lane for Pacific Esports in game 2 was actually a Victor.
Yeah.
Coupled in with that Rek'Sai jungle. Let's say when they go in onto the Zed and Zed still has a flash, still has that shadow out.
Yeah,
He's very slippery.
yeah, he is.
So they have to time out or time in
Yeah.
how Zed will actually go in first with the death mark,
yeah.
counter it out immediately with a tunnel knock
Yeah.
up to mitigate some of the damage output so the death mark's pop wouldn't be so huge,
Yeah.
and then only has his own damage output, so that could
Yeah.
actually turn into a kill. But I didn't see any of that early on. It was just again EXO just going
Yes.
in and Bitum a little bit late to the party.
Yeah.
But now, whoa, Yume will get an Ari for the mid lane.
Wow, that should be quite exciting. We haven't seen a mid lane locked in yet though from PCFC, so they
Whoa.
still have the option to counter pick this Ari. I believe that's going to be an Aurelia versus a Maokai, but we're not sure
If they actually
what's going to happen.
if they actually lock in that
Annie versus
Thresh,
Ari, it might
yeah.
be. And
Yes,
that's
please.
actually quite exciting. That might be, though, a disadvantage in terms of Mineski. There aren't a lot of things that an
there you
Ari
go.
can do against an Annie because Annie's skills are majority targeted.
Yes.
So the Q stun, there's nothing that the Spirit Rush can do against
Yes.
that Q stun.
And
So,
also, Annie has an instant initiation.
yeah.
If she has this stun buff already up, one ultimate.
Yeah.
That Tibber appears immediately.
Yeah.
Gets that stun immediately, follow up by the incinerate and disintegrate.
and yeah, that's right.
And that's going to deal a lot of damage in the mid lane. But we'll see. These jungles, if you can see here, if Bitsum gets countered early on,
Yeah.
and Italy doesn't scale well. If she doesn't start scaling in the early game,
Yeah,
that's how it
that's
works.
true.
Spear in, get a few kills, start to snowball from that. If you don't, it's gonna be a bit of a hard time against a Rek'Sai
Yeah.
who can actually build tanky after that War's Enchantment.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, Kulit should definitely be or really give, I think, Batum a hindrance here, just because of the passive that he has, where he can see, or rather, yeah, feel your footsteps or
Yeah.
something like
And
that.
actually, if you'd look at the compositions, there's no one going in for a Scion top in terms of
yeah.
the top players because Scion is a little bit of a, let's say, 50-50 champion.
Mm.
Yes, you can make him tanky. Yes, he has a good amount of damage output early on, but then you have to make him work
Yeah.
early on to start snowballing him. But then, if you look at this for the Aurelia, for the Maokai, they can start to snowball early on, or they can just keep getting levels and then snowball in the mid game into the late game. That's how they work.
Yeah.
And these two teams are just playing a bit defensively in terms of these picks. Just because, of course, this is the semifinals for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So
So
they're
this
going
is the
all
game,
out.
the deciding game.
Yeah, they're going all out, but still they're playing safe.
Yeah. I think you need a good balance of both
Yes.
to win this last one. So let's take a look at the team compositions for this one. So looking at Mineski, it looks like they have a lot of single target potential here. They've got the anti-carry Aurelia, and they also have assassination potential with Ari as well. So it seems like there's a lot of instant individual burst potential here for Mineski. But looking at Pacific Esports as well, they have a pretty scary pick/team fight potential here. They've got the Maokai and the Annie to make a lot of picks, as well as the Thresh. We know that Thresh pretty much picks out and whenever he wants to. So this could be a very scary pick/team fight potential kind of team. But both teams look like they're showing us that they want to have another explosive fight again. There's a lot of all-in potential from both teams, so this should be a very exciting game.
Will there actually be a lane swap for the bottom duo of Pacific? I mean, yeah, Lucian does have a lot of mobility compared to the Graves. They both have a fast dash,
Yeah.
but then there's a Starte with a Thresh who can actually be countered again by a Janna
Yeah.
with that Howling Gale. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian Thresh is a very deadly duo when you play it well mechanically. I think I've seen this one from Samsung White. It was, I believe that was
Mata.
Mata and Imp, and they did amazing. But at the same time, like you said, Graves' early game tankiness and damage is still nothing to be underestimated. And Janna, definitely a lot of disengage as well onto Thresh. So we won't be surprised if they decide to pull off a lane swap on this one.
Also, if you look at it, EXO did go in for a Flash Ignite, and what this does is that the damage output of Luxor early on doesn't need to be exhausted. So having that exhaust would actually be more offensive because they can counter out that vid. And we will be back after a very short break to get into the Rift.
Yes.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
And we are back. Again, this is the Smart Prepaid GameX PGS 2015 Playoffs. This is the last game in the best of 3 series between Mineski Globe versus Pacific Esports.
Alright, so this is the deciding game. Whoever wins this game will get the chance to play in the finals. We're going to see who will be able to secure this game. Let's go over the team compositions one more time. So that's going to be Mineski on the blue side. That's TG in the top lane with Irelia. Hulit in the jungle with Rek'Sai, Yume in the mid lane with Ari, and in the dual lane we've got Set and EXO with the Graves Janna combo.
And as for Pacific Esports in the top lane, it will be Nids with that Maokai. In the jungle, it will be Batum with the Nidalee. In the mid lane, it will be Oni with that Annie. And Oni Annie. And for the bottom lane and support, it will be Luxuria and Astarte with the Lucian and the Thresh.
Alright, so...
Actually, magkaaway, diba?
Ah, yeah.
Lucian
Oh, yeah,
Thresh.
yeah.
100% wife steal.
So it's dark and light working together in the bottom lane here. So
Yes.
Evil versus the Purifier.
Yes.
But anyway, they're going to be working together in this one. It looks like PCFC is looking for a very early pick here, but it doesn't seem like they might get it unless Yume walks in just a little bit too close to that bush.
I think he's feeling it.
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah.
His fox senses are tingling on his pink
Can
tails.
you feel the love tonight?
Yes.
Because if you go into that brush, you will die.
Be loved.
Be loved. She will be loved.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pop star Ari, so we can use some singing references or song references rather.
Shout out to Maroon 5.
Yes.
So that's gonna be Kulit, just gonna be leashed by TG there. I think they really feel the gank, but yeah, PCFC's bottom lane is backed out. No lane swaps, I think. That's gonna be standard laning from both teams. Like we said, we were probably gonna see Luxuria and Sed go head to head on that bottom lane.
Yes. Ooh, the reverse Annie. Haven't seen that skin in a long time.
Yeah.
Yes. So in the top lane, ooh, actually look at this. Nids is going in for that 3 Raptors start, the
right.
3 small Raptors, just to get in an early
Level advantage.
Yeah, but what happened there is he didn't go back into the lane as fast as it is, so TG would actually mitigate that little advantage, little XP advantage that the small Raptors give off. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a misplay from Nids.
Yeah, not sure. He didn't get back that quickly, but we'll see. Because
Yes.
yeah, in terms of XP, maybe Nids will be slightly ahead, but yeah, TG
Actually-
does kind of mitigate that slight EXP
I
advantage.
think I know now the reason why. He bought in that early pink ward.
Ah,
So
all
that-
right, right.
Yeah, that must be one of the reasons why.
Yeah.
Having, of course, that Rek'Sai gives you a little bit of time to think about it. You might go in for the top lane.
Yeah, so there's the early pink ward that we were talking about.
Yes. Now you can see the Tomb will go in for the red and possibly.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a hook onto EXO. The follow up, next the flay, but a beautiful howling game from EXO stops Luxuria and extracts with the shield, countering out. Oh, but there you go. The passive and the relentless pursuit. This gives Sed a little bit of a run for his money, and the piercing light followed immediately right after.
Yeah, I mean, I was afraid Luxuria wasn't gonna be able to catch up with the hook, but I think PCFC won that just out of pure damage potential from them. They were able to take out a lot, and they forced quite a lot of potions from Mineski Globe there.
But with that, there's a 6 CS advantage, 5 CS advantage for
Right,
Sed there. The lane is pushed in favor of Pacific.
Yeah.
So, Batum, possibly a gank, but okay, that's the reason why he was. Oh, sorry, Nids was setting up a ward there. So, if TG wards in that Tribe Rush, it can get
yeah.
immediately destroyed by Nids and give Batum more space to gank. He's already here. He's already pushed in that bushwhack.
Oh, there it
TG! Wow!
Oh, wow.
Fire sense tingling a little bit too well for him. Oh,
Ooh,
but
a lot of
still-
damage still.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good amount of damage
I
there.
think this is the second time I've seen TG just out of spider senses puts down a ward to stop a gank.
Yes,
so,
but
good
there's
call.
look, there's the
Oh
flay.
my.
The damage from Luxuria is there. Puts Sed to roughly around 250 HP. Batum will back off. Possibly it ranges Trailblazer. There we go. Also, 5.4 patch, guys. You
Yes.
cannot change the tier 2 jungle item anymore for free. You have to pay in a very costly fine of around 250, I believe, 225.
So,
And ooh,
yikes.
another hook
Man, Luxuria is really putting the hurt onto Sed right now. He is slightly behind in terms of CS, but it's not that significant. In terms of exchanges, though, Luxuria is really hurting Sed right now.
Yes.
There's not much that EXO's been doing in terms of disengaging from Astarte.
Yes. Again, there you go. Piercing Light, one more auto attack. But here comes Colette in the top lane. Nids running for his life. Takes a lot of damage from that
Ooh.
Queen's Wrath. Who will get the first blood? It will be TG.
Wow.
Very nice lane gank there from Colette, using that tunnel to give in a very nice gap closer.
Yeah, I mean, Nids was also slightly overextended there, and without a reliable dash
Oh,
from Maokai, then he definitely does not have the privilege of overextending like that, even with vision, because, like you said, Rek'Sai with that burrow really gives him a lot of range to cover to make a lane gank.
Yes, but with that information that Colette is in the top lane, look at this. Bitsum is already starting off the
Ooh,
dragon.
right.
With no wards coming in from EXO, because he hasn't backed off yet, and his Trinket Ward is on cooldown. That's going to be a free dragon for them, but at what cost though?
Yeah.
They gave TG blood, which gives him around 1,700 gold already.
Yeah,
That's a
and
lot.
we all know that the closer...
Almost.
Yeah, we all know that the closer TG, or Irelia rather, gets to that Trinity Force, the worse things will become. So, earlier we saw the PCFC actually also secure the first dragon.
Yes.
But we also saw that they weren't able to make it that worth it. So, this game, will they learn from that mistake they made earlier? Or will Mineski still be able to take the mid to late game?
Yes, also, even though, or theoretically, even though if, for example, in Irelia doesn't get the Trinity Force early on and has a same gold amount as a top lane Maokai, you have to build Maokai for like two tag items to try and mitigate the damage Irelia can dish out. Hit and style is a true damage skill, so you have to have HP with that. Possibly Righteous Glory for initiation, and then Frozen Heart for, of course, for 80 damage.
Yeah, and we can see that right now. The CS difference is quite huge. It's 55 to 39, but it looks like there's going to be a gank.
There you go. There's the... Whoa.
Oh, there
Nice
it
one.
is.
Ignite does kill off Yume. Very nice dash in there from...
Oh, wow, what a hook.
But here comes the engage in the bot lane. Luxuria putting in a good chunk of damage onto Zed, but the smoke screen actually stops him.
Oh! The burst! Two teleports!
There you go.
They
It will
cancelled.
be stopped
Yeah.
there, but whoa. Here comes Bitsum. It hits! There you go. That is going to be a sure kill onto EXO. Doesn't
wow.
have his Monsoon there. And like I said, the Annie flash in Tiber's immediate or instant initiation gives them that beautiful kill onto Yume. Yume tried to Spirit Dash out, but the Ignite was just too much.
The bear's too fast. You can't dodge it, Ari. So she was also forced to use her flash, so flash pretty much useless there. It gives Annie the kill, and so far, this is quite different from what we saw in the first game. We saw that Oni was given such a hard time by Yume, but this time, Oni, with the Annie pick, which Mineski probably did not expect. They were probably expecting a support Annie, but then the Thresh was brought out, and now Oni is free to finally snowball and get revenge on Yume.
Because it's not only the start of when you're going to the Summer's Rift that the battle starts.
Yes.
It's in the
Pick
ban
and
and
ban.
pick. Yes, ban and
Yes.
pick phase that it all begins. Because if you get a good pick, it's going to give you a good chance of winning your lane or winning in clashes, objective-wise. That's all about. That's actually a lot if you look at it.
Yes, that's true. So, looking at the top lane again, though, the difference
EXO,
between
though.
Nids and TG, we were discussing that TG, in terms of mechanics, is slightly better than Nids, so that probably reflects on why TG has been winning the top lane for the past 2 games.
Little bit of a misplay there from Bitsum. He was looking dead into that. Oh, but EXO here gets caught out. Doesn't hit the hook there, but here comes Nids. Ooh, almost hits the Spirit with the flame, but here comes Colette for the counter engage. There you go, kills Astarte in the blink of an eye. Bitsum will be forced to flash over, but that Ignite kills it, and that is a 2-4-0 exchange in favor of Mineski.
And in that one clash, Mineski turns it around. Again, this is almost a mirror image of what we saw in Game 2. Pacific Esports grabs the first few minutes of the game, and then Mineski comes in with a response to bring things back in their favor.
Yes, but already, Mineski had that feeling that Bitsum was already camping in the bot lane. Didn't see him in any lane actually. So yeah, that just gave them a lot of information. If you can't see an opponent and you know that what their champion is, you could 60 to 70% of the time guess where they're going to go in.
Yeah, based on rotations. That's
Yes, based on rotation.
good observation coming in from Mineski. So 10 minutes into the game, the Dragon's gonna come in a minute and 40 seconds. We're gonna see if PCFC can secure the second one, or will Mineski again steal it from them. I guess that's one of the scariest things about PCFC. It's that they have to carry over their early game lead over to the late game. Otherwise, Mineski, with their veteran status and their experience, they know how to close out the game.
Bitsum now starting to set up in this mid lane, but did Yume felt it, or no? He was actually just going in for the Raptors. So wow, the timing there for getting the Raptors was in favor of Yume.
Yeah, definitely. Just feeling it out. There wasn't vision on him, I think.
Yes,
So,
but now
oh my.
there's a clash. Oh, Bitsum takes a chunk of damage from Colette. But here comes
Oh
PG
my.
for the execution kill. Nids, is he trying to go in onto TG? TG has a lot of damage and tankiness. Does have that Hex Drinker to soak up the damage from the Vengeful Maelstrom and the Saplings. Bitsum there. Ouch.
Yeah, just great job then from TG to secure vision around this area. He knew that there would be a lot of ganks coming in from Batum, but looking at the level gap, it's level 6 to level 8. And that says a lot about even the CS count there. Rek'Sai has 52 and Batum only has 23,
Yes,
so
and like I've said before, if you can't start to snowball in that neatly, it'll hurt you a little bit
Yes.
as the game progresses. But here
Very
comes a
true.
gank in the bottom lane. Where is... Oh, actually, it was just a Void Rush over to the jungle. I thought it was a gank.
yeah, so but that's a teleport.
But there's the gank. Nice Monsoon there, but the power of Luxuria was just there.
Yeah.
He dies.
So
And now, that will spell immediately a Dragon for Pacific. They do lose in terms of the gold, but in Dragon, will they get it? Here is Colette in the sideline. Does put in that pink ward beside the pink ward of Pacific. It's just there.
Oh, there's
the
Colette.
teleport. Knocks up Luxuria, takes a lot of damage. Oh, but Yume again gets caught out. Will he die to the Ignite? Spirit rushing over to try and dodge it. He will die to Astarte, but Nids will immediately die after. TG, little bit tanky here. There's the box. Where is Luxuria and Bitsum? They're being flanked off, but Oni has that Morale Nomicon. Lots of burst damage, and Astarte is boxing out.
yeah,
Get
that's, yeah, it is. The puns from Asterai have helped us to understand the game, and
Yes.
that's a dragon, second dragon, I believe, for Pacific Esports. So they were finally able to secure that one. Let's just take a look at the replay. So we see here that Pacific Esports definitely wanted this fight, and Oni catches Yume out of position. He's forced to Spirit Rush. He doesn't contribute any kind of damage whatsoever. Forced to back out so early on in the game. Nids also gonna go down, but that's a mid laner for a top laner. More damage is taken away from Mineski in that case, and they really box out Pacific Esports from that dragon.
The puns
Or
are
Mineski.
real.
Yeah.
And sorry, what happened there was just and yung damage spike that Irelia would actually have when she starts to build in the components of Triforce or Trinity Force rather wasn't there. She
Yeah.
built in an early Hex Trigger
Yeah.
to counter out the damage output of Nids and Oni.
Yeah.
But she used all of her, let's say, offensive damage skills onto Nids. He did die, but then Oni was still there.
Yeah,
He
that's
still
true.
had his damage output, and then they just fell one by one to the damage output of that Annie with the Morellonomicon.
Yeah, we have to point out too that Yume had to adjust to Oni's damage by using an Athene's. So he's definitely playing slightly defensively now with the MR that he gets from Athene's. But in exchange, you also sacrifice the damage that the Morellonomicon would usually give you. So now, Mineski has to slightly play on the defensive side here because Oni
Ooh.
really scaring people.
It looks like Nids would actually build in a Rod of Ages. So he doesn't have the initiation. Granted, they do have Astarte and Oni to do that for them.
Yeah.
So he's just going in for the damage and more HP and tank ability.
Yeah, I guess he
if
also
that's the
wants
word.
to trade against TG in this top lane.
Yes. Oh wow! Double piercing light there. Pierces. Said and EXO. There you go.
So I guess we were saying earlier that Graves would have been equal or on foot with Luxuria, but really the hooks from Astarte really helping Luxuria to put out so much damage in the bottom lane, and we can see though that he's got 2 kills and is also a little bit even in terms of CS with Zed, so that's going to be an advantage for the bottom lane, but the first tower
Yeah.
goes to Mineski.
Batum here has spent a good amount of time, but here comes the gank for Colette. There's a knock-up onto Batum. Batum takes a lot of damage. There's the box, but Batum will be forced to flash out, but the Prey Seeker seeks its prey out with a kill onto Batum there. Wow.
There you go. Alright,
So
we were both
much.
amazed at the same time, but we have to point out the one very important thing that's been happening so far in 50 minutes of this game is that every time Batum wants to make a kill, Kulit is always there to respond, and that's such a big part of why Batum can't snowball as Nidali in this game. Kulit's always there, always shutting him down, and gosh, the damage from Kulit is just insane right now as well.
He's actually starting to build tanky now. He has that... Oh! Gets Zed right there! He's going to get bursted down immediately, but the Monsoon from EXO just pushes them away.
Yeah.
If you can say that Astarte can box someone out, EXO can box someone out as well.
Circle
Or
someone out.
Yeah, circle
Yeah,
it.
something like that.
The puns are horrible.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. But anyway, yeah, that was a good job from EXO. But still, the aggression coming from PCFC is unrelenting here. They just keep going, and Astarte, the hooks aren't real to him. He played Blitz. He's on Thresh. It makes a difference. He wants to kill.
Yes. Also, what I've noticed, there's a little bit of a communication error, I guess, coming in from Pacific.
Yeah.
Batum is taking too much damage from Macolette there. Astarte, yes, granted, he is using his box and other skills to try and zone out the other members that are following up for Macolette, but he could try and just use a hook to try and, let's say, leash
Yeah.
the beast, which
Yeah.
is Rek'Sai.
Alright, there's actually one thing that's quite important that I have to point out as well. We noticed in the second game that Yume was able to snowball in to the point where they couldn't do much to him in the mid game, and at the same time Oni wasn't able to do much as well. But in this game, things are much different now. We're seeing that Oni and Luxuria are really quite the carries right now in this game, and like Neep said, Pacific is the type of team that needs Oni and Luxuria to get going, and so far in this game, both have, well, they've been going. So with that, if they can keep this on for the rest of the game, then PCFC really has a chance to get the finals.
But Oni!
Oh my!
Sorry, Luxuria rather gets caught, but here comes Oni! Gets the kill onto Zed there, but Yume will finally actually get a revenge onto him. But while that is happening, TG in the top lane gets a double kill onto, I believe, Batum and Nids. Can we get a replay onto that, please? To
Yeah.
see what happened there. It was a 2v1 actually, and TG had that Trinity Force up, so wow.
Yeah, Yume also got his revenge. Oh my!
Ouch! There's a knockup onto Colette!
Oh.
Oh, sorry, knockup by Colette rather, and Astarte gets zoned out.
Alright,
Here's
so
the replay.
take a look at the replay here. TG with a 2 versus 1 against Nids and Batum at full health as well. But because of the early advantage that TG got, he wasn't afraid. Batum also with a slight disadvantage. He's deleted
Yowza.
so fast in the game. And, well, yeah, we zoom out there for a while. But TG able to delete both members of Pacific Esports. Such huge carrying potential right now for TG. This is quite scary against PCFC. He's able to take out 2 members, and ideally the tank as well for PCFC. So TG, really the anti-carry potential right now is real from him.
Yes. The 1v1 bruiser, which is Derelli, became into a 2v1.
2v1.
Wow. That's some gold output that they had. Oh, sorry. Rather, the
Damage,
investment that they
yeah.
gave TG early on wasn't put to waste. But it is
Yikes.
going to be a contest here for the Dragon. The Dragon Dance has begun.
And this is actually quite scary. Oh, but TG comes from behind!
Oh, now
Oh.
it's follows up. Astarte will get knocked up here. Nids is in no man's land. He is just getting chased here by EXO, actually. EXO does get pushed back away, but at what cost? A 3-for-0 in favor of Mineski, and Mineski already has a 7,000 gold lead.
Alright, so let's look at the replay. Oni totally caught out of position. He couldn't do anything in that team fight. So much team fight potential removed from the game. and now PCFC has nothing left to do but back out. Nids comes in just a little bit too late, and all he has to contribute is to run away from. And Astarte tries to disengage, but just way too much burst damage in there from Mineski. Nids can't tank for anyone in his team, and I think that's a disadvantage here with PCFC. If PCFC has a full on all-in composition, they have no kind of disengage. So when they're
Yes.
caught out, there's not much options they have left to run away.
And if you actually look into the map right here, there was no vision here, here, and here from Pacific.
Yes.
It was only this. There was a ward here, but it expired. Not only this one ward right over here, and that gave TG so much room to be
Yeah.
able to gap close onto Oni, even without using his Blade Surge.
Yeah.
And they got an immediate amount of damage onto Oni, and that just spelled disaster
Yes.
for Pacific Esports.
Yeah.
If you're going in for a objective, you should ward
Around it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not only the area of the opponents, also your own area, because if your opponent's team has that flank potential,
Yeah.
they will do it.
That's true.
There's
Ooh,
the hook
but a
onto
hook land.
Yume, but
Yeah.
nothing will spell out of it.
Yeah,
No
actually, that's
follow-up.
one of the disadvantages, I guess, with Pacific Esports is that they're reliant on Oni and Luxuria to carry, but the moment that TG, the anti-carry, gets anywhere near them, that spells almost imminent death for Pacific Esports. Especially since Batum has not snowballed yet. He's only built his full jungle item,
Yes,
and he
and
doesn't have another full item other
Opponents
than
for
that.
the Route of Ages. There's
Ooh.
damage onto Colette, but he's pretty tanky right now. Nids!
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. He's going to die? No, he will not. The burn is not there yet. Colette, super low HP, but Luxur tries to go in the hook. Or rather, the spear misses. Exo flashes over the wall. Swag flash there to save his life, rather. But Yume is in the backline. Oh, Luxur doesn't dodge the returning orb of deception there. Nids tries to do what he can. He is actually cleaning up right now. And that is a 3-4-3 exchange. Messy fight there. There's the replay.
Yeah, so let's take a look at that replay. So Batum gets way caught out of position. He's squishier than a marshmallow, but the rest of his teammates come in to respond. EXO with a pretty good monsoon there, but that's pretty much not gonna stop Pacific Esports' aggression. They do try to take down. Wow, the death sentence, really the death sentence there. He's able to shut down Kulit, but EXO forced the flash over the wall. This was a pretty even exchange, but the main advantage here for Mineski is that Yume is able to get back into the game. He's able to get a triple kill in this clash, and that really helps him to fight against Oni. Before his death, he's able to land a triple kill. I think he's able to, his Q takes out Batum, and now Yume's back in the game.
Yeah. But oh wow, Luxur takes a lot of damage. Was that one all attack and equilibrium strike? Puts him to 50% HP.
Yeah, so Batum really squishier than a marshmallow right now.
Also, Yume was late to the party there, but that was actually the perfect timing for him to go in.
That's true.
Luxuria was super low HP, and Yume, but here comes the engage. Nice play there from a start that saves actually only with the Dark Passage.
Oh my.
There's the Ignite onto him. He will still survive. They get the kill onto Astarte. They get the kill onto Exo. Colette's a little bit too tanky for them, but that was a 2-4-0 exchange. Pacific Esports still at a gold disadvantage, but they're playing their disadvantage well with countering out Mineski's aggression.
That's true. Actually, I want to point out that. Oh wait, let's
Here
just
comes
wait
the engage.
for.
Colette is actually a little bit too over-aggressive. TG and said we're on the way actually, but they didn't respect that Luxuria had an infinity edge with that static shiv. But they're actually going in onto TG right now. They will not. Oh, he actually takes a spear to the face and still it deals no damage to
He's
him.
dancing right now, right in front of him. He knows that they can't kill him.
Yeah, he feels like he's dancing tonight.
But anyway, I have to point out though one of the important things that happened earlier, how PCFC got that advantage 2 for nothing is it was a slight misplay as well for Mineski because Kulit did burrow in, but other than that there wasn't any kind of CC, so it was an easy play. It gave Oni way too much time to set up his stun. Yume got kind of over aggressive. He spirit rushed in, and that gave Oni just a simple Tibber stunt to just completely delete him from the clash.
Yes. Also, the build path for Oni he actually has that.
Oh,
Is that-
mobility boots as well.
Actually, no. The upgrade for it is that's the upgrade for cooldown for flash and teleport. Yeah, distortion
Yeah.
boots. So he really wants to get that flash up again to be able to do what he was doing in the early game, which
Yeah.
is to immediately initiate. But Sed takes a lot of damage to the hook, and Luxura gets the kill there. Sed a little bit too aggressive in lane pushing.
Very reckless play there. He had no vision around that area of the jungle with the blue buff.
But that was a perfect timing for Sed to die. Actually, the dragon will be up in about 28 seconds. Sed in 24,
Yeah.
and he doesn't have the home guard boots to be able to go back in fast. So
Yeah.
Pacific do have a positional advantage. They should finish this off with warding advantage as well in the dragon area, but still nothing yet.
Yeah, actually, they don't have much wards around this area. So, like you said, they have to cover both the enemy area and their own, but so far, Pacific's vision not looking so good.
Yes, Yume does, or rather is in this part of the game where he can delete the squishy targets, so he will. TG having a 2-level gold advantage, level advantage onto Nids there. He puts a good damage onto Nids. Nids will be forced to back off. He does have his teleport, and TG does have his own. There's a teleport from TG. Colette, will he tunnel in and do some nice play there?
Awkward teleport!
There you go. Nids actually super low HP will be forced to flash away. Vengeful Maelstrom is still taking for him. They will get
yikes.
that dragon really fast. And there you go. Charmin misses by an inch there, but he will get bursted down. And Pacific need to back away from this. They will not get anything from that. And wow, there's just too much damage coming out of TG right now.
Yeah, and we have to point out that, like you said, PCFC should have taken advantage of the position they had 15 seconds before Dragon came out, but they took so much time, they were so lax before the Dragon popped up, and very awkward teleport, I have to say, from Nids. It was a slight miscommunication. He warded, or rather teleported, right in front of the whole team, so he had nothing to do but flash out, and now they're rotating to a Baron.
And no one from Pacific is able to counter this out. Oh, Batum doesn't get it with that Monsoon. Oni gets caught out. He tried to flash in and do something. Will they get something out of this? Oh, EXO actually flashes out of that spear alongside it. I thought he would have flashed in front of the spear and died. But still, the advantage goes in favor of Mineski. Little by little,
Yeah,
they're getting this game into their hands.
Yeah, this is actually quite scary because they have the second dragon in the Baron, and that's a huge spike in terms of pushing potential. So with the lane at top push, at the lane at bottom push, and now mid lane pushing as well.
Here comes
This could
TG
be
trying to do
dangerous.
what he can. He's actually pushing out 3 members of Pacific by him. He got slowed, he got exhausted, but he's still going in. Astarte gets slowed up. There's the hook from Astarte. And TG a little bit too low there. He will back off. But Sred gets a triple kill for himself. Nids is just tanking, but there is no one to help him. He's going to die a lonely bark. Not a tree anymore. Going to get chopped down even if there is no lumberjack scion.
Yeah. Alright, so that was... We can see how painful TG is right now. 717, he's got the Trinity Force, the Hex Drinker, and the Randuins, and he totally pushed 3 members away all by himself there, and that was the danger with grabbing an Irelia here. He has so much...
But there's the engage
target
on the
potential.
Sred. Will he die the laser? Oh, but the Tibbers though gets the burn onto him. Colette takes a lot of damage. Batum is in the follow-up. There's Yume getting the hunt onto him. TG. Actually, he's not there. Why am I talking about him? EXO is actually running for his life.
Alright, I'm sorry. I just...
Okay.
Not so sure when I'm talking about TG.
I was actually... I think I have an explanation for it. It's because TG is in that Nightblade Irelia, it's blue, and EXO is also in that Reporter Jana, which is also blue, so that's why.
Yeah, is that your favorite color?
I got
distracted.
I got distracted.
The blue is too real.
Yes, but they did get a kill onto Sed, which is a consolation prize. But the inhibitor is now down in the mid lane for Pacific.
Yeah.
So there's a, let's say, open lane there for the super minions to push on, and just gives Mineski the possibility to be able to slowly but surely siege in either the bot lane or the top lane, and the, let's say, wave clear potential for Pacific. I haven't talked about this
Yeah,
the
I was
whole
actually
game.
about to bring it up.
Yeah, they only have Luxuria's ultimate
Yeah.
to clear off the waves fast enough. And if you actually look at it, TG or Colette can tank that up and let the minion wave not pay the price
Yeah.
for his ultimate. And that would just lower their fight potential because he uses ultimate, Luxuria will actually use his ultimate to try
Yeah.
and clear the waves, and it can actually be tanked by TG or Macolette.
Yeah, that's why I was pointing out the pushing spike from Mineski. It's because there's not a lot of options that Pacific has to answer that pushing spike. Once they got the Baron and the Dragon buff for second one, the
Yes.
second Dragon buff, there was really not much options for PCFC.
But now, if you actually look into the itemizations coming in from Mineski, there's an Unlock of the Iron Solari and Bloodthirster already completed from Zed and Exo, which means that if Oni gets a catch onto Zed, he has the shield from the Bloodthirster and then
The locket.
the locket also with the shield from Exo to be able to tank it up. Of course, the True Grit is there for little bit of a
Tanky.
safe tankiness from
Yeah.
his passive.
So he has 3 shields to deal with just to take down Sid. That's really a lot of... Plus TG as well.
And he
TG
has-
can connect to Oni so quickly.
Yeah, he has the Guardian Angel to be able to
Mm.
always put a lot of damage onto the top tier 3. Nids won't be able to do anything. He will just try to run away. PG's still going in. No one from Pacific is actually going to try it and do something. They're trying to go in. There's the
Oh.
flash in. They will
Oh,
get
wow.
Yume there and Exo. What a nice play there from Pacific. Out of the blue, they get in the blue characters.
That piercing light though was a hit too, and wow, the burst from Oni and Luxuria really. PCFC is completely reliant now on Oni and Luxuria to deal damage because Batum has not snowballed since the start of the game. He's now building tanky actually with a Rod of Ages. So at this point, they really have to make some good picks.
Ooh, almost gets the hook there. And we were talking about a while ago that Zed had to be able to tank Oni's damage.
Yeah.
But what they did was go in onto Yume and
Yeah.
Exo and
Yeah.
get a good chunk of damage onto them.
Yeah, they were just like,
Oh, but here comes TG!
Oh my.
He's trying to go in, but here goes the teleport by Nitz. There's the Void Rush from Macolette. Zed is in the backline, putting a lot of damage onto Batum. Batum! Will he die?
yes, he
one
will.
more auto attack. There's Macolette trying to go in onto Luxuria. There's the hook! Oh, he had a static shield? Oh, he actually had a Yomus Blows Blade with the
Yikes.
what's this item?
Oh my.
Again.
TG.
The Frozen Mount.
Guardian
TG
Angel.
will get popped in by that, but still has his Guardian Angel. He was actually dancing in front of the top. The
Oh my!
Here
The 3-man
comes-
stun!
3-man stun, but here comes the shield from Exo, just taking a lot of damage, sustaining a lot of damage from Oni there. But little by little, Mineski is just finishing this game off by the book.
Yeah, they're crawling into the Nexus so quickly, and they haven't had a single answer for TG. Whenever TG comes in, there's really not a lot of disengaged options. They can't keep Oni and Luxuria safe, and I think that's
Oh.
one of the most important reasons why PCFC can't get back at this game. They can't push out the lanes because Baron buff and the inhibitors are down, and they can't keep TG away either, just because the gap between Nids and TG is so big right now.
Yes, there was actually a nice play there coming in from Pacific to try and get the Dragon, but like you said, TG's just the man of the game right now. He's unkillable
Yes.
by any of the members of Pacific alone. Astarte, will he try to do something here?
Oh my!
There's the go in by Macolette. He will get knocked up. Luxuria is in the backline. There's a box, but what can it do? There's the flash in from Exo. Ooh, Luxuria takes a lot of damage. Said flash in to follow up. But Zoom is just doing what he can to do damage onto Macolette. But Macolette's really tanky right now. Luxuria will die to Zed there, and the clash still is happening. Oni gets knocked up and gets shut down by TG. TG's following up onto Batum here. Batum is just pouncing up and down, left and right, trying to go away. He did activate his flash, but TG, with that Randuin's, gives him so much time to chase him. And while that was happening, Zed and Yume split pushing, getting the 2 Nexus turrets. And this will be the game, in my opinion, if they're not going to
It looks like Mineski is gonna enter the finals, guys.
Wow.
The veteran experience has really shown in this game. They were able to shut down Batum so well, And despite the great carry potential from Oni and Luxuria, Mineski is going to finish the game and end this one for a 2-1 in their favor.
Yes, and Mineski advances into the finals.
Yes. So the
Wow.
undefeated team is able to move on to the finals. So let's just break down this final score. So Yume with a 7-6-2 on the KDA. He was lagging behind in the early game, but he was able to catch up. TG, the MVP pretty much of this game.
Wow.
Such anti-carry potential. 10-1-9. What a KDA from TG. What a performance from him. And also from Sed, who helped out with the damage potential. Really, they were not able to keep Batum safe. 1-8-10. Really quite some underperformance from him in this game. And really, Mineski shows their veteran status as they proceed to the finals of the PGS.
And again, you also have to commend Colette for being able
yes,
to sense out where Batum would almost always go.
yeah,
He already knew that Oni can handle himself 1v1 against Yume, because Oni had that good advantage already in the early game. So Batum would most likely try to get Luxuria going,
Yeah.
because Nids can just follow up with some tankiness and might have been able to counteract TG, but this was a gamble for Pacific Esports to handle.
yeah.
TG just snowballed uncontrollably out of the lane, and then Colette was just everywhere with that Rek'Sai.
Yes. So definitely props to Colette there. He was able to completely shut down Batum, and Nids had nothing to do against TG. So Mineski now moves over to the finals for tomorrow at 4 p.m. for a best of 5 against, well, we don't know who just yet. IPT versus War Gods next for you guys. It's going to be a best of 3 as well. We're going to see they did tie up in the standing during the group stage. We're now going to see who can finally break that tie.
Yes, next game, next game will be GameX War Gods versus Imperium Pro Team. But before that happens, it is time for the
yes.
raffle for the Karkaria.
Oh my gosh, guys,
you do it.
Guys, this is your chance to win this.
Alright, so
This is your chance.
how do we do this?
Alright, so we're now going to go over to randomize the names that we received. So many people joined the promo, but now let's just move over to the randomized site. So we're going to go over now and show you guys live who will win this one.
Alright, so
through the
randomize?
honors.
Alright, so in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, randomize.
Ooh, oh my gosh. Oh! And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Razor Carcarius.
For the first Razor Karkaria,
Yes,
rather.
the first one is Ryan Garcia, I believe. So,
Ryan Garcia.
yeah, so pasensya na lang kung mali yung pronunciation namin, but
or Reen.
yeah,
or
Reen or Ryan or
Reon.
not sure, but regardless of name,
Reon.
congrats to you, Mr. Garcia. You have won.
Actually, Mr. and Miss,
Razor.
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, right,
It's a
that's
unisex name.
Yeah,
so I'm
so-
not sure.
Congratulations to you, Summoner. You win this Razor Carcarius.
Yes.
Congratulations. Wow, out of
Um,
like, how many joined this one?
174.
Wow, so 174 people, you win this one. So we'll...
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're gonna contact you. I believe we'll get your contact details. And
Yeah, we'll call you.
yeah, congratulations. That's right, making the moves, but alright. So,
This is just a joke, man.
Yeah.
Alright, so that was the best of 3 series for set 1 in a very bloody match between Pacific
Yes.
Esports versus Mineski Globe. Mineski Globe triumphing. If you didn't count out their disqualification, they're still undefeated.
yes, definitely. So Mineski really showing their veteran status for this one. We will now move on to the next set, which will be between Imperium Pro Team and War Gods, who will face Mineski in tomorrow's finals. We'll see about that. We're going to take this short break. Again, this is GS Amplifier,
And I'm GS Astrai with an eye.
and we'll be right back.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
And we are back! I am GS Asarai with an I, and alongside here with me is...
GM Kairu.
And again, this is the Smart Prepaid GameX Pro Gaming Series 2015 playoffs.
Yes.
Before we do start, we would like to congratulate again
Rian Garcia of Navotas for winning a...
oh my gosh, it's transparent.
a Razor Carcarius. Congratulations to you, my friend.
Yes, if we can only give it to you via the screen.
Yes.
So you can enjoy watching the Pro Gaming Series with some awesome, I believe,
Yes.
7.1 surround sound.
That's awesome,
Whoa.
man. Super
Alright.
solid ng background mo pag yun yung gamit mo.
Yes, and now we are going into GameX War Gods versus Imperium Pro Team in this best of 3 series
Yes.
for a chance to go against Mineski Globe for the title of, let's say, champion.
Yeah, the championship
Yes.
of the PGS Playoffs 2015, the road to GPL summer season.
Yes. The excitement continues.
Yeah. What?
Right? And now we are going into the ban and pick phase. An immediate ban onto the Poppy, onto the Zed, and onto the Needly
Yes.
right there.
So we saw the emergence of Needly Jungle in the current meta. Lagi na siya natin nakikita, no? Talagang ginutilize ng mga teams yung kanyang buff from the 5.3 patch.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, usually they go for a tank top in an AD mid, which is usually a Zed. Tapos they go for a Needly, or siguro medyo AP basta tank top tapos AP based jungling which is Needly. Sobrang lakas kasi nung kanyang damage potential output early game eh. Pero she needs to snowball first, 'di ba? Kasi once na hindi siya nakakuha ng items immediately, mahihirapan siya mag-jungle kasi virtually wala siya masyadong tankiness, 'di ba? Sobrang lambot ni Needly eh. And ang meron lang siya is sustain coming from her E and the damage output.
Yes. And with that, you can see that the final bans for Imperium Pro Team is the Lee Sin and the Irelia.
Mhm.
Lee Sin, Ravane used
Yeah.
it very effectively
Yeah,
in his
actually.
debut game.
That was
very
That was awesome, man. I mean, the Ravane's Lee Sin was really impressive, you know. I think he was one of the main reasons why GameX War Gods won that game against IPT. Sobrang ganda nung kanyang mga set, tsaka yung mga pasok niya with that Lee Sin. And yes, Anivia ban coming from GameX War Gods, no? Yun yung nagpahirap sa GameX War Gods against their fight against Imperium Pro Team. And yun yung naging reason kung bakit hindi nila mapasok itong si Zencho. Kaya nakaka-free hit yung kalista niya from the backlines. It's because of the Anivia capability to zone out GameX War Gods.
yes, and also the Irelia, of course. Yung ano talaga yung set 1 nung with Mineski and
Yeah, man.
Pacific. JLC in the last game just
Yes.
wow, dominated. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
rather TG,
yeah.
in the top lane.
Man mode
Rather.
TG.
Yes, and they don't want that to happen with JLC because John Lloyd Cruz is a beast Irelia.
Yes,
as well.
actually, yes. He has notable performances in the GPL and the PGS using Irelia. And Irelia kasi is quite a safe pick in the top lane, no?
Yes,
Kasi
all
meron
around
siyang- all around. And medyo tanky, can dish out so much damage as well. And a very good team player din. So, really, an Irelia is a ban-worthy champion as of the moment.
if not one of the most, like
Yes.
I said, bad
Actually,
champions.
trivia lang, Irelia has been last nerfed 2 years ago.
Wow.
Yun yung last nerf niya. And it's not really a nerf that's game breaking for Irelia. Like, it's just a minor nerf. Kaya dun siya na nakuha yung term na Rito, nerf Irelia please. Kasi 2 years na siyang ganyan na hindi na nerf and still so far. Oh, okay. So additional information coming from Amplifier, no. She is getting a rework. So meron siyang visual update
Finally.
plus yung kit niya meron din.
It's gonna
Ayun.
get a little bit changed. So hindi na
Yes.
better nerf Irelia, better
Yes.
rework Irelia.
Better rework Irelia, ayun.
Work that. Alright, so back to the ban and pick phase. You can see here now for GameX War Gods, the double composition for the AP in terms of the Lissandra and the LeBlanc.
Yes.
And in the bot lane, it's going to be the Graves with the Fiddlesticks?
Maybe they have the diamond spirit in them.
No, it's going to be the Blitzcrank. Alright,
Yes.
they had the diamond spirit in mind, but then stronger. Ooh.
Oh, Leona. Okay.
Similar to how a Leona Corki works.
Yeah.
The level 2 all-ins
Yes.
is possible with the Graves
Yes.
just because of that buckshot. It's a good improvise to the, let's say, Phosphorus one coming from
It's
a Corki.
actually
it wasn't really the Leona Corki, yung original na bot lane. It was actually Graves Leona.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was the level 2 power spike. Level 2, hit you in your face, kill ya combination. Combination. I'm turning British now.
Yeah.
But yeah, really, yung level 2 power spike ng Graves sa Leona is super strong that they can immediately get a kill 2v2 in the bot lane once they hit level 2 kapag medyo hindi masyadong disengaged champion yung gamit mo like Janna or Nami.
Yes.
Mahirapan ka talaga makipag-lane kung ganun. And gusto ko lang din i-note, no, double ADR composition coming from Imperium. Siguro, I think they're gonna opt for an Ez mid and the Cho'Gath top lane. And we have seen the emergence also of the Ezreal mid lane or Corki mid lane in different regions like NA, EU, and Korea. It was actually, I think, it originated from Korea.
Yes.
Then it was adapted in NA and EU. And what I can say about the AD?
Okay, there
What?
you go. Akala kasi mag-mid lane Corki. It was like holding it for a while and then swapped over.
Yeah, so continuing, what I can say about the double AD composition is that if you don't snowball early game, and if you get, if you don't get fed or, you don't get rack up some kills early game, your team will definitely have a hard time. And you need a tank to, to maximize the double AD carry. Kasi you have so much burst potential in the late game, but in the early and mid game, you're gonna have a hard time.
Yes. And like you've said again, kung nag-snowball sila, they do get snowball. They get snowball pretty hard.
Yes.
And with Ezreal and Corki, these are two caster type ADRs.
Yes, actually, yes.
So for me, the Corki's damage spike will go in to around the time that he finishes his Trinity
Actually,
Force.
yes. He has
true.
one of the strongest mid game spikes
Yes,
once he builds that.
As for the Ezreal, I believe he spikes up a little bit later with that Mana Mooning
Yes,
first,
yes.
and then Trinity Force
Yes.
right after.
Yeah.
We'll see what
On point.
happens.
That's very on point.
Yes. Alright, but yung isang problem then with having that mid lane Ezreal is that he's going against
A LeBlanc. Yes, exactly.
Yes, and what can you say about this?
He's gonna have a hard time, definitely. I mean,
Talaga nangyari.
he's gonna have a hard time in the mid lane with the LeBlanc. Kasi Ezreal is a good champion to go in the mid lane kapag ang katapat mo is walang gap closer. Ezreal is a very mobile champion because of his arcane shift as well as yung kanyang Q ability, Mystic Shot, na nagre-reduce ng cooldown. So, napaka-mobile niyang champion. And kung walang mobility skill yung mid laner nyo, you're gonna have a hard time countering Ezreal. And with the LeBlanc pick, I think Light is definitely gonna have a hard time in the mid lane.
Yes. And how about top lane? I mean, yes, I've seen a lot of Cho'Gath and Lissandras, and Cho'Gath can really sustain his lane.
Yes.
But with these junglers having, of course, aggressive level 3 ganks, what do you think would, benefit these top laners?
I think Hate would have a hard time early game kasi Lissandra, has the strong poke potential as well as mobility coming from her E. But then, once they hit level 6, there's an immense skill pressure coming from Hate because of his ultimate, which deals through damage. I think everyone knows that.
Yes.
And because of that, I think around level 6, JLC would opt to gank different other lanes than duel it out against Hate.
Yes, and before we do go into the Rift, we would like to talk first about the mechanics for the watch and win ng Carcarias. Alright,
Yes.
so going into the... Alright, so please go.
Okay.
Click it. There you go. Alright, so you can see right now, before I do say that again, marireset yung parang nag-register. So you have to re-register in order to be available to join in. So you can see right now, pretty fast, a registration form will be posted in the PGS FB page. That is www.facebook.com/progamingseries. May open at any time. And registration will be open for 5 minutes only. And random, namin sasabihin when the registration link will be up.
Yeah, so you need to watch carefully.
Yes, and winners will be contacted by Garena representatives. And that's about it. And before, again, we get back into the game, we will be back after a very, 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 very short break.
recite the maxim. Same day as Japan, Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
And we are back! Again, this is the Smart Prepaid GameX Pro Gaming Series 2015 Playoffs. This is a best of 3 series between GameX War Gods versus Imperium Pro Team. For the blue side, we have JLC in the top lane, Cassandra. For the jungle, it will be Ravane on that Pantheon. Mid lane will be Ashi for the LeBlanc, and for the bottom lane duo, it will be BYY for the Graves, and Stronger will be supporting him with that Leona.
And for the red side, we have Imperium Pro Team. In the top lane, we have Hate. In that Shogat. In the jungle, we have Poisanity with that Rek'Sai. In the mid lane, we have Lights using that Ezreal mid. And in the bottom lane, we have Zensho and Carl with that Corki and Janna.
Yes, sorry for my enthusiasm. This is the playoffs, so I'm really hyped to see set 2.
Get the hype on!
Yeah! Alright, a little bit too much hype there.
There's no such thing as little bit too much hype.
Alright,
It's
so
the hype.
It's the hype. Alright, so there won't. This doesn't look like any lane swaps will be happening.
Yeah, I think it's quite an even lane.
Yeah.
It's just I think Imperium would outpoke GameX War Gods. Kasi knowing that it's a Janna and Corki has that phosphorus bombs, and I think he has a rage advantage as compared to BYY's Graves.
Also, looking into where Ravane is actually starting with his Pantheon, is there a possibility that he would actually go in for an early bot lane gank, considering that there is a support Leona, or the mid lane, considering that Ezreal only has that flash early on, level 1 or let's say level 2 if he decides to go in for that.
I think it's highly
Essence
unlikely to go for Ravane to go for a level 2 gank unless they're, GameX War Gods wants to play this one really aggressively. Pero it's possible kasi napakadali ng ganks coming from a Pantheon kasi di ba point and shoot lang naman yung kanyang Aegis of Zionia.
Yes.
So it's a very easy thing to do, just gank. All you need to worry about is your positioning and your teammates' positioning as well.
Very true. Look at
So,
that. Poisanity so fast in clearing with that Queen's Wrath.
actually, meron ako dating nakitang build for... Oh, wow!
Here kasi engage
Early
onto
engage.
Zensho. Stronger follows Zensho as he Valkyrie.
It's actually nice to see, GameX War God trying to utilize the power spike coming from a Graves Leona combo in the bot lane so early on.
Yeah, on the ball
Yeah,
lane.
if you notice, it's hitting a British slowly.
We're slowly turning into British.
British.
Yeah. But while that is happening, Poisanity a little bit eager to try and gank. He is level 3, very healthy,
Yes.
but there's the ward there. JLC a little bit too overextended here. He will be able to use his dash. Will there be a flash? Yes, there will be, but it's not Poisanity who does it. It is JLC. So, successful gank there from Poisanity.
It was a flash burn, so...
Yes, but oh, here comes an engage onto Zensho. Zensho misses.
Oh!
Here comes the engage by Poisanity. Ravane is here. Poisanity takes a lot of damage, but he will not be first blooded, if that's a word. But Ravane has the double buff. He's going on to Hate right now. He has the ability to hit him one more hit. Does have his flash, but a worthy gank there. The
Yeah, that
first
was-
blood went to Poisanity, I believe.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it went to Poisanity.
Okay, there you go.
So we have a Rek'Sai with a Rangers Trailblazer, and then we'll see what Pantheon gets for his first jungle item here.
Looks like he'll actually, if ever he wants to be able to clear, will go in for Trailblazer as well.
Yeah, but I think it's better if he goes for a Stalker's Blade. Kasi Rek'Sai has a decent clear potential naman diba?
Yeah. Also, there was actually a talk. Remember that I posted this lolclass.com
Yeah, yeah.
videos, the 5.4 patch breakdown.
Yes.
I believe it was I Would Dominate who talked about with the changes on the tier 2 items that you can't freely swap
Switch.
them.
Yeah, Rangel's Trailblazer.
Yeah,
is
there's a
top
250.
choice.
He talked about that it actually solidified the Ranger's Trailblazer being like 80% of the time being picked on. But here's a gag onto Hate. He's getting picked on right now. And there's the flash by Rivane. Ooh, one more spike and
Wow.
there you go. The Q from both of these members from GameX War Gods gets the kill onto Hate there,
Yes,
making.
So nakikita natin, no? Ito si Rivane nagtatayo na ng tent sa top lane.
He's camping.
He's getting camped.
Yes, and back to what I was saying,
Mhm.
it's actually solidifying Ranger's Trailblazer as the most bought jungle item.
Yes, yes.
Almost like 90% of the time.
Mhm.
And with that, because Skirmisher Saber is a good item, but as in terms of clearing and being able to gank,
Yeah.
Ranger's Trailblazer is still there because you can use your jungle kit for ganking. And then a Stalker's Blade is the second most bought, but
Yes.
then it's just good for champions who need an extra
CC.
CC like Rek'Sai because he can clear waves
Yes,
fast.
yes,
right?
exactly. And what he needs to do is that he can meron na siya ng pampasok na skill, di ba?
Yeah,
Yung
the
kanyang
tunnel.
tunnel,
Yes.
tapos knock up. So actually, yun nga, yung kanyang hindi niya na kailangan ng additional clearing speed ng Ranger's Trailblazer. He just needs a little bit more oomph in terms of ganking. So kailangan niya nung kanyang
Yes.
Stalker's Blade. Pero Ranger's Trailblazer, in my opinion, is a decent pickup for a Rek'Sai. Kasi he'd clear jungle camps faster and, mas may opportunity siyang maka-reach na level 6 immediately. So, yun nga, better mobility around the map for a Rek'Sai.
Yes. JLC putting a lot of damage onto Hate there, but Hate is actually putting a lot of damage back to JLC.
Yes.
Poisanity does use that sentry here to be able to scout out the members of War Gods trying to invade.
Okay, so nakikita natin dito, no? Meron ng Fear of the Goddess, itong si Imperium Light sa mid lane, and he has that long sword. I'm not sure. I think he's going for a Phage. I think he's going for a Phage immediately. Kasi it's an okay choice, pero I think, in my opinion, it would be better if Light would get a Manamune first. Kasi it would greatly increase the speed of his stacking.
Yes, but now, slowly but surely, JLC and Haith are just duking it out in the top lane. Haith has been ganked 2 times, he died once, and he's still going head-to-head against JLC here.
Yeah, kasi yun nga, nakita natin, no, kapag lumalapit na sa level 6, nakikita na natin na medyo lumalabang na itong si Hit. Kasi in terms of damage, I think he can match JLC. Tapos, meron pa siyang additional sustain coming from his passive. So,
Yes.
medyo lumalabang na itong si Hate sa top lane.
Here's the go on onto Zensho. Beautiful Valkyrie there. Will actually flash there from Stronger. Forces Zensho to flash away for himself. But, ooh, the Phosphorus Bomb deals a good chunk of damage onto VYY. They do win that.
Yeah, they actually win.
skirmish.
They won that trade. Kasi it was an AD carry's flash that was burned. And it was a support flash's burn. It was a support's flash that was burned coming from GameX War Gods.
Yes, and looking at the experience bar from Stronger, around possibly 2 more waves until he gets level 6. And that's I believe 5 minutes, right? Window of opportunity for them to gank Zensho without his flash.
Yeah, 5 minutes, 300 seconds. And I think it's now around 250 seconds or around that much.
Yes.
So meron naman silang timer coming from Leona's flash as well kasi medyo mali yung window nandun na eh. Kasi meron sabay sila almost they flashed.
You always have to take into account the summoner spells.
Yes, exactly.
They're very game changing if you use them properly.
Yeah, of course. Kasi 'di ba, kailangan mo i-time ng mabuti yung iyong ang layo ng range
Wow.
nung binding ni
LeBlanc, there you go. Wow, talagang hinahabol siya hanggang sa kaduluduluhan.
Yeah, pero it's impressive how Light plays this one out, no? He doesn't go for aggressive plays, which is the correct way of playing an Ezreal mid lane. Kasi nga, wala siya masyadong powers, early game powers.
Yeah.
Kailangan niya ng items para sa kanyang power spike. And in terms of CS din, no, lamang pa siya kay Ochi, which is rather medyo
Surprising?
Surprising, yes, exactly. And yeah,
Oh, who will get the kill onto the first ward there? It will be DYY. A little bit of a win there
Yes.
against Carl. Granted, he does have that. Oh, but here comes the guy onto Light. Stronger falls him to the ends of the earth, but here comes a follow-up gag by Ravain, and Archie gets the kill. But here comes Hate. He'll try to hold on to
wow!
Stronger there with this right step. Micros in, and Hate is in a bad position. He will be able to get out of there, but IPT with the first dragon of the game there.
Yes, so I mean, GameX Wargods expended a lot of resources.
Yes, but that Poisanity, oh my gosh, she got ripped on in a matter of seconds. JLC actually be saved by that minion. I
Yeah,
believe
he actually
Zen-
flashed.
Yeah, and also Zensho didn't have like
Mana?
oh yeah, he had mana, but the creep was actually blocking the path.
Oh,
for JLC.
the rocket.
Yeah,
the
it was
rocket.
one more
I
rocket.
see.
Would have killed JLC there.
I see.
Yeah.
Alright, so we can see that GameX Wargods VYY took that turret down, and it's a 4-1 score in favor of GameX Wargods. A 2k gold lead, 10 minutes into the game. Still too early to tell who's gonna, who has the, the advantage.
yeah.
But then, early advantage coming from GameX Wargods. Pero, that doesn't define the game still.
Yes.
So,
but ang question ko na lang ito, yes, there is a damage spike for Light.
Mhm.
He is steadily farming really well. Actually, he's farming really well.
Yes, actually.
7 CS gold lead against Ochi. And Zensho also farming pretty well. It is a little bit below against BYY.
Mhm.
But my question here is, whose damage spike is better? Is it Ochi and BYY or Light and Zensho? Because yes, Light does need a little bit more time to be able to get that Muramana.
yes.
Zensho only needs the Trinity Force to start being significant in the game.
Mhm.
And then VYY, in your opinion, you're a Graves player, what's like the damage spike items for a Graves?
The damage spike item for a Graves, I think it's an IE and a BT.
Alright.
Possibly a Last Whisper as well, and a Phantom Dancer. Actually, I was never a fan of Static Shiv. I was always a person who loved the Phantom Dancer, even before the buff to it in the last few patches.
Yeah.
Pero I think, mas magpa-power spike dito yung GameX Wargod sa mid-game. Sa mid-game. Kasi, you cannot talk about the late game without going through the mid-game. And, by that logic, kung magkakapag-snowball itong si Ochi,
Oh, but there's a stun to
Hold
right
on.
there. There's the jump on by Revade. Sorry about that. But they will get the kill Stronger with that W pop. But here comes Zensho. He will also pop Stronger with that rocket. And 1-for-1 trade in favor of War Gods there. Shredding down Light. Ang ganda nung SS ni Stronger.
yeah,
Pinpoint.
actually, yes, actually. And super aggressive na ng GameX Wargods, no? Kahit na wala silang vision dun sa area, talagang sinusugod na nila, pinapasok nila sa torre, itong
Yes.
si Light. And I think they recognize the snowballing potential ng isang Ezreal.
Yes, and you were talking about the mid-game
Yes.
snowball.
Yes.
Damage spike pala,
Yes.
sorry.
And ngayon, nakuha na ni Ochi yung kanyang first core item, which is the Morellonomicon. And makakakita na tayo ng significant power spike coming from LeBlanc at this point of the game. I think he can dive in Imperium Light any moment now kasi yun na, dahil dun sa kanyang Morellonomicon. And Ezreal has yet to get his power spike coming from that Muramana plus Triforce combo. And once he builds those items, tapos nag-evolve na yung kanyang Muramana.
Yeah.
Is it Muramana muna?
Mana Mune into the Muramana.
Ah, okay. So, Manamune into the Muramana. Pag naging Muramana na yung kanyang Manamune, wordplay. Talagang dun niya makikita yung power ng Ezreal.
Wait, question lang.
Yes.
Di ba Muramana? Di ba dapat, mahal mana kasi kinakain niya yung mana pag nag-auto-attack siya?
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, I wasn't ready for that.
But now they're going in onto Hate, and Rebane gives himself a killing spree with the help from JLC. Didn't even need Stronger to be there. And I got you off guard there. Didn't I?
I was like, oh my god. Okay, so now, what can we say? Poisanity with that Ruby Crystal. Actually, I think he can opt to go for a Sidestone at this stage of the game. Kasi, actually, Rek'Sai just needs that Warrior Enhancement for his damage output to skyrocket.
Yes.
And after that, pwede ka na mag-build ng full defensive items eh. And I think optimal din kay Rek'Sai kung mag-build ka ng Sidestone kasi it augments his tunnel ability. Di ba wala siya nakikita kapag nakatunnel siya? So, natutulungan mo na yung team mo sa pag-ward natutulungan mo pa yung sarili mo kasi nakakita ka ng more vision for yourself during those ganks kapag nagka-counter ward ka rin. And mas may HP pa, 'di ba?
Yes.
So it's a good thing to build a Sightstone for Rek'Sai. Actually, personally, I do that eh.
Yeah, me too when I jungle Rek'Sai. But one problem that I'm seeing here right now is yes, you do use your wards for be aggressive, but I haven't seen Imperium Pro Team be aggressive at all.
Yes.
And with that investment into the Sightstone, it gives you HP, but it doesn't give you armor or magic resistance. Will it be beneficial as the game progresses? Because he's going to give up around 800 gold, and he would have actually gotten like almost 2 cloth armors into the Warden Mail para maging Randuin's Omen. So pag hindi naging aggressive ang PN Pro Team, will it pay for itself na may Sightstone siya, or will it be a bad pay? But here comes a gank onto VYY there. There's the input of damage by Zensho. He's actually taking a lot of damage right here. He will die to Zensho immediately. JLC and Ravane are here though with the help from Haith. Imperium Poisanti is trying to do what he can to follow up, but Stronger is just bursting people down alongside Ravane, and double kill there for Ravane, and he will get himself a triple kill while Ochi.
Actually, so we'll see an instant replay. And we can see that JLC here, no? Talagang nandun siya sa gitna ng laban. And I was surprised na he survived that team fight. Dun sa, kasi he was focused down by 3 champions, no? And tapos na-dive siya pa loob niyan. You'll see, papasok siya dun sa loob, which is crazy, man. You don't do that. But JLC did, and he survived. I thought he's gonna die from that ultimate coming from hate, feast coming from hate, but he managed to survive, which was a great feat coming from GameX War Gods, taking down 4 members of Imperium Pro Team, getting an advantage, 10-3 in the scoreboard right now, 5k gold lead, and Imperium is just waiting for the power spike of Ezreal, I think.
And yung isa pang thing that I would like to point out, yes, they did get in that surprise attack onto VYY.
Yes.
But then they weren't able to burst him down fast enough.
Exactly.
Tapos nakapag-respond agad si JLC and Ravane.
Yes.
And again, like I was saying before, Poisanity was a little bit too squishy there. Will he try to force to build in that Sightstone? Just build in something for team fights.
Okay, so to answer your query about dun sa Sightstone thing about with Rek'Sai, I think it's a worth it item to build kasi it gives you health, HP, as well as vision control, which I'd take any day over a 2 cloth armor. Kasi right now they're lagging behind in terms of kills and gold and push kasi they're down by 2 towers now, 1 turret down, and by having that additional sight ward for your team, it would be greatly beneficial, lalo na naghihintay sila ng power spike coming from light.
I see. Thank you for your input. That's actually a good observation there. But here comes the gank.
Oh wow!
That was a first. That was a first.
Wow! I think he casted the E ability, the tunnel before JLC casted the ult. That's why he was able to get out of there.
And he flashes as well away from the Grand Skyfall from Ravane there.
Yes. No, full measures, man. Don't take half measures.
Yes, be safe.
Yes. Be safe. Keep safe. Take care. Ingat.
And now it looks like War Gods trying to go in for the mid-tier 1. They do have a good damage, and all of them are actually here, so they can tank it up pretty nicely. Stronger with that W, just soaking up so much damage from the tower. And also, there's a pretty good amount of wave clear here coming in from Imperium Pro Team. It's just War Gods do have a good gold advantage.
I think in terms of wave clear, GameX War Gods does it better as compared to Imperium Pro Team.
Yeah.
So the more reason why Imperium Pro Team must buy more wards and Sightstone to control the vision over the map, and make the carries farm, help the carries farm, safely, and go into team fights that are in their favor. And we can see Poisanity tanking the blue, going head to head against that golem.
Yes, for as long as he can.
Yes, so and we can see Zensho having that Triforce, so expect a power spike from him. And Graves has that IE right now, so he deals increased amount of damage now because of the IE, of course, because additional damage and crit. So wow! So medyo, nararamdaman na nila ang kapangyarihan nitong si Light sa mids. Kahit na 0-2 siya, no, talagang bawi-bawi naman in terms of CS.
Yes, he's really farming well. Using that Truciate Barrage to harass and farm when it is up. But they will get this spot tier 2 pretty quickly.
Yeah, without any contest.
Oh, trying to catch out JLC there. JLC does ping them out. He did see the rupture coming out of Haith. So he immediately informs his teammates.
Yeah, so kung makikita na mapapansin mo, si JLC 0-1-8 in terms of KDA.
Yes.
So, puro assist lang siya. Pero nakikita naman natin ang kanyang impact dun sa mga team fights na yun, no?
Yes.
Hindi siya mapatay.
That's actually what you want Elisandra top lane to do. Build in that Zoe's Hourglass and just build pure CDR to be able to spam out your Frozen 2. Yes, I believe.
Yung ulti?
Yes.
Yes, Frozen Tomb.
To help out your teammates, and that's what he is actually doing.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a decent job. A good job, actually, for being Alessandro top laner as of now. And, actually, gusto ko rin na i-point out, no? Yung in terms of team compositions, what GameX War Gods needs to do lang para ma-mitigate yung damage coming from Imperium is to build armor. Kasi wala silang steady source of damage ng magic damage.
Yes.
Steady source of magic damage, sorry. And for Imperium Pro Team, what they need to do is focus more on building magic resist since it's a double AP composition. However, ang threat dun is that Rivain deals so much damage with that Pantheon, as well as VYY having that Infinity Edge, and he's building for a Yomu's Ghostblade as of the moment. And yeah, I think what Imperium needs to do is wait for Light. I think that's their best bet. Kasi kanina ko pa siya inuulit, and yun talaga yung best bet nila to win this game, is to wait for Light to get that power spike, and, go into team fights kung saan dun in their advantage na medyo kailangan nila mag-place ng defensive wards all over their jungles. So, makikita nila yung rotations ng GameX War Gods.
Just a little question. You can see here that Poisanity is actually... Oh, there you go. There's the guy going to Zensho. He does get caught out here. Rivain was... Wow, just behind him. And they're going to get in this free dragon 20 seconds in. And... A little bit of a question again.
Okay.
You can see here that Poisanity is building in that Kindle Gem with the Ruby Crystal.
Yes.
Looks like he's going to build in a Aegis of...
Solari.
Yeah, Lock of the Iron Solari. Carl can do the same, but I don't think Ajana can benefit from that too much.
He'd go for a Crucible.
And you were actually talking about yung damage output that Rivain had with the amount of AD and DYY.
Yes.
Double ADR na double AP pa.
Yes.
And I think hindi naman super or the best way to counter out that is building a Lock of Arcellar, but it's a viable build.
Yes.
Because it gives you that AoE MR and then the shield to be able to tank up both AD and magic damage.
Yeah.
So that is a possible way to delay out their damage output while Light is still what's the term for it? Stacking up.
Yes. And I think the term is to snowball, I think.
Yes,
snowball. Kasi he's now 0-0, 0% kill participation as of now, not really utilizing the Ez pick really well, which is understandable kasi lugi talaga siya in terms of laning, and madali siyang mahuhuli ni JLC sa top lane kung magagang siya doon, or sa bot lane, madali siyang maka-corner nitong si Stronger. Kasi meron silang lockdown skills, and yun yung ayaw mo as an AD mid laner na ma-lockdown ka agad. Kailangan maging mobile ka in those team fights para ma-utilize mo yung damage potential mo. And now we can see that he has that Triforce and Muramana. And can you check how many stacks does he have dun sa kanyang Muramana? Oh, there!
Check.
It's now Amanamune.
Oh, bilis ah.
Yeah.
Actually nga pala, average time for the Manamune to become into a Muramana is around 10 minutes.
10 minutes after building the item.
Yes. After building the item. So, may countdown timer ka. So, kung trick natin later on, mga 30 minutes, so siguro na build yung Manamune.
I see.
Yes, yun yung average time, if ever.
Yes. So, I think we could expect a power spike coming from Light as of the moment. Any moment now, any moment soon, pag nagkaroon na engage, magiging prevalent yung damage coming from Ezreal.
Oh, but there's a good ultimate there coming out of Stronger. There's a follow-up by Rivain. Gets knocked up. He gets a good, huge chunk of damage.
Ooh.
And like you've said, Light gets a shutdown kill. But Imperium, Zensho, oh my gosh, JLC is just there for the pickup onto him. Poisanity takes a huge chunk of damage. And Ochi, still healthy, gets in that double distortion and gets a kill.
Oh!
Carl there, Light trying to do what he can. Stronger is just caught out here, and Ochi trying to go in onto Light there. He does die, and like you said, the damage output was there, but the gold advantage just went in favor of Warbucks.
Yeah, so we can see an instant replay na makikita natin dito na yung jump ni Poisanity, yung man leap niya na counter out nung rupture nitong si Imperium Hate, and he wasn't able to fully utilize yung Pantheon.
Yeah.
And mapapansin talaga natin dito yung power spike ni Imperium Light. No? Makikita natin, he can easily chunk down the life of JLC na merong Zonyas. Oh, grabe, grabe yung damage output niya. And the VYY just diving in, which is quite an iffy move for him. Tapos ito, ang maganda dito, hindi papansinin ni Light, he's stronger sa likod niya. And he would take down JLC here, but then later on he would be taken down by Ochi, which is understandable since Ochi does so much damage now with this Rabadon's Death Cup plus Morellonomicon.
Yes, and now Imperium Pro Team actually will have an answer to the lockdown onto Zensho, with Carl almost getting in that Mikhail's Crucible.
Yes.
Components are there.
Yes.
There's the Chalice of Harmony and this weird looking thing right here. It's the Forbidden Idol. Kaya pala,
the weird looking thing.
Yes.
It's actually a great item for its price, 600 gold. It gives you so much mana regeneration as well as
Cooldown
10% cooldown reduction. And gusto ko lang din i-point out, no, alam natin lahat ngayon, at this point of the game, na lamang yung GameX War Gods. Pero, Imperium Pro Team was able to, get a 4v4, to get a, equal kill standing in that engagement doon, which is quite notable kasi nga medyo malaking lamang ng GameX War Gods. And this is the time where GameX War Gods should worry kasi hinahabol na sila ng Imperium in terms of game power, yung strength ng kanilang composition. Dito na magsisimula yung mahirap na part. Now that Ezreal is snowballing, getting 2 kills and 2 assists in that engagement, having a BF sword as well, and
JLC here. Is he gonna get it going? There's ultimate onto Zensho. Zensho takes a huge chunk of damage, but there is no members of War Gods there to help.
Because they're pushing.
Yeah, they're pushing.
They're pushing, man.
They're gonna get this mid tier 2 for the life of JLC, and yeah, they're a bit too low in HP to try and do something there by Imperium Pro Team. They could have tried to do a flank, but I believe Zensho would have died.
Yeah.
And Haste would just be there standing as a tank.
It will also take too long. I think di nila maabutan yung War Gods if ever they walk towards that area. And ayun, so nakita natin, no, nag-adjust ang GameX War Gods ng kanilang playstyle. They don't want to engage Imperium Pro Team 5v5 anymore. They just wanted that bait. They went for a baiting tactic. They know that JLC can fend them off for a while, for quite some time, and give GameX War Gods space to push down turrets. And that's what they did. I think they continue doing that.
Yes. So what do you think an Imperium Pro Team actually do? Yes, JLC is going to be a distraction. But then what if Imperium Pro Team goes in as like this? 5-man siege. Can War God split push? I don't think they have.
No, they can't split push while Imperium Pro Team gives them off pressure. In
they don't
some
have
lanes.
any split push champions to work with.
I mean, Lissandra has a decent clear speed. Actually, fast clear speed. Wow, they're going for an engage!
But now, Revane is just going to drop down and do nothing. Haith is blinded by that smokescreen, but nothing will actually happen from that.
That was actually a bad decision making coming from GameX War Gods, knowing na talagang nag-improve yung kapangyarihan nitong si Light in terms of dealing damage. And I think it was an ill-advised engagement coming from GameX War Gods talaga. And
they actually tried to go in because they saw Zensho was a little bit not off position, but he was
quite aggressive.
Yes, there you go. But Stronger's actually going to die. Not yet, but Poisanity will pay for his life there. There's the engage, and they get the kill onto Carl. Double kill there for VYY. That was a 2-for-2 trade. Light did use his barrier, but the distortion was earlier.
Okay, so nakikita natin, nagiging evident na talaga yung sinasabi natin power spike nitong si Ezreal. They weren't able to deal enough damage to stop that Light from dealing that much damage against the members of GameX War Gods.
JLC wasn't able to be knocked up, but Light will get caught out by JLC. Will he die? Yes, he will die. Nice ward there from War Gods, and JLC didn't get knocked up, so the speed boost just gave him so much gap closing.
Yes.
Posanti will get the kill.
Yes. It was actually nice that GameX Wargods know what their priority is. Pero medyo nag-overcommit lang sila doon and hindi sila nakaalis on time. I think they still meddled around for like quite some time.
Yes.
So medyo nabigyan na space ang IPT kaya na medyo nakabawi sila doon.
Ouch! One auto attack from Posanti.
Yeah, that was a crit, I think.
Yes. Revane forcing the flash out of Carl there as he used his man drop. This will be an uncontested dragon.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
As I said that, they do. Oh my gosh. Haste so huge, but they don't get the skill onto the dragon. But it is a buffet for the Imperium Pro Team as the members of War God splash over the wall. And they get a nom 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 onto VYY there.
So VYY getting caught out there. Hindi sila makalaban kasi na-exhaust si VYY. I think they were waiting for the exhaust to wear off. Pero medyo it came in too late. So hindi na sila nakapag-adjust. Therefore, giving up VYY in the process of getting that dragon.
Yes. Imperium Pro Team deciding to go in for the mid lane. Oh, JLC pops his Zonias. Takes a huge chunk of damage from Zensho and Poisanti. Also, yung composition din pala ng Imperium Pro Team heavily onto Pro.
Oh, wow!
They got the knock up onto Archie and Archie gets nom nom. The buffet continues for Haste, but they're actually feeding up Light. And Light is 4, 4, and 5. He was 0-2 and 2 before, but now he's 4, 4, and 5.
Yeah, slowly but surely, man. Slowly but surely.
They can actually go in for the Baron right now. There's 2 members.
Yeah, I think they could go for the Baron.
Yes, and Stronger's the only real form of, let's say, rage initiation that can lock someone up. JLC has to be in range, and he needs to be really close for that.
I also think that Ochi is playing this one quite wrongly. Kasi he's supposed to be super aggressive as of the moment.
Yeah.
And he needs to rack up some kills in order for GameX War Gods to gain a positional advantage against Imperium Pro Team. Kasi he's 5-1-5. I mean, that's a nice KDA. But then, ano yung impact mo in those team fights? Kasi nakikita ko, lagi siyang leaving those team fights with a full HP. Not really doing that much of a damage or not being really a threat, which should be LeBlanc's job in the battlefield, no? Causing panic and threat for being a constant threat in battle against Imperium Pro Team. Kasi dapat ina-assassinate niya si Zensho and si Light and apparently he's not doing that.
No, they do. Oh, okay. I thought Stronger didn't see that. Alright, now there is a good chunk of wards from War Gods to see over the dragon area in their side. As for Imperium Pro Team, it is being cleared out by War Gods as of now. And yeah, actually it's true. Ochi is always late to the party.
It's actually not the timing. I think lagi siya nandun, pero hindi siya makapag-dish out ng damage and hindi siya lumalapit dun sa mga team fights. Kaya lagi siyang puno yung HP niya.
Or rather, he is not dancing in the party.
Yes, he's not like he's
the party
maybe,
terms.
Yeah, like siguro siya yung that kid in those parties na not really socializing. He's just there for the music and the other stuff.
DJ Sona music.
Yeah, actually guys, yun. Ang ano pala natin DJ Sona sale natin hanggang mamayang 12 o'clock. So guys, bilhin nyo na yung DJ Sona. Sobrang lupit ng skin na yun. Abot pa kayo, 700.
11:59.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! And now, JLC, wow, again for
Again, one more time.
One more time. But Haze is actually getting all the damage. He will get bursted down immediately. JLC super low in HP right now, but War Gods will back off. That was a very nice trade there.
Yeah, it was actually well executed for GameX War Gods, no. Medyo nagmiss lang ng konti yung ult ni Stronger, but then they still managed to get that kill. 0 for 1. So, I think that's still a good trade in favor of GameX War Gods.
Yes. And as the game progresses, at 3,000 gold lead doesn't seem as scary as like around the 10-minute mark.
Yes, as long as you know how to play with your power spikes, which is, I think, yun yung kulang sa atin ngayon in the current Filipino meta, na medyo hindi tayo nakakapag-play sa mga power spikes ng champions.
Yes.
Kapag alam mo kung kailan mag-spike yung mga champions na ginagamit nyo as a team, then you'd provoke team fights during those stages and gain an invisible upper hand in those fights. And therefore, improving your chances of winning kahit na medyo in terms of kills, down kayo in gold, you could still, make up for that with the power spike advantage that you have.
Zensho using the Baron to aggro onto JLC. JLC already at 50% HP
Yeah,
there.
nakakainis yun. Sobrang sakit kasi ng Baron. Tapos magsisira ka lang ng ward. So, get
Yeah.
that aggro, tapos, let the Baron do the job for you.
Any kind of skill can activate the aggro of the Baron.
Yes, once you deal damage to Baron,
Yeah.
you can,
May story kaya ang Baron sa kasi Rek'Sai? I mean, they both look the same, and Rek'Sai looks like a...
I think Baron is a void creature as well.
Yeah, I guess so, because he's purple.
Yeah, bakit si Jax, di ba? Purple din naman siya.
Di ba nga may parang picture sa Facebook na anak ni Baron sa kani Master Yi si Jax.
That's weird, man. That's weird. Di ba tatlo lang ba yung fingers ni Jax? Kung titignan mo yung splash art niya.
Oh yeah,
Di ba parang,
actually,
alam mo,
just 3 fingers.
tingin ko, isa siya sa Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Nag-paint lang siya ng purple para hindi siya mahalata. Siguro yun yung, nung nag-retire na ibang turtle, siguro yung isang turtle, out of retirement, punta siya ng League of Legends.
Yeah, I believe, si Donatello, yung
yung purple, yung purple na,
gumagamit ng stick.
Oo, tama,
So,
tama.
no?
Oh, di ba? Tapos weapons master pa siya.
Oh,
di ba? Conspiracy! It's a conspiracy!
Mga theory crafting talaga pag nasa My gosh. Para tayo napunta sa
Hindi ko rin alam. Okay, so back to the game.
And there is a standoff between these two teams in the mid lane.
Yes. So, naghihintayan na lang sila, no? Who's gonna make the first move? Kahit na lang War Gods, Imperium Pro Team knows that they can take them on 5v5 in a team fight.
Dragon is actually now live.
Yes. And it's actually 3-for-1 Dragon in favor of GameX War Gods as of the
They
moment.
get the stun onto Haith now. Haith was Mikhail's Crucible there, but JLC is here. He used it onto Zensho, but Zensho has that QSS. He didn't use his Zonias. He gets bursted down. Ribbane will get bursted down. And Achi will get bursted down. And Stronger will not get bursted down, but he will die. And VYY will get bursted down for a clean ace. And Light gets a quadra kill, while Imperium Hate will teleport into the mid lane for a push. Here comes the replay.
Okay, nakikita natin dito, no? Si Stronger, ginamit niya yung Solar Flare niya against Hate, which is the most unlikely target na gagawin ng GameX War, nakukunin ng GameX War Gods. And it was a badly positioned teleport for JLC, no? Porting in front of all the members of Imperium Pro Team na hindi pa handa yung GameX War Gods members, resulting them into fighting an engagement that does not favor their position. And makita natin dito si Ochi, no? He did not do much damage kasi he's in front of Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath, dishes out some damage while doing his melee attacks because of the passive, yung kanyang third ability, yung Vorpal Spikes.
Yes.
And because of that, nakaporma itong si Zensho, and si Light, naka-free hit coming from the back.
Yeah, while that's happening, nakuha na ng Imperium Baron buff. Also, yeah, they did get in a bad engage by GameX War Gods, but I have to commend Imperium Pro Team for using their items, activatable items well as well.
Yeah, actually, di ba, if you're a pro, you need to use every single one of your items to the point na minamax mo yung kanyang utility.
Yeah.
Kasi yun yung nagdi-differentiate ng normal players, ng casual players to professional players. They know when to use the items at the exact right moment na kung saan dun mamamaximize yung gamit nun.
Yes, and I think JLC didn't take into account that Zensho had that Quicksilver stash still active to be
Yeah.
able to get out of that Frozen 2.
Yes. And yun nga, hindi naging optimal yung teleport niya. Siguro, I think, medyo may parang factor din na medyo nataranta siya. Kasi he ported into the heart of the enemy team. And wala siyang backup doon. Medyo malayo yung GameX War Gods members na nasa gilid na umatake kay Cho'Gath.
Yes.
Which is wrong in the first place because, he's Cho'Gath, man. Come on.
Also, I want to point out that both the ADRs for Imperium Pro Team have Quicksilver Sash alongside the Mikhail's Crucible coming in from Carl. So,
Ayaw nilang pasisi.
ayaw nila magpasisi.
Yes. And gusto ko rin din i-point out na yung lead ng GameX War Gods kanina dun sa early and mid game, wala na ngayon. Now, Imperium Pro Team is leading by 200 gold.
Now, looks like Imperium Pro Team wants to get in the mid tier 3,
Yeah.
but it would actually be good or optimal to be able to just finish off the outer turrets before they try to do the harder task of opening the can.
No, it's actually okay that they siege down this one kasi they have a Baron buff, and in terms of poking,
Ooh, ouch!
lamang sila
Yeah,
against
actually
GameX
right.
War Gods.
Good observation there, my friend. And they're using the Hadoken minions.
Yes, exactly. The power of the Baron buff.
Yes.
Binibigyan nila ng key ang mga minions, no?
And they should make it a little bit nearer, because that's really
That's
hard.
ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
And
Okay, so nandun lang sila, naghihintay lang sila.
yeah, there's no way that Imperium Pro Team will let these two boss siege tanks get destroyed.
Siege tanks.
They're the MVPs.
Yeah,
Oh,
wow, the damage
The
though.
feral scream na big niya si DYY. Here comes Haze just going in onto the. There's the mid inhibitor going down, and Imperium Pro Team looks very dominant as this game progressed into the late game.
Yeah. And yun, kasi hindi kaya ng GameX War Gods makipag-siege competition against Imperium Pro Team kasi they'd flat out lose because of the poke potential that Imperium has. Isipin mo, Ezreal pa lang, tsaka Corki. Di ba?
Yes.
Solved na ang Imperium sa kakapoke sa inyo. And I think, ang kailangan lang nila dito, I think the way lang na para matalo nila Imperium Pro Team at this stage of the game is wait for them to commit a mistake and capitalize on it. Kasi, right now, if you're in the lead, di ba syempre may mentality ka na lamang kayo? And because of that, medyo may chance na magpabaya kayo. And yung isang moment na yun, a moment of parang misjudgment, wrong judgment, or parang misinformed judgment, can cost you the game. And I think that's what GameX War Gods needs right now, as of this point in the game, where Imperium Pro Team is really, really dominant. No? Sobrang laki nung lead kanina, di ba, ng GameX War Gods, and sobrang bilis nilang nahabol.
But if you actually look at the itemizations from Imperium Pro Team, yes, War Gods needs to wait until Imperium Pro Team does make a mistake, but look at all of their itemizations.
Oh!
Nice Scrying Orb there. I believe that was Zensho.
Yeah.
And again, back to the itemizations. Zensho has the QSS, same as Light, and then there's the Lock of the Arsolari just for bonus measure of protection coming in from these double ADRs. And then Carl's there with the shield and the Mikhail's Crucible, and how can you go against Haze right now? He's really tanky, lots of HP, and has a zone use just to bait someone else.
Yeah, I think they need to time their CCs really well in order to maximize their use. Kasi yun nga, pinapoint out mo na merong dalawang Quicksilver Sash plus Mikhail's Crucible pa itong Imperium Pro Team. And it's virtually impossible to lock down any member, which is ideally Light and Zensho. Pero kasi, usually ginagawa nila, nilalockdown nila si Hate tsaka si Poisanity, which is quite questionable in their part. And, they're just camping here in the Dragon area, and they made their presence known kasi they know that they can take GameX War Gods in a 5v5 team fight any moment, anytime, any place, because they're like snowballed and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so now...
And look at this, there's no way that GameX War Gods can split push with a wave because True Shot Barrage can just counter it out.
Exactly. And we can see, no, hinahabol na ng Imperial Pro Team ang stacks ng Dragon ng GameX War Gods. Both are in their third
Ooh,
Dragon
nice
stack.
warding here coming in from Imperium Pro Team. They do see that War Gods are in the top lane, they're already recalling, and they won't be able to counter us out with the home guard. They can get this top tier 2, which is nice, but that's the only thing that they can get, unless they try to overcommit.
Yes.
And the I think I can mentality is very, very deceitful.
Okay. So ayun nga, nakita natin, no, napansin ko na merong talagang sidestone itong si Poisanity, which is yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina.
Yes.
It's really beneficial for them, and they benefited from the sidestone build kasi they gained the space para makapag-farm itong si Light ng kanyang stacks ng Manamune Muramana niya, and delay them until the late game, and they're benefiting from it right now.
What a nice praise seeker there from Poisanity. He is a Rek'Sai and the Tremor Sense.
Yeah, I think it was a Tremor Sense.
No, actually, Tremor Sense doesn't show.
Yeah, but
Members of the
he
move,
saw
but-
the pulses.
Yeah, he used the praise seeker to
I
check
think it
out.
missed.
It actually hit. Kasi
It
ang dami
hit?
nila dun sa,
Oh,
sa
okay.
brusher.
I thought it would miss.
And that's actually one of the good things if you're an experienced Rek'Sai player. If you feel that the enemy team isn't in your vicinity, but you still feel like they might be, why not use a praise seeker to try and check them out? The praise seeker has around a 7-second cooldown, so you can get it pretty easily. They can't contest this Baron. Haith has his ultimate up, so if they try to even steal it, he has a 1000 damage, true damage Spite ready in his arsenal to try and counter anything. And it's really, really tall. He can actually just stand in the Baron's area and get smited himself.
So while they were, battling it out
Oh,
there...
but he's going on to BYY! BYY!
Oh!
Gets decimated by that shoe shot barrage! What a nice play there from Haith.
It's so painful, man. It's so painful.
Yes, and now there's the ultimate coming out of Stronger, but what can Ochi do? There's the Frozen Tomb onto Carl, but it's just Gimmicks War Gods, little by little.
Can't touch this.
Can't touch this.
Yeah,
That's actually the theme of the game from Imperium Pro Team right now. Can't touch this.
they can't touch the 80. They can't touch the 80 carries.
They can actually finish this off right
Yeah,
now.
they can. They can finish
But
this one.
I think they're just going to try and play it by the book.
No, man. I think they should finish this game, man. Kasi one Nexus turret is down from the Winions while they were taking the Baron, and Graves is dead. So why?
Yeah,
But I think
just like I said, they want to just finish it by the book. If they do, in a very low chance, get an ace, War Gods can straight up their base.
Yeah,
It's going to be level. They're all level 16 and above, so
I guess they want to be sure.
yeah, their respawn timers would be 40 seconds or 30 seconds above.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of time for Imperium War Gods to commit on. But here comes the engage. There's nothing happening now. The ADRs for Imperium Pro
Ouch,
Team
man.
are just doing everything that they can, but VYY gets a kill onto Poisanity, but Haith gets the kill onto Zensho, and Zensho gets killed there, but the Feral Scream does get the kill. Actually, Light gets the kill for himself, gets a triple kill, a 2-4-5, while the Nexus turret is getting chunked down.
And it's the game.
That is the game.
Wow. It's the game. I mean, props to Imperium for pulling that off, man. They waited it out. Kasi di ba kung solo queue yun, tapos yung in terms of kills, sobrang, di ba, I think they were down by at least mga 8 kills in the early mid-game. Tapos hinabol nila yun. Kasi kung ganun man, ganun kayo kabaon sa solo queue, di ba? The tendency is for you to give up. Tapos, pero yung, Imperium, they know their strengths. They know when they'd win this one, and they know their win condition.
It was just a matter of time.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. They just needed to wait it out. And, look what happened. They just took this game.
Yeah. Kasi yung nakita ko rin kasi nangyari sa Game of War Gods, they were getting this one-by-one picks onto the members of Imperium Pro Team, but that didn't result into anything super huge for them as an advantage. They got, I believe, the middle inhibitor for Imperium Pro Team, but that's about it. Nung nagkaroon na
I don't think they were able to get...
sorry. They got the, until yung mid-tier 2 and top tier 2 na lang, but then they weren't able to get any inhibitors so that the super minions can try to be a distraction, or rather push in the Nexus turrets. And then this just gave Imperium Pro Team so much time to get their ADRs fed, and they got fed.
It was actually Light who siya yung bumuhat sa Imperium Pro Team this game. I mean, syempre, hindi natin i-count out yung mga tulong ng other Imperium Pro Team members, pero it was Ezreal who won this game. Kasi kanina, di ba, nakita natin na hindi sila masyado nakakapag-engage nung medyo early-late mid-game. Pero nung nakuha na ni Ezreal yung kanyang Muramana, doon nagsimula ang lahat. Ang pagtatapos.
The beginning of the end.
Yes, so ayan, nakita na naman natin. Nakita nyo mga kaibigan, damage dealt to champions, leading si Ezreal.
You were actually right about Ochi.
Di ba?
Yes, he wasn't doing as much damage as I thought he would have.
Exactly.
It was actually JLC, who's actually second in damage outputs right now.
Okay, so guys, there you have it. Game 1 of Imperium Pro Team versus GameX War Gods, second bracket of our PGS Road to GPL 2015 summer season. And 1-0 in favor of Imperium Pro Team.
Still 2 games to come up if War Gods do get a win for themselves.
Yes.
So guys, that was game 1 in this best of 3 series between GameX War Gods and Imperium Pro Team. What did you think about that game?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a nice game. It was a good game.
Yeah, it looks so much in favor of War Gods, but they didn't play well into their advantage early on. And Imperium Pro Team just slapped them in the face and said, "We're gonna finish this." Ayaw niya patapusin. And again, that was game one. This is the Smart Prepaid GameX Pro Gaming Series 2015 playoffs. I am just Astra with an I, and alongside here with me is
GM Kairu.
and we will be back after a short break.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
Welcome back, Summoners. I am DJ Sphere.
And I'm GM Cairo.
Yes, you're watching the Smart Prepaid GameX PGS 2015 Spring Season. This is a match between Team GameX War Gods and Team na Imperium Pro Team. So this is the second game to 1-0 ang
Yes,
ating score.
yes.
So you're looking good today, ha? Tonight pala, sorry. So yes, natusin sa ating banning phase na. So kanina yung first game natin, nakita natin kung gaano katindi yung comeback na ginawa ng Team Imperium against the GameX War Gods. It was a very interesting match.
Yes.
Hindi ko in-expect yung ginawa nilang performance doon, especially the mid-game. You see how the Team Imperium got a comeback, kung paano
Yes.
nila ginawa yung pag-turn around kanina, no? Sobrang nagulat ako sa Cho'Gath pick for Imperium Hate, no? I don't usually see him use that kind of champion.
Yeah.
Sobrang passive, sobrang, ano mo yun, parang all the clashes na nangyari kanina, talaga naghintay lang siya ng chance to, well, use yung kanyang knock-up as
Yes,
well as yung
yes.
kanyang skills dito.
Yes. Napakaganda actually ng performance ng buong Imperium Pro Team. Kasi feel ko, syempre di ba pinapractice naman nila yon for dun sa mga scrims nila. And I think alam na nila kung kailan talaga mag-excel yung kanilang team comp, which is the late game, kapag naka-scale up na yung Ezreal pick nila. And it's actually good na in the Philippines, meron pala tayong Ezreal mid user din na, ginamit na rin siya before ni Oni, pero like, ito yung isa sa mga tumatatak sa utak. Kapag narinig mo ang Ezreal mid, the comeback is real, di ba?
Yes.
Yun, si
Tapos
Imperium
parang
Light.
Ezreal is ano yung Ezreal mid, parang alam mo yun, parang kapag ikaw isang player, solo queue player ka, you heard that Ezreal mid, later pick, automatic pick na yan, parang alam mo yun, parang meron tayong mga hype train na kapag narinig mo yung champion na nag-dominate sa isang pro scene, gagamitin mo to mamaya,
Yes.
gagamitin mo mamaya,
Yes.
gagawin mo yung ginawa kanina nung nakita mong pro player.
Yes.
So right now, once again, an Ezreal for the Imperium Pro team. For Imperium Hate, I think most probably for Light once again. Pero
Yes.
possible bait pick din to, no? For
Exactly,
Zench,
yes.
for their team na baka mamaya isipin ng GameX Wargals na ito yung AD carry nila. We'll never know what might happen.
Yes, and yun yung maganda na ginagawa ng Imperium ngayon. They're playing mind games against GameX War Gods. No, alam nilang nakuha nila yung upper hand with an upset win coming from the scaling Ezreal. And now, they first picked Ezreal, which is quite really smart from them. And yeah, they're playing mind games now. And ano kayang gagawin ng GameX War Gods to counter out this kind of strategy?
Sobrang pressure dito for the Wargals tong laban na to, no? We all
Yes.
know na kapag natalo sila dito, wala na silang chance to, umabot sa ating finals.
Yes.
But right now, no, I think yung ating GPL slot for the next season ay hindi pa sigurado kung ilan sila. Possible na maging 3 ulit, possible na maging
Yes,
4.
yes.
Still waiting for the announcement. But right now, it's all about how Wargats GameX will, of course, try to win this game
Yes.
sa laban na ito.
Yes, syempre, 'di ba? Kung hindi ka sure dun sa parang magiging setup kasi 'di ba right now in the GPL, 3 yung slots ng Philippines. And you'll never know, baka tanggalin nila isa so magkaroon 2 slot. And kung sino yung matatalo dito, 'di ba? Siya yung parang nandun sa bingit na yun eh, 'di ba? Parang papasok pa ako dun
Kumbaga
sa GPL.
parang nakasabit ngayon ng team ng Wargats sa bangin.
Oo.
At depende na ngayon kay Imperium kung aapakan niya yung kamay niya. Habang marami na siyang malaglag dito.
Or mahatak siya.
Hatakin siya, tulungan siya at magkaroon sila ng Game 3 dito like what happened kanina
Yes.
with the Pacific and Mineski.
Yes.
2 champion with the knockup. Thresh and Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai once again for members of Imperium dito, no? Matagal na bang jungler ng Imperium si Poi Sanity?
Actually, this season lang. Kasi previously, si Poi Sanity, siya yung support ng GameX War Gods. And siya yung, I think she was the shot caller as well. So, tsaka napaka-effective niya nun. And di ba nga I think isa sa mga parang contestable facts is that yung GameX War Gods last season is one of the dream teams na parang sobrang lakas nila. And it's because of the team synergy. Pero lumipat na siya sa Imperium as a jungler, which is quite okay lang kasi medyo magkadikit yung support and jungler roles eh. Medyo kung titignan mo in terms of playstyles, yung support tsaka jungler talaga medyo nagkakapareho.
Yes.
So hindi naman siguro siya nahirapan sa pag-adjust.
And I think Imperium Poi Sanity somehow with his playstyle being the jungler role dito nun, nanonood ako kanina, nagulat ako na ganito pala si Poi Sanity maglaro ng isang jungle champion. It was somehow very effective.
Yes.
And I think with the Rek'Sai pick, sobrang nahirapan ang team ng GameX Wargals dito being a very tanky champion. At napansin ko rin kanina, no, even with the Cho'Gath na meron ng Imperium kanina, talagang pinofocus fire ng GameX Wargals itong si Cho'Gath instead of going for any other champion.
Diba? Yes.
Kasi napansin ko, nung unang ginawa nila yon, gumana. Na-burst nila kagad sa Cho'Gath. Pero nung mga sumunod na, parang ginagawa nilang I think yung ginagamitan ni JLC ng kanyang ultimate si
Cho'Gath.
Kanina. At natutuwa sila sa effect kasi ang laki.
Ang laki ng yellow.
Yun nga lang, parang it's not a good idea. And
Yes.
mukhang nagbabalak silang piliin ulit itong si Cho'Gath change to a Kennen. So what can you say about this pick?
Actually, nagkaroon ng re-emergence si Kennen sa ating mga pro scenes. Kasi I think he was used by SK Gaming sa Europe to counter out an pick, and from then on, nagsimula na yung Kennen hype train and nagsimula na siya ma-pick, get more often sa ating mga pro games kahit sa sang man region sa mundo.
Here comes Kennen once again. Sobrang kati talaga ng burst niya, to be quite honest. Medyo ito isa sa mga champion na underrated. Kumbaga hindi siya ganun na makikita sa mga competitive scene dito, no? Kapag nakita mong ginamit siya, parang, uy, Kennen, parang troll yata, parang Timo ang labas niya eh. Pero once na makita mo yung performance niya in top lane dito, I think usually yung mga nakikita natin na early item ng mga Kennen is the Doran's Blade that could
Yes,
at
yes,
least give
exactly.
her enough damage to win the laning phase at
Mhm, mhm.
unti-unti siyang shift to an AP role
Yes.
later on lalo na kapag nagkaroon siya ng ultimate dito
Mhm,
that AoE damage.
mhm,
I think effective yung kanyang skills dito.
mhm. Two things about the pickings of Imperium Pro Team. Actually, nakita ko na to Lissandra Kennen combo. Kapag pumasok si Lissandra, pwede niyang gamitin sa sarili niya yung Frozen Tomb, tapos papasok si Kennen.
Mm.
May slow yung Frozen Tomb ni Lissandra in coordination with the Slicing Maelstrom ni Kennen na sobrang lakas ng AP damage dun sa area na yun. And malilibre lang si Hate dun sa yung AD carry which is Zensho dun sa backlane na from with an Ezreal kasi 'di ba sobrang haba na range ni Ezreal and talagang may utilize yung comp nila plus the Rek'Sai pick which is a very very versatile pick. Pwede siya maging tank. He can deal damage as well.
Yes.
And with the support na Thresh, which is the staple support na he can do everything, di ba? Utility-wise.
Indeed. So, nakita natin kanina no na tama yung sinabi natin, bait pick nga
Mhm.
itong si Ezreal.
Mhm.
Possible nga ba na gawin nilang mid itong si Ez at
Mag-AD
well,
carry si
I
Kennen.
doubt na gagawin niyang si Zencho ay magagamit ng Lissandra ngayon. Medyo isaswap yan for the last minute, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, for the GameX War guys, I think Maokai is a good pick for their champion. That for their team that could surely, of course, give the sustain for their team
Yes.
that they need during the team fight na mangyayari mamaya.
Yes.
And also, Rivain would go for a Wukong champion. They have
Yes.
a lot of CC dito. They have Morgana with the Dark Binding as well as yung kanyang Soul Shackle. Take note, the T-Burst could surely burst out any champion dito from the Imperium
Yes, yes.
Pro team. I think even Kennen don't usually go for the tanky items.
Yes. I think mas optimal sa kanya yung offensive items. Talagang Zonias lang. Tsaka siguro maybe Rylai's or a Hunting Guys tapos yung kanyang Liandry Storm.
Yes, a bit of AP
Yeah.
slash
HP.
HP.
Yes.
So, can be a tanky champion as well.
Yes.
Pero hindi ganun ka-effective again. I mean, against a champion na may sobrang daming CC dito.
Yes, exactly.
Kasi,
And
yeah.
gusto ko rin i-point out na maganda yung Morgana pick ng GameX War Gods kasi it surely counters out yung CC ng Imperium Pro Team na pwede siya maglagay ng ultimate either kay Annie or siguro kay Corki to protect them from the CCs. Kasi sobrang CC heavy actually ng both teams, 'di ba? Having those champions makikita mo sa pool natin. And it will be really interesting to see those team fights, how those team fights would go. Seeing that may Wukong, may Annie, tsaka may Maokai,
Yes.
medyo close range kasi medyo mababa yung kanilang range ng mga skills nila. And yung Imperium, which is an all-in composition, plus poking from Ezreal from the back. So it would be a really interesting match for me, I think.
And isa pang point doon sa sinabi mo, no, with the Morgana pick na meron sila, I think yung Dark Binding could be very effective as well kapag ginamit niya sa mga champion na mag-gap close dito like si Maokai and si Wukong without worrying the disable na coming na possible na ibigay ng Team Imperium.
Yes,
Kapag
yes.
sila ay pumasok with the dive na meron sila, with the W coming from Maokai, we have as well as itong si Wukong, he could use yung kanyang ultimate skill to knock up the other members of Imperium dito. And what I noticed about Team GameX War Gods kanina sa laban nila, ay hindi ko lang napansin kung napansin nyo din to, no? Pero mid-game pa lang, 30-minute mark yata or 20-minute mark pa lang, or 25 minutes, something like that. GameX War Gods manages to get each of their member na meron iisang greater lens.
Yes, or Oracle's lens.
Lahat
Yes,
sila ng
meron.
Oracle lens. Pero lang yung kanilang AD
AD
carry
carry.
na merong, I think, yung kanyang
Scrying Orb.
Yeah, the Scrying Orb.
Ayun guys. So, dun sa mga sa mga hindi nakapanood ng game kanina, meron tayo ngayong contest for a Razor Carcarias. Tapos, yung mechanics natin is basically magbibigay kami ng signal either this game or kung meron pa next game. Tapos, pag nabigay na namin yung signal na yon, makinig lang kayo na mabuti. And you can go to the Facebook page, i-click nyo yung magbibigay kami ng link din doon para sa registration. And yun, register, tapos wait for the announcement kung sino yung mananalo at the end of the games.
So, stay tuned lang kayo mga kaibigan dahil lalabas ulit yan mamaya.
Yes, yes.
Sasabihin namin kung pang ilan or kung kailan mag-open yung ating registration link. And before mag-proceed tayo sa ating game, we'll be right back after a few second break.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
And we are back. Summoners, welcome to the Summoners Rift. You're watching the match between Imperium Pro Team versus the GameX War Gods Game 2 for the playoffs. One score ahead ng Team Imperium Pro Team dito. So they have to secure another win for their slot sa ating finals tomorrow. Or GameX War Gods have to win this game as well for the 1-1 tiebreaker match later.
Yes, so pag nanalo dito nga ang Imperium Pro Team, so sa kanila na ang spot sa finals, then they will be battling Mineski tomorrow 4 p.m. And if ever naman na manalo ang GameX War Gods, magkakaroon pa tayo ng third match para malaman talaga natin kung sino ang karapat-dapat humarap sa Mineski, which is undefeated by the way, except for the DQ kanina earlier. And yes, ayun. So
parang hindi talaga tapos ng season na to na hindi sila matatalo. So,
kailangan. ayaw ng clean sweep eh. Ayun. So, gusto ko lang din i-discuss no, dun sa previous match nung Imperium Pro Team tsaka ng GameX War Gods, yung actually yung before pa, yung patapos pa lang yung group stage, 1-1 din sila. 1-1. So, may chance na bumawi. Kasi pwedeng medyo equal sila in terms of yung kanilang playstyle and kung paano nila dalhin yung mga games nila. Medyo nagkakapantay lang in skill in terms of team strength. Nagkakatalo lang talaga kasi yung kaninang ginawa ng Imperium is solid. As in, sobrang ganda ng execution. Problema lang, syempre gusto rin bumawi ng GameX War Gods. So, gusto ko malaman kung sino ba talaga ang mas malakas sa kanilang team. Kasi di ba nga last time, wala silang chance kasi best of 2 lang yun. Ngayon, best of 3 na. So, dito talaga magkakaalaman kung sino talaga ang team na mas matibay. Is it Imperium or GameX War Gods?
Alam mo, na-surprise ako kung paano talaga nabawi bigla ng GameX War Gods. I mean, yung Imperium, yung laban na yun. Well, hindi dapat din drag ng matagal ng GameX War Gods yung laban because, well, it was an Ezreal with very scaling champion potential na as you can see, as much as possible, iwasan mo na mabuo niya yung Muramana niya kagad. And with that item alone, I think the poke damage that he could give. Kung di ako nagkakamali, what do you call yung item na may lifesteal?
Essence River.
The Essence River. Nag-Essence River ba siya kanina?
Actually, hindi. He opted for a Bloodthirster.
Bloodthirster. Actually, with that item alone, no, sobrang... Kasi nag-stack yung ano, di ba? Yung nag-stack yung shield. Nagkakaroon siya ng shield kapag nasobran yung lifesteal niya. I think even with the focus fire na ginawa ng GameX War Gods kanina sa kanya, he managed to survive the team fight.
Yes, so makikita natin, no, aggressive plays coming from both teams. With Imperium trying to take this one.
Early blue buff for Imperium dito, stealing the blue buff for the GameX War Gods. Very interesting strategy.
Yes,
it's going to be very hard for Wukong to win his jungle.
Yeah, natunugan ng Imperium ng GameX War Gods, ang Imperium Pro Team, no, yung gagawin na GameX War Gods na lane swap. And wow, early flash burn for Poisanity dito. Very aggressive play coming from Riven and Stronger. Immediately ganking or going over the jungle of Imperium. Trying to get down some early kills.
Here comes Light to respond here in the jungle. Take note, level 2 na siya. He could use his first or Q or W dito. Imperium hit will surely go down. I think the buff has been stolen. Nope, it was the top laner pala. Still a good job for the GameX War Gods dito, getting a comeback in that team fight.
Yes, so akala ko talaga may mamamatay sa War Gods. Pero it turns out na mas maganda yung CC chain nila sa simula as compared to Imperium Pro Team. Hindi pa handa. Hindi sila kasi no one was ready for that. Kasi 'di ba, sobrang aggressive and knowing the Philippine meta, early game wala masyadong nangyayaring ganun na parang early game engages sa jungle. And nakakapanibago, pero it's refreshing to see something like that right now.
Actually, ang nauuso ngayon yung yung mga early invade.
Yes.
After after a few minutes, like 2 minutes na or 3 minutes na.
Yes.
Kasi, alam mo yun, sigurado na kapag kinuha ng jungler ninyo or ng kalaban ninyo yung blue buff niya or yung red buff niya, magana siya sa third jungle camp niya eh. Siguradong bawas-bawas na yung HP niya. On cooldown yung smite niya. So you can just steal or sirain yung kanyang jungle camp dito.
Kasi it's one thing din, no, in terms of invading jungles. Kapag na-invade yung jungle mo, at least medyo nawawala ka sa rhythm eh. Kasi parang may psychological effect siya na parang no, shit, naagawan ako ng
very,
jungle.
Unusual for you. Pero here comes the initiation from the game. So, Imperium pro team in the mid lane. Ochi was exhausted. And he can't do anything to disengage. However, ginamit niyo yung kanyang flash. And sobrang sulit na gank yun.
Yes. So, nawalan ka na ng... Actually, wala na siyang flash kanina. But then, the Imperium pro team managed to get that kill against Ochi, no? Which is big kasi dun sa one kill ni Ochi, syempre, at least medyo may na siya doon, may snowball potential kasi having an early kill with an Annie is parang isa siya sa mga requirements para tumaba. Syempre, I think all of the champions goes with that naman eh. Pero yung malaki one kill na yun, lalo na first blood, medyo mas malaki ang impact nito for Annie kasi nga battling with the Lissandra in the mid lane, which is a champion that has a high poke potential, medyo mahirapan ka. So you need that advantage early on. And with that kill, medyo nawala yung advantage na yun. Naging equal na ulit sila.
Parang naging pantay sila dito, no? With the Lissandra having the 0-0-1 score. I think we have to take note as well dito, no? For the Annie mid lane. I don't usually see in the pro scene, no? Na nag-focus ng sobra yung mga Annie mid laner ng mobility boots unlike sa solo queue. Kasi you can't pull off a gank like what is usually happening in the solo queue dito kasi nakita mo na nag-mobility boot sila kagad to gank the bottom lane or the mid lane.
Yes.
But in the competitive scene, it's very hard.
Yes.
So Thresh used that play in the top lane. However, GameX VYY managed to disengage.
Yes. So makita natin, no, si Hate, kahit 1v2 siya kanina, talagang he manages to harass VYY from a distance using his abilities and maximizing the energy aspect of Kenen's kit. Diba? Kasi mabilis lang naman yung regeneration. Ang cooldown lang hihintay mo dun sa kanyang abilities. And he managed to put VYY into half HP without losing a substantial amount of health.
Here comes the gank once again from the members of Imperium Pro Team. A respawn coming from GameX Wargas dito teleporting here in the mid lane. Wow! A flash in from JLC. Voice Sanity will surely go down. He didn't catch the lantern from Carl dito. However, Carl will go down as well. A good response coming from Stronger. That Dark Binding will secure another kill. It's a 2 for non-exchange in favor of GameX Wargads.
Grabe, ang bilis. Pagka-teleport, flash agad tong si JLC. And makikita natin ang kanyang notable Maokai play. Kasi si JLC, sikat siya sa Maokai niya actually. Isa siya sa mga most reliable picks kapag si JLC ay nagta-top lane, diba? Syempre, isa sa mga pick niya is yung kanyang Irelia and yung Maokai as well. Kasi yung I think sa kanya nang galing dito, siya yung nauna nag-build dun sa Righteous Glory.
Yeah, yun yung isa na sasabihin ko na parang siya yung first player dito sa page na nakita kong nag-first item ng Righteous Glory for the top Maokai.
Yes, in contrast to dun sa usual build which is the Road of Ages. Okay, makikita natin dito, si Stronger uma-afro mo, pinapadaan sa mga walls ang kanyang binding. Ngunit hindi ito tumama kasi medyo malayo. Itong si ZNS.
Afromo, one of the most, I think, support, no?
Yeah, support siya ni Double Lift.
At sinabi niya yata yung, may nabasa akong article before na parang about his dark binding skills. Parang alam mo yun, parang hindi siya nag-aalala ng sobra kung ano yung, kung tatama yung dark binding niya or not. Basta execute na siya ng execute. It's all about how that dark binding will shot or will connect to any champion.
Kasi kung iisipin mo masyado, kailangan mag-overanalyze ka kung tatama ba ang dark binding mo hindi. Nawawalan ka ng segundo dun ng milliseconds, which is kapag in-stack up mo siya, it's valuable na ayun, marami nawawala sa'yo.
Yes, and a gank once again from the GameX Wargas dito trying to get that Ancient Golem, but Poisanti managed to get it up, but Stronger will go down. A lock time from their members, and yes, here comes the Tivers from Ochi. And it's engaged for their team. It's a 1-1 exchange.
Yes, and I think that went in favor of GameX Wargod since they only lost a support while Imperium lost a mid laner. And what's more is that si Annie na naman yung nakakuha ng kill. And as of the moment, Ochi has been there for every kill that GameX Wargods has. Siya ng 100% kill participation, 2 kills, 2 assists, and he has 1,700 gold in his pocket as of the moment. I'm really curious kung ano yung una niyang bubuin kasi Annie can take multiple routes in terms of items. Now, she can go for a Morellonomicon, a Rod of Ages, or perhaps an early needlessly large rod.
For me, no, usually kapag nakakuha ko ng ganyang kalaking gold sa early part of the game for an APK role, I usually go for the needlessly rod agad. Kasi parang malaking, malaking chance yun for me to, of course, dish out so much damage in the early game pa lang. Ikaw, anong tingin mo?
Actually, di ako masyado nag-aani or kapag nag-aani ako, it's either Rod of Ages first or yung kanyang Morellonomicon. Pero I really am a fan of Annie Rod of Ages kasi sobrang kunat. Tapos meron ka pa ng dalawang Doran Sting. So much health. Tapos coming from the Molten Shield niya pa, may armor and magic resist ka pa. So kahit na naka-boots of mobility ka, you don't dish out much damage in... actually, you dish out so much damage kapag burst. Sustain damage. Tapos mabilis ka pa umikot. So, may kunat ka pa, di ba? So, parang buenas.
I think every time na nag-level ka dito, meron din siyang bonus na health regen and mana regen dito.
Yes, parang
from the
catalyst of the protector.
Parang malaking bagay din yun for an Annie user.
Yes.
Every time na nakakapatay ka, usually nagle-level ka eh. So,
yes.
That would give you an advantage to win the upcoming team fights after nung kill na meron kayo. So, 11.1k for the Imperium Pro team dito. So, around 1,100 gold difference in favor of the GameX Wargods. And I think, kapag nagawa na naman ng paraan dito sa late game ng Imperium Pro team, na mabilis na sila makakahabol dito, looking at their lineup, they have once again a champion like si Zensho or ito si Ezreal na talagang late game potential champion.
I think pwede sila, may power spike sila pagdating ng level 6. Pwede sila mag-provoke ng mga team fights at that stage. And they also have a power spike, I think, once na nabuo na nitong si Light at si Hate, yung kanilang mga Zhonya's Hourglasses. You can expect double Zhonya's Hourglass coming from both of these AP champions.
Later.
Yeah, later. And yun yung isa sa mga key points na kailangan i-take note ng GameX Wargods once they engage Imperium. Na meron dalawang Zhonyas, magkakaroon ng dalawang Zhonyas, assuming na bibili sila. And yun yung parang meron silang window para magamit yung Zhonyas and to dodge the skills of GameX Wargods, which is bursty. Kasi 'di ba si Annie, yung kanyang T-burst is a one trick damage, isang damage lang, like it's a burst, insta burst. Kapag nag-miss yun, medyo nagde-decrease ng drastically yung damage potential nitong si Annie.
So mapapansin mo dito kay Kennen in the top lane, no, itong si Hate. He goes for the double Doran's blade. Same with actually for JLC. But kapag ganito kasi yung nangyayari, usually kaya ka lang naman kumukuha ng dalawang Doran's blade or dalawang Doran's ring. Ay kapag umuwi ka kaagad
at kulang
sa laning phase at kulang yung plano mong bilhin dito.
Yes.
Instead of going for the other items, di ba? Mas okay siguro kung ganito na lang.
Pero for a Maokai, I think it's quite standard to start with 2 Doran's ring. It's
same
optimal.
With the AP Mediata, I think.
Yes. Medyo kung pwede siya, like it's a viable option. Pero as a top laner, Kennen, who wants to go as AP, I think it's not optimal to pick up a second Doran's blade. Medyo hindi na siya cost efficient in my opinion. I think he could have gotten for a Ruby Crystal maybe if he's gonna build for a hunting guys. And maybe just save up for, a leaderless large run for an immediate Zhonya.
So, right now, napakaagang pag-shift nitong si Ochi ng kanyang sweeping lens from the Great Ward Totem.
Yes.
Na we don't visually see sa ating mga competitive scene dito. And even for game stronger dito, I was surprised na naka-sweeping lens kagad siya na hindi pa siya nagkakaroon ng kanyang Sightstone.
Yes.
Kasi kapag ako support ako, ganoon ang ginagawa ko after ng Sightstone ko sa ako nag-shift to a sweeping lens. But we'll see, no? Talagang focus nila sa vision control na kaya nila. I think meron pa tayong stats na most
wards
Ano?
placed.
Oh, I mean, yung siguro yung destroyed wards dito.
Actually, makikita mo siya pag hinover-over mo siya dun sa may sweeping lens. Pero I think yun lang yung it only gumagana lang siya kapag nakita mo yung ward na yun through the sweeping lens. Actually, may stats tool tayong ginagamit dati dun sa identifying that stat. May stat na ganun dati. Pero nawala na yung site na nag-host nun. So, yeah. And gusto ko lang din i-note, no? Yung both of the supports immediately got mobility boots. First item. As for, they got both vision wards. Kasi, ang meta ngayon, kung napansin mo yung kanilang mga early engages, talagang magkasama yung jungler tsaka yung support. And sumusunod sila sa meta na yun. Getting that mobility boots is essential for them to provoke team fights ng malayuan. Kasi mabilis silang makakapag-roam and makaka-responde doon sa mga engages na yun. And placing a vision ward, over a spot of the jungle of the opponent side helps you a lot kasi may deep warding ka agad and alam mo yun, ma-assume mo kung saan manggagaling yung opponent kapag nakita sila doon sa ward na yun.
Usually, dito mo makikita talaga yung effectiveness ng mga purple ward din, yung mga vision ward din. Kung papansin mo kapag nag-drop ka sa isang area na hindi usually dinadaanan ng mga champion, parang alam mo yun, you are aware that there's an upcoming gank in your lane dito. So, you have to make sure na, of course, mag-play safe ka na during that time.
Yes.
I think merong konting issue. I think disconnect yata ang isang member nila.
Yeah,
Or
I think.
hindi pa. Pero, again, this is the match between Imperium Pro Team against War Gods, GameX War Gods. Second game for tonight ng ating second set na laban. So, if ever na manalo ang team ng Imperium Pro Team dito, they will proceed for the final round tomorrow. While ang GameX War Gods, kailangan, of course, manalo sa laban ito to get another chance for the tiebreaker later.
Yes.
So, isa na napapansin ko yung discussion nyo kanina, no? Yung Trailblazer, tama ba ako?
Yes.
Yung for the jungle. I think one reason why people prefer, or the jungler role, prefer the item dito na Trailblazer is because mas okay siguro kapag ikaw yung jungler na mag-secure ng vision control. For example, you got the Raptor. Meron kang Oracle's Lens kapag nakaka-detect niya ng ward dito. Or kapag doon ka naman sa may bandang Wolf, you have the roaming wisp dito, di ba?
Yes.
Kapag nag-jungle ako, yun yung ginagawa ko. More on, doon ko lang talaga ginagamit yung Trailblazer ko. Kasi you don't have to worry kung gagamitin mo ba siya sa champion or sa minion, sa jungle camp. Kasi kapag, alam mo yun, kapag meron kang, I think yung color blue, what do you call that?
Stalker's Blade.
The Stalker's Blade. You have to decide kung gagamitin mo sa champion to kill a champion.
Yeah, exactly. Medyo torn ka. Pero with that thought in mind, kasi mas may kill pressure ka kapag meron ka ng Stalker's Blade.
Yes, yun lang.
Yes. And I think Stalker's Blade does equally well or better than a Trailblazer in a champion like Rek'Sai. Kasi nga, nabanggit namin kanina na mabilis na siya mag-clear ng waves because of her Q ability, plus yung tunnel niya, plus yung Prey Seeker. And because of that, hindi niya na kailangan ng Trailblazer and mas more optimal, I think, in my opinion, na mag-build siya ng Stalker's Blade. Pero syempre, di ba, each his own build lang din naman and jungling style.
Siguro to add up lang dun sa sinabi mo, no? Siguro, para din mahabol niya yung kanyang lock-up with the Stalker's Blade na gagamitin niya. Kasi, alam mo yun, parang ang bagal ng movement speed niya eh. So, Rek'Sai needs another champion na magbibigay sa kanya ng tulong or to stun the champion, then saka siya mag-follow up ng kanyang knock-up dito.
Yeah, kasi kapag napunta kayo
ni
Revane
yung blue buff dito, nasunog.
A misplay coming from GameX War Gods. And Annie might be losing out a bit of a mana regen and possibly some, kill pressure. Kasi wala siyang blue buff. Pero all's good kasi kailangan lang naman ni Annie ng isang Q para makapag-farm. Kasi diba nagre-refund ang mana kapag nakapatay ng unit ang kanyang Disintegrate.
Also, half yung cooldown ng skill na yun after makapatay ng minion. And right now, medyo nag-struggle ng sobrang members ng Imperium dito how they will try to get a comeback after dun sa 4 na kill na meron. Ang team ng GameX War Gods, the Lantern has been used by Carl dito. Ngunit hindi ito mga kaibigan. Flash and the Arcane Shift from Zensho to disengage here in the bottom lane. JLC will surely take a lot of damage here in the bottom lane. I think Kaya nila ginawa yun ay if ever na nag-succeed sila sa pag-gank na yun, sigurado mag-dragon sila.
Yes. And at this stage, perfectly normal. Nakunin nila ang first dragon at around 10 minutes. And kasi meron din naman silang advantage no in terms of numbers kasi nandun na agad sila lahat and medyo mas organized sila in terms as compared to IPT dun sa engagement na yan. Yun nga lang, hindi lang nahuli yung Ezreal, which is the point person dun sa engagement na yun. And gusto ko lang din sabihin na nag-build si Ezreal immediately ng Sheen after completing the Tear of the Goddess, which is, I think, still normal. Kasi, di ba, you could opt for an instant mura mana para mas mabilis mag-stack ang iyong mana tsaka makabuild ka agad na Manamune. Or you can go for a Sheen for increased damage output agad.
I think siguro one thing is because talaga nag-focus siya sa poke potential niya in the bottom lane or sa pagkuha ng CS without
going near.
Yeah, sobrang lapit dito kay Maokai. Kasi kapag lumapit siya ng sobra dito, kakagatin siya ng Maokai. Parang lapit-lapit ka pa dito.
Uugatan siya.
Mamamain siya. Si JLC na bottom lane. So, they have to make sure na medyo kailangan siya maging safe dito. Of course, with the mana coming from the Shin, malaking bagay yun for him to win the bottom lane.
Yes, and now he's building for a Phage. No, we don't see him building towards a Muramana at this early stage. So I think he wants to opt to build first a Triforce before completing a Manamune. Muramana.
Yes, very safe play coming from JLC na top lane, VYY na top lane dito. Ginamit niya kagad yung kanyang Valkyrie kahit na walang gank na mangyayari. So just to make sure na you're safe in the top lane dito.
Yes, kasi basically yung top lane, farm lane lang silang dalawa dyan no? Medyo pareho naman silang range. And nagkakatalo lang talaga kasi medyo mas malayo range ni Kennen with that Q ability of his.
Saka mas marami siyang skill na nabibigay compared to JLC dito, I mean to VYY dito because well Corki, unless mag level 6 siya, match na siya against, actually level 7 na siya as of the moment, 9 as of the moment, so he can trade off against dito kay Hate. Yun nga lang, problema kapag nag-dragon dito, wala siya pang responde because wala siyang teleport dito, but Stronger used the Soul Shackle, but just in time nag-proc yung kanyang Soul Shackle dito because too late na yung flash niya. Here comes for Sanity, mga kaibigan. Like, so much damage, he got knocked out. Hinamit ang kanyang Frozen Tomb. Disengage dito. However, a flash out, nope, won't be enough to save himself. That's so double kill for Annie dito. A good turnaround coming from the GameX War Gods. JLC is chasing down Zencho. Dark Binding connected to Zencho as well. Wala na siyang arcane shift to disengage dito. And he will go down. Nanganganib ang buhay ni Carl as well. A dive in from GameX Revain. And it's about time to get the first dragon of the game. 4 for 9 exchange in favor of GameX War Gods. Wow.
So we will see an instant replay. We saw that GameX War Gods immediately dived light once they knew that he was in a bad position, no? Buti hindi na nirelease agad nitong si Ochi, si T-Burst dun sa engagement na yon. Kasi magkakas na siya eh.
Yeah.
Diba? Pangat na eh. Lalabas na. Kaso pinigilan niya that moment kasi alam niya magpo-proc pa yung ulti nitong si Lissandra.
Yeah.
And ayun, nakita natin na napakaganda ng Dark Binding na yun. Pinadaan sa bear nitong si Stronger yung kanyang Dark Binding at kahit wala na siyang ulti, Maokai still managed to finish the job with his extreme attack damage. Trivia lang guys, si Maokai, I think he's the champion na may pinakamataas na base damage at level 1.
Oh,
yun.
It's a good thing, ah.
Yes,
since he's a melee champion, I think it's a reasonable thing for him.
Yes. And kahit naman malakas si attack damage siya, 'di ba? Hindi naman siya nagre-rely doon talaga sa kanyang damage output.
Unless gawin nilang AD rin yung kanyang skill scaling, no? Halimbawa lang kapag naglagay ka ng Infinity Edge, you use your yung Q niya.
Kanyang Arcane
Smash.
Arcane Smash.
Yeah, parang 'di ba? Parang boom, ang lakas ng damage.
Nagpo-proc yung yung
critical,
mga on-hit effects dun sa kanyang Q. Parang Blade Surge ni Aurelia. Tapos area of effect. Boom, panis.
Makati yun, mga kaibigan. So,
Eddie, wow.
They got the first dragon of the game habang pinapanood natin yung replay kanina. So, 2-8 score na tayo ngayon in favor of the GameX War Gods. I think they have the chance to win this game kung pagpapatuloy nila yung ganitong klase ng exchange na ginagawa nila. And Imperium Pro Team have to make sure na hindi na sila mag-dive ng ganun ka-deep katulad kanina. Medyo may konting misplay
Yes.
coming from that team fight.
Yeah, medyo alanganin nga ang position na yun, no? Awkward positioning coming from Light, kaya nahuli agad siya ng dalawang divers ng GameX War Gods. Talagang in-all-in agad siya eh. Pagkakita sa kanya, out of position ka, dive. At nabira agad siya doon.
Nabigyan talaga siya ng sobra. JFC trying to dish out a lot of damage from against kay Hate dito. Naglag ng
Medyo hindi siya nakapag-prepare.
Nabigla siya ng konti since nakapag-back agad si JLC. I mean si Hate in the top lane. So right now, no, needlessly large rod na itong si Hate. So I think meron siyang konting advantage against JLC dito. But that null magic mantle will surely give him enough advantage to secure against dito kay Hate. And here comes Poisarity to respond mga kaibigan against JLC. Take note, hindi pa cooldown yung kanyang Vengeful Maelstrom, so he can just use it. I think cooldown pala siya. Ayun,
Yeah,
unfortunately, it was on cooldown.
Ginamit niya actually kanina yon dun sa trade, pero hindi masyado na maximize kasi wala pa masyadong damage na pumapasok.
That's Kennen for you. And here comes the initiation from Imperium Pro Team dito. Imperium Light will go down.
Sakit!
What a huge exchange coming from Ochi dito. Stronger will respond. Ginamit ang kanyang Dark Binding, it missed. As well as yung kanyang exhaust. The Soul Shackle has been used to disable Carl dito. Poisarity will try to respond. Revane will kill. Once again, itong kanilang jungler. However, Poisarity still up trying to disengage. They're still chasing him down. So 3-4-1 exchange. Wow, what a good comeback from GameX War Gods.
Grabe, sakit ng burst ni Ochi. And nakikita natin nagsi-step up siya sa game na to as compared dun sa kanina. Well, yung kanina, ang nangyari dun, maganda yung KDA niya, maganda yung parang placing niya. Ang problema, he doesn't dish out as much damage as compared to the mid laner of IPT, which is Light. And yung trabaho niya is to assassinate yung mga carries. And he was not able to do that. Ang primary na assassinate niya is si Cho'Gath, di ba? Kasi medyo malakas naman yung burst niya and si Cho'Gath yung lagi nahuhuli sa frontline. So, yun yung parang naging problema nila dun sa game din na yun, na inefficient yung LeBlanc pick nila.
I think, LeBlanc pick as well, no? Kanina napansin ko lang. Actually, hindi lang kanina sa laban kanina. Napansin ko rin even with Yume playing LeBlanc before. Sobrang YOLO talaga yung pag LeBlanc yung gamit nila, no? Hindi sila nagpipick ng kahit anong defensive item. Getting the Zonya, the Abyssal Scepter. Talagang makikita mo na pagkatapos silang kumuha ng Rabadon, Morello, Nomicon, meron silang Devoid staff na talagang focus sila sa damage dito. YOLO champion talaga si LeBlanc.
Talagang kapag it's all or nothing, isa patay kong patay.
Yes. Focus talaga sa damage na kaya nilang ibigay.
Yes.
And of course, to win the upcoming team fights dito. So, 1 minute and 30 seconds before the Dragon respawn once again.
Yes, and nakikita natin, 18 minutes into the game, si Corki meron na siyang Triforce, Sword Boots, at Vampiric Scepter. And isa siya sa mga champions na may pinakamalakas na power spike.
Oh my gosh, JLC against 4 members of the Imperium Pro Team dito. And of course, the kill a dive in from Ochi dito to stun one champion alone. That is very bad execution coming from Ochi. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yes, exactly. Medyo nagka-misplay sila doon. Muntik namang patay si Poi. I think he was supposed to be hit by the Dark Binding, pero right on time yung kanyang click doon sa lantern. Netong si Carl.
Medyo kasi walang A, no?
Curl.
Maging saucy yung pag-pronounce mo sa pangalan niya.
Carl?
Hey, girl.
Hey, Carl, what you doing? What you doing, man?
I'll make sure that you're doing something, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna hook someone. Wait for it.
Wait for my lantern, huh?
Yeah. Don't get hit by the binding or you die.
So they're getting the first 3 in the mid lane dito without worrying that much. That play will knock him back.
Yeah, hindi nila makukuha yung first tier turret kasi IPT members are there to defend that one. And we can also see na nakita natin after building the Righteous Glory, he has that null magic mantle kasi yun nga, puro magic based.
Oh my gosh, once again, ultimate skill coming from Revane dito. Frozen Tomb coming from Light to disengage here in the mid lane. However, he will surely go down with the burst damage coming from the GameX War Gods.
And they committed and they got a kill against IPT and they would be looking into taking this dragon. However, not all of them are really are healthy enough, I guess, to take a dragon and manage a team fight at this stage.
I think it's a good idea for them to go for this dragon, no? Pero they have to be very careful. Oh, there's no vision pala. So
Yeah, I mean,
That's one thing for the Imperium Pro team.
yeah, they could have contested that one. But then I think they just opted to push this lane. Yun nga yung parang sinasabi ng Riot, diba? Nung pumasok yung yung patch number 5, yung 5.0 or 5.1 patch na strategic diversity, would you forgo a dragon for a turret? Decision making. Importante yun sa ating current meta. So guys na naglalaro sa solo queue, kailangan isipin yung mga ganung bagay yun. Nakakalakas yun, promise.
Kasi alam mo, parang naisip ko na parang, is it really worth trading yung turret over the dragon? Kasi alam mo yun, lagi na sinasabi ito even before na alam mo yun, nagre-respawn ang dragon, but the turret,
Hindi.
kapag nawala yan, forever na yung mawawala.
Yes.
Yun ang literal na forever. Kapag nawala yung turret dito. So, isa rin pang napapansin ko is yung after nung pagbabago dito sa ating Season 5, no, yung the dragon buff na you have to stack it to 5, talagang malaking factor na siya. You can, I think, pwede mong sabihin na, yes, I think it's a worth trade na for the turret dito.
Yes.
Since I really need that stack from the dragon.
Yeah, so kailangan i-weigh in mo yung strengths ng team nyo at saka yung decisions na gagawin nyo. So, yung team mo ba nagsiscale well with the dragon or okay na ba kayo in terms of vision? Kasi if you're okay in terms of vision, you could forgo a turret for a dragon. Pero depende pa rin kung anong turret yun, di ba? Siyempre, you need to play to your strengths and cover up the weaknesses, pero don't necessarily focus on them.
So, 6-12 ang score natin. Nag-connect na naman ang Dark Binding from Stronger dito. But, that disengage coming from Poisanity. So, isang maganda sa laban na ito is sobrang nag-stick lahat ng mga members, no? As of the moment, 20-minute mark pa lang tayo. And tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung trade. Sobrang daming exchange dito.
Yes.
And sobrang grabe yung pagdikit-dikit ng GameX Wargods. Also with the Imperium Pro team. Medyo delikado si Hate at the bottom lane if he extended too much.
Okay, so naispatan ng Imperium ang mga members ng GameX Wargods at ang kanilang pinaplanong maitim against them.
That black magic coming from the Imperium Pro team dito. So, I mean, the GameX Wargods. Ooh, that turret, I think in the
Mid lane.
mid lane. Oh my gosh, what is Zensho doing? Ginamit ang kanyang arcane shift to dito. However, Zensho manages to disengage. Atibers once again will surely burst down. Hate dito. It's a 1-1 exchange. Both the AD Ken, the jungler, and Ken will surely go down as well. Double kill for Gorgie. And it's double kill for Ezreal as well. It's a 2-4-2 exchange. Both the jungler and the top laner will go down.
Yes, napansin ko dun, medyo umasim si Zensho dun sa ano na yun. Pero I think it was part of the plan na parang nag-bait. Pero he burned a lot of resources to save himself from there. So medyo a bit of misplay in his part.
Siguro, he rely that much on the lantern from
Okay, so makikita natin, ito. Ayun, si Zensho talagang na-FF siya doon.
Ayun, parang ayun.
Ayan, pinlashan siya, nag-flash din siya, nag-heal siya para lang mailigtas ang sarili niya. And medyo nag-all in itong si Rivain under that turret. So, he paid that with his life. Pero, syempre, his efforts did not go in vain as it was a 2-4-2 exchange. Both the top laners and the junglers died for both teams. And nakita natin, hindi masyadong na-utilize ng GameX Wargods yung kanilang potential because under turret pressure din sila.
Alam mo, doon makikita yung laki talaga ng advantage na meron ka sa turret. Kasi, kumbaga, kaya nga ganyan kalaki ginawa yung turret para talagang atrasan mo Kasi malaki sa champion mo yan Isipin mo, pag binato ka niya ng mahiwagang pasol. And here comes the initiation from Poisanity once again. Here to top lane, Jerry taking a lot of damage. Ginamit pa kanyang Vengeful Maelstrom against 3 champion. And he manages to disengage. What a very tanky champion.
Sobrang kunat niya because of kanyang Vengeful Maelstrom. Is it a Vengeful Maelstrom?
Yeah.
Pareho silang may Maelstrom.
No. Same with, kaya nga nagulat ako nung sinabi mo kanina yung pangalan ng skill.
Slicing Maelstrom. Pag sabay nilang inactivate, magkakaroon ng Maelstrom sa battlefield, di ba? Merong dalawang umiikot na
yes, dalawa. And I think yung Maelstrom yun, isa din talagang homing, humahabol sa galaw mo. Kasi dati yung skill ni Maokai, hindi siya umiikot.
Talagang isang area lang siya.
Wow! 3-man stun from the T-Burst. It's a 1 exchange once again, mga kaibigan, for none. But 1-1 na, mga kaibigan. It's 3-4-1. Still so much damage. Poisanity will go down. 3-4-1. While Viva is pushing the mid lane dito in favor of the GameX Wargods.
Napakaganda nung pasok ni Ochi doon. As in, swear, promise guys. Flash in, Tibers, pasok si Rivain plus JLC.
Oh no! Rivain still never back down, mga kaibigan. Light will jump in Morgana dito. That Dark Binding will stop him. Still, wow, this is very interesting play from Rivain. You don't usually see that for a champion like itong si Wukong na ganun ka-aggressive. And he's a jungler pa.
Wow. Wow,
Too much.
Okay, panoorin natin yung magandang ginawa ni Ochi dito. Napakahusay. Bang!
Boom.
Yun. Dalawa lang pala, pero
Dalawa lang
nahuli niya
naman.
yung si Zenchu eh. So, ayun, nakita natin, no, kahit na napasok na sila, napakakunat po talaga ng mga miyembro ng GameX War Gods dito. At nailabas naman na ni Ochi ang kailangan niyang ilabas, kaya pwede na siyang mamahinga.
Magpasalamat.
Oo, at panahon na para mag-step up si Rivain para ubusin ang mga miyembro ng Imperium. Bumangon!
Bumangon, Willie. Ayun lang, no? I think magandang performance coming from Annie kanina, from Ochi. That was a very good execution.
Yes.
Beautifully executed by Ochi. And big thing for the GameX War Gods sa ginawa nila dong team fight ay malaki talaga yung nahabol nila ngayon.
Yes. And talagang ngayon, napapansin mo, mas malaking lead nila at this stage of the game. 919 in terms of kill score, plus a 9,000 gold lead in favor of GameX War Gods.
Every time I saw goalkeeper Maokai, naalala ko yung sinabi ni Asoray kay Lucian na ano yun, yung parang parang kapag ba naka-goalkeeper si Maokai tapos si Lucian. Ano ba pangalan na basta yung kay parang goalkeeper
yung parang
kay Lucian?
Striker
yan. Yes, striker Lucian. Masisipa daw ba niya yung sapling ni Maokai that time? Sabi ko,
food for thought.
this Asoray, so much for his idea. So far mga kaibigan, they left the dragon behind. Of course, it was a free dragon for Poisanity with his might. And they're still exchanging a lot here in the Dragon Pit, mga kaibigan. The Dragon Dance, yet again, Imperium Light will secure another kill dito. It's a 1-for, wow, it's an ace in favor of the GameX War Gods.
Yes, it was a 5-for-1 exchange. Grabe, as in, sinugal nila yung lahat para lang makuha yung dragon.
That was
grabe.
just too much.
Grabe yung commitment nila dun sa dragon na yun. And, yun nga, nag-forgo sila ng position nila to get that dragon and napasama pa sila dun.
Look at
grabe, ayun, pumasok si Poisanity dun. Grabe, binabanatan lang siya ni VYY dun like, it's any other normal day, no?
Parang I am more on focus sa dragon. Nandito ka na, so ikaw naman.
Hindi ka pinapansin, no? Binabanata ka lang ng binabanata ni Corky dun sa likod. Eh, ayun, talagang ganda yung ginawa ng GameX War Gods knowing na nasa labas na yung jungler nila, which is Wukong. Talagang nag-focus na sila dun sa teamfight. And nagkaroon ng switching ng perspectives eh. Kasi diba, ang gusto ng The GameX War Gods is yung dragon. Pero syempre, gusto rin ng Imperium Pro Team. So nag-shift sila ng objective to get the team rather than the dragon. So alam naman nila may 2 dragon stacks sila and the 3rd dragon stack isn't as important as the other 4 dragon stacks. So they just went for the kill against the Imperium Pro Team members.
Yes, so that was a very good job for the GameX War Gods getting a comeback after what happened once again. After makuha yung dragon nila kanina.
Yes.
But still, a dragon is a dragon.
Yes.
Good job for Poisanity dito. Yun nga lang, you have to decide talaga whether you will go for the dragon nga ba or join in the team fight kanina.
Yes.
Kasi yung ginawa ng Poisanity, nag-focus talaga siya sa dragon.
Talagang naghukay siya papunta doon. Gusto niya ng dragon.
While the other members of their team is being jumped down.
Napabayaan.
Kinain sila ng sobra.
Oo.
Ng GameX War Gods sa team fight na yun. So, right now, they have to make sure na sa upcoming team fight ulit, medyo iwasan nila yung pagiging waiwalay dito.
And yes, makita natin na si Annie Ochi has 8-5-10 in terms of KDA. He has 449 AP as of the moment. Grabe yung bursting capabilities niya with that Void Staff in his arsenal. And looks like GameX War Gods looking to get this Baron, and they go for it.
Without wasting any time, no?
Yeah, grabe. Talagang gusto nilang kumuha ng objectives and pinapabayaan nila dito sa mid. Etong ayun, may vision na ang Imperium Pro Team dito, pero I think it's too late.
Still attempt from true shot barrage, however, here comes the other, wow! 4-man actually, ngunit hindi nag-proc ng maayos dito. However, here comes the Frozen Thumb coming from Light dito, and he will go down. A good use of that ultimate skill from Rivain once again, and it's an ace again for the GameX War Gods. It's a 5-4 non-exchange. with the Baron, with the inhibitor, with the turret inhibitor as well in the mid lane.
Yes, so makita natin talaga, grabe na yung lamang ng GameX War Gods against Imperium Pro Team. 30 minutes into the game, muntik na mamatay si JLC sa turret, but they would be taking this inhibitor. Probably an inhibitor turret, but I don't think they would do so because magre-respond ang members ng Imperium and they don't wanna be too complacent. Kasi baka nga naman makabawi pa ang Imperium, which is the case dun sa earlier game natin.
Nakapagtaka talaga itong Earth Rider Corki. Sino bang nagko-control nung Gatling gun niya? Si Corki pa rin ba?
Si Corki.
Akala ko yung Earth eh. Or yung ano tawag, Seagull ba? Seagull pala. Hindi mo kasi parang alam mo yun, sa nguso niya nakakabit yung Gatling gun niya eh. Ay machine gun.
Ano yung parang weird?
Ay, hindi. I think it was Corki.
Yeah, si Corki. Kasi hindi naman pwede controlin Earth. Hindi naman may hawak siyang spatula. Hindi niya pwede hawakan yung Gatling gun.
Kagat-kagatin niya yan. Kasi that's coming from his or her mouth. Hindi natin alam, di ba? That's an animal.
Oo nga. Bakit nga ba?
Seagull, OP.
Bakit nga ba may dalang spatula itong si Earth? Tagaluto ba siya sa kanyang past life?
I think even sa kanyang icon nung nagka-Earth dati, no, meron siyang something na hawak dun sa malit niyang icons.
Yeah, I think.
Yung kanyang tawag dun.
May apron din siya, di ba? Alam ko may parang
baka mamaya galing yan sa SpongeBob ba? Siyempre, Krabby Patty.
Krabby Patty.
Let's go back to the game. So much about the lore from Earth dito.
Yes.
They got the inhibitor turret as well as the inhibitor without worrying. From the other members of Imperium dito, they can't do anything.
Yeah, grabe kasi yung burst damage din ng GameX War Gods. Once na napasok ka ni Maokai, eventually, almost guaranteed na mamamatay ka. Kasi sobrang tagal ng hold niya. Wow! Man mode teleport!
Mga kaibigan. Teleport sa mukha.
Walang pag-iimbot na nag-teleport si JLT sa harapan.
Wala pag-alinglangan.
Maximum disrespect po na ginawa ni JLT. Dito nyo lang po makikita yun sa PGS.
Only in the
PGS nyo makikita yung mga ganon. Well, makikita mo rin siya sa solo queue, pero grabe.
Even, imagine 5 members yun ng Imperium.
Oo, nag-TP siya sa harap nila.
Nakatalikod pa siya nun.
Oo, hindi man lang siya humarap para mag-bye-bye. Nandun lang siya, nakatalikod. And
actually, Imperium Pro Team can still do something about this team fight. So, if ever na ma-secure nila yung kanilang winning, yung being the lockdown champion, pero ito na naman ang initiate from GameX War Gods. Rivain dito, and once again, a burst damage coming from Ochi. They're trying their best to kill Poisanity. Poisanity will go down, as well as Rivain for an exchange dito. Zonya Sargas, it's a triple kill for Ochi, a dive-in from Zencho, and it was an exhaust to reduce the damage of this AD carry champion. They're about to get the inhibitor, the Nexus turret, and the Nexus as well
yes,
to finish this up.
I don't think Imperium Carl can defend this one. Puro macho.
Wala na rin siyang the box dito. So, naharangan pa ng minion yung kanyang death sentence. And I think it's a 1-1.
Yes.
And we will have
Game 3.
Game 3.
Yonex.
For this game. Congratulations, GameX War Gods, getting up the second game for tonight. Wow, what a huge play.
Ito,
good comeback as well.
Nandito na rin tayo ulit. Nandito na naman tayo sa stage na kung saan 1-1 ang score ng dalawang team na ito.
Naman ng betting game sa ating mga kaibigan dito.
Magkakatalo na tayo. Sino ba talaga mas magaling? IPT o War Gods? Sinong mas karapat dapat? So makikita natin, I think ang MVP dito is si Ochi, no? Napakalaki ng impact niya. Pero hindi naman dapat natin i-discount ang fact na napakalaki rin ng tulong ni Rivain, pati ni VYY dito. VYY obtaining no deaths in this game. 10-0 for KDA and Ochi 14-5-1. Very impactful in this game. And it was nice to see GameX War Gods stepping up this fight.
So in this game, no, I would give the MVP award for Rivain. Kasi sobrang, well, magaling din naman si Ochi, no, with the set na ginagawa niya kanina with the T-Burst. Pero iba yung kapag nakita mo yung melee champion with his jungling capabilities na napakalaki yung contribution sa mga team fight. Sobrang wow. It's not a Wukong trying getting up a 4-man knock-up, a 5-man knock-up with this melee champion. Na alam natin lahat na para kapag ganyan ang champion mo, suicidal yan eh. So you have to dive in, you have to
Sacrifice yourself for the better.
Parang, and look at the total kill na meron sila, 33. So, 19 plus 5, yeah, almost 24 skirmishes or kill na meron sila ay nandun si Rivain. So, again, congratulations Kimix War Gods getting up or winning the second game for tonight sa ating set 2 match. And I think that's pretty much it. We'll have a game 3 later on. So, again mga kaibigan, meron tayong raffle draw mamaya for our Razer Carcaries. Yan, medyo nahihirapan. Hindi ko maalala yung Carcaries na yan. So, yan. The Dancing Kyrox, mga kaibigan. So, again, sa mechanics natin, mamaya mag-announce yung kung sino man yung caster sa ating last game. At sasabihin kung up na yung ating registration link for the Razer Carcaries. So, just register dyan for 5 minutes lang yun siyang open. So, you have to register yourselves. And after nun, after ng game natin, magkakaroon tayo ng live raffle draw sa ating live stream.
Okay, so ayun guys, sana nag-enjoy kayo as much as we did in this game. And wag kayong alis kasi may game 3 pa tayo. We'll be right back after a few moments. So, stay tuned. Yes.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Smart Prepaid GameX Pro Gaming Series 2015 Spring Season Playoffs, the final game. The deciding game of who will go up against Mineski tomorrow in the finals. Again, this is GS Amplifier.
And I'm GS Asrai. With an
Alright. Asrai just showed you his passive summoner spell there.
Yeah,
So-
and now we're going into the ban and pick phase.
Alright, so this is going to be the pick and ban phase right now. We're going to see what IPT and
There we
Wargods
go.
will show us this time. So earlier in game 1 they showed us, well, Light showed us his awesome Ezreal, and then in game 2 some insane team fights here and there. We'll see what their strategy will be like this time.
Yes, very true. It all depends on the bans and the picks on how the team itself will react.
Yeah.
Of course, being Wargods in that blue side of the Summoner's Rift, they will have first pick, and well, they will that suggests how they will start off their composition.
Yeah. Actually, I want to ask you about something. I just realized now, Poppy is one of the biggest priority bans in the PGS, but only in the PGS. I've noticed that Poppy is almost never noticed in another region. So what can you say about that?
Well,
I have nothing to say, honestly. I'm not sure.
In my opinion, Poppy is a really strong late gamer, but then yung way on how to stop her is just to be able to, let's say, not focus her on. You're supposed to not focus her on. Just don't let her go into you. Stun her if you can. Push her away if you can, and let's just say, or let her use her ultimate early on, and then pag nawala na yun, she's just a marshmallow that you can step on or burn if you have like a Annie disintegrate or incinerate.
Yeah.
And other countries can actually do that well.
Yeah.
And that's one of the main things why they don't use Annie and Poppy. And there are a lot more champions that are very more utility wise in the top lane other than a Poppy. There's the Kennen who has been shining quite a lot. There's of course the never ever changing Irelia.
Yeah.
There's the
true.
Maokai.
Yeah.
There's a lot of better picks than the Poppy in my opinion. But of course,
I guess TG scared out the PGS.
yeah, it's
Too
like
much.
it's a staple. It's like a 100%, if not 100%, mga 99.99% of the time.
Alright, so that's going to be a Poppy ban, along with the Zed and LeBlanc for Wargods. Meanwhile, Imperium Pro Team is going to respond with a Nidalee, Lee Sin, and of course, like you said, the ever-present Irelia. Meanwhile, for the picks, that's going to be Wargods locking in the Corki first, and IPT going to respond with the Sejuani and the Janna.
Having that Sejuani does give them a safe initiation tool with that Glacial Prison, and then level 2 ganks are very strong. We saw it early on with Mineski and Pacific. Very aggressive level 2 ganks, and safety of course coming in from the Peel Queen Janna. I haven't said Peel Queen in a very long time.
Janna.
Nasabi ko lang taga Janna, what am I missing?
Yeah.
Peel Queen.
It has to come with the name.
But
oh my, Ochi's back on his Annie.
yes.
Yes.
And
So that's
also
gonna be Maokai and Annie locked in. And wow, a Jinx! And a Gnar! Wow, we haven't seen Gnar in quite a while now.
That's a very dangerous pick. Coming in from Imperium Pro Team, we all know that Gnar, since 5.3, has been nerf in terms of his Mega Gnar duration
Yeah.
and the tired, which is the seconds where Gnar can't build up his
Yeah.
rage. I
Yeah.
believe it's like 15
Quite
seconds
long,
na, then
yeah.
12 seconds na lang for the Mega Gnar form.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, but it's really fast
Yeah.
to burn up.
Wow. So I guess Hate been practicing on Gnar, hopefully, because the
Hopefully.
nerfs have been pretty strong onto him,
And
as well as a very unpopular Jinx pick in the PGS. Not something we see often.
looks like he's gonna try and channel Wild Turtle.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
He will channel his inner
Wild
Wild Turtle,
Turtle.
steal every Baron, steal every Dragon.
And get a pentakill even if you're pushed
Yeah.
into your base.
Alright, but that's gonna be
That's awesome.
War Gods now. They're gonna try and lock in. Yes, that's gonna be a Vi, which has risen back into the meta recently, as well as a Morgana, who we know is still pretty much in the meta right now.
They're actually still War Gods is still going in for their composition.
Yeah.
Minus the Wukong replaced by the Vi. Oh,
Yeah.
look at that VYY with the Vi.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
The rhymes.
And the Corki. Oh wait, that was their pick a while ago? I can't remember.
I'm not sure if it was War Gods or Pure Protein, but I think it was.
Yeah, it was
War
it was
Gods.
Corki. It was Corki. There is Corki. So the only thing that changed with War Gods is the Vi.
Yeah.
And what this does is that yes, Wukong does have his E to be able to gap close and then his Cyclone to knock up people.
Yeah.
But with the Vi, it's more of a singular type of Wukong. And I was actually thinking about this for Imperium Pro Team, hovering over the Anivia. Because with a Gnar, you actually want someone who can create a wall.
Wall!
Yes, there you go.
The Wombo!
The Narvan, but okay, that's actually still good.
Alright, yeah.
They could try to go in, for example, a Glacial Prison coming out of the Sejuani, followed up by the Shockwave, and if Gnar does have his Mega Gnar form, Gnar
Yes.
into the wall.
Yes.
But what this back first to War Gods to finish it off. The composition, like I've said with Vi, it's more of a single target
Yeah.
Wukong, wherein she can go in with her Q, try to be in range of someone and assault and battery them up into the air. Then VYY is just there for the damage, and JLC for a follow-up CC if ever. Achi, you saw him in game 2.
Yes.
He flashed in, he summoned a Tibbers, and he just wrecked face. That's
Yeah.
what he does.
Insane. Insane. Completely
Yes,
insane.
and then there's just stronger with the putting black shields
Yes.
into every initiator that War Gods have. And now back to what I was saying with Imperium Pro Team, Haith needs to know how to fully utilize Gnar's Rage Bar because
Yeah.
of those insane nerfs on his
Cooldowns,
durations and the tired's duration itself.
Yeah.
You really have to understand how to use him because Gnar, it's a good champion. What you want out of him is the Mega Gnar.
Yeah.
That's
True.
all the CC, all the tankiness, and even his look. If you're looking into the face of that Mega Gnar, man, you're gonna say, "Whoa, I'm afraid of
Yeah.
that. I don't want to go in front of that and beat him up." I mean,
Yeah.
he's huge, man.
Yeah.
Something like that. And then there's of course a serious amount of wombo combo here from Imperium Pro Team as well.
Yeah.
They have Poisanti going in with the Glacial Prison, or you can just Q in, headbutt someone, and then with that ball coming in from the Oriana of Light, or the Light of Orion? The Oriana?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Oriana of
Yeah.
Light, there you go. Medyo na okay, kasi Light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lights Oriana.
Lights Oriana.
Yeah.
There you go, thank you very much. Shockwave them in, follow up with the Glacial Prison if ever, and then you have a hyper carry for Imperium Pro Team.
Yeah.
Compared to a Corki, Corki has a, like Kyra said before, a very good mid-game damage fight with that Trinity Force, but then Jinx is a hyper carry.
Yeah.
I believe aside from the Vayne, Jinx is one of the most
Yeah. That was the
strongest.
scariest late game.
yeah, unlike the Tristana, the rework Tristana, she has been lowered in terms of her hyper carryiness in the late game.
Yeah.
And yeah, getting excited for Jinx
Yeah.
lets her chase down targets.
Yeah,
gives her a
that's
lot
true.
of mobility.
Bigger
And of
chance for
course-
Penta.
Bigger chance for Penta, and of course, her super mega death rocket.
Yeah.
Yes, is
Yeah.
just
Allows you to channel your inner Wild Turtle.
yes. Hopefully they can do that.
Yeah. Alright, so these are the team compositions for you guys. Definitely a very, very important match right now. Whoever wins this game, we repeat, is going to face Mineski tomorrow in the Pro Gaming Series Spring Season 2015 Finals. So this
And
is the deciding game.
It is a best of 5.
Yes! So,
First time ako makaka-experience
wow, yeah.
na rin.
Yeah,
So,
me too. So this should be very exciting. This game will be exciting, and tomorrow will be extremely exciting. Whoever faces Mineski, this will be the chance to officially either defeat Mineski, or for Mineski to officially say we are undefeated.
Yes.
Yeah, so this should be very
And
exciting.
Before we start the game, again, we would just like to go into the mechanics. Oh,
Yes.
sorry about that. Clean feed. Wait. There you go. Alright.
Alright, so let's look over at the mechanics right now. Again, we'd like to remind you guys that there is a chance for you to win the Razor Carcarius.
Yes. Alright, so first of all, you have to wait for the go signal from us, and just register in the link the post that will be given in the official group of the Pro Gaming Series. That is, I can see here, facebook.com/Pro Gaming Series. Properly fill in the registration, because if not, it may be null and void. And then the raffle will be conducted by the shoutcasters, and so we will be getting into the game
in just
quite
a while.
soon.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just remember, guys, we will give the signal. Don't worry, we will give you guys the signal. And once we give the signal, immediately, if you want to win the Razor Carcarius, go immediately to the Pro Gaming Series Facebook page. Fill up that registration form, because you'll only have 5 minutes after our signal. And after the 5 minutes, the registration will be over, and then we will randomize at the end of the best of 3. But before we get into any of that, we're just going to take this short break.
Parasite the Maxim. Watch it the same day as Japan. Thursdays at 11 p.m. on Animax.
And we are back!
Alright, so welcome back, guys. This is the Smart Prepaid GameX Pro Gaming Series 2015 Spring Season Playoffs. This is the final game between IPT and War Gods, the deciding game of who will face Mineski tomorrow in the finals. So let's just go over the team compositions one more time. On the blue side, we've got War Gods, that's JLC in the top lane with the Maokai, Revane in the jungle with the Vi, Ochi in the mid lane with, again, Annie, and in the dual lane we've got BYY and Stronger. Meanwhile,
And for Imperium Pro Team, but before that,
oh my, there's gonna be a level 1 clash. ZNS gets quite a lot of damage there, but no summoners are gonna be forced. That's just gonna be a little tease right there for us, but let's just go back to the team compositions.
still,
Oh my, they
Dark
still
Binding
want
also.
some.
Wow.
Stronger really landing those dark bindings.
Man, he's just putting so much damage. And back to that, for Imperium Pro Team, we have Hate for that top laner. Poisanity will be the jungle Sejuani. Light will be our mid lane Oriana. Zensho and Carl will be the bot lane duo with the Jinx ADR and the Peel Queen Janna for the support. Actually,
Alright.
look at this. Zensho and Carl, ZNS and KRL. They're both 3-letter.
Ah.
Yeah, right? So it's
Meant to be.
meant to be.
Meant to be bot lane. Alright,
Yeah.
so this should be quite interesting. Actually, I was gonna point out, what do you think about
Oh, but it's a steal
Oh,
here
wow,
for
it's
War
really a
Gods
steal.
into the red side.
I believe they pulled someone pulled
swap.
a steal earlier as well
It's
into
going
the
to
blue
be
buff.
yeah, it's going to be a late swap as well.
So they don't. Corki does not want to fight Jinx, or does Nar not want to fight Maokai?
In my opinion, it's going to be the other way around. It's the ADRs. The Vi doesn't want to.
Oh!
Here comes another gank. Whoa!
Flash E coming in from JLC, and that's gonna be the first blood in less than 3 minutes, going over onto, I believe that was Vi. So
Hasta la
wow,
vista, baby.
Revane
Wow.
really making his debut into the Pro Gaming Series right now.
Yeah. All right. So one of the reasons why they initiated the lane swap, in my opinion, is because they got in that early gank into the early steal onto the red side of Imperium Pro Team, and then the bonus is they're not going to be hindered in terms of the CS against a Janna, and Carl is a very aggressive support. With a Janna, he can deal huge damage without taking any damage because of the shield, and then ZNS with his minigun does
Yeah.
have that bonus attack speed every hit that he does, and of course huge chunks of damage from that. And they just want to be dominant in the lane, and also want to give Nar a hard time, because if Nar starts to be tanky and have significant amount of damage, he can be a game changer.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
That's true, that's true. So, other than that lane swap, things are going to start out pretty normally at this point. So, in terms of CS, things quite even, although Vi, or rather Rivane, did get the first blood. Zenus getting very low! Wow! The burst was completely underestimated
What was that?
on the side of IPT, and that's gonna be a kill for JLC. Wow.
That was horrible.
Oh my.
That was the baddest of starts for Zensho there. It was already a 2v1 and he got caught in the range of the tower. Wow, and I believe it was a 3-buff start for GameX War Gods.
Wow, so the unrelenting aggression from War Gods is showing once again in this game. They're giving Nar quite a hard time in the top lane, and JLC just killed Zensho, which I think was completely his fault. He allowed 2 tower hits, and that was pretty much an easy kill for JLC.
Actually, almost 3 if you counted the one that didn't kill him or almost
Yeah.
killed him.
Oh my, but Ravane's gonna get caught out of position here. Poisanity is there. He is not gonna be able to kill him, but that is gonna be a burn flash.
Yes.
Oh,
That
yikes.
was a consolation trade in terms of the summoner spells, but then there's already an almost 1,000 gold lead even before the game reached the 5-minute mark.
Right, so wow, the aggression really from War Gods is really showing not the best of starts, like you said. Coming in from Imperium Pro Team at only 5 minutes into the game. And that's also going to be a Dragon, but GLC is going to be here to respond. Zensho being the focus here right now of GLC, but he's all alone, and that's pretty much going to be a free kill. And it's probably also going to be a free Dragon.
Ooh.
Jinx getting a little bit
There you
excited
go.
about that one.
Imperium Zensho has a kill for himself.
Oh, there it is.
And
That's gonna be
what's
the
good
first
about
dragon.
this is that he got a kill. He's gonna start building up some armor, some damage items rather, and they actually got back a little bit in terms of the lead. And I just wanted to point out that War Gods did start off this lane swap, and what this does is that it is a 2v1 lane in the bot lane in favor of Imperium Pro Team, which gives them the number advantage to be able to force in an early dragon.
Yeah.
JLC just tried to do something, but he's the top laner. He's the one who teleports in to try and delay someone, but he was there already. And let's be honest, VYY doesn't have a teleport, so
Yeah.
he won't be able to
That's
respond.
true.
He's just gonna farm the top lane.
Very good point. So IPT, with a numbers advantage, like you said, takes that first dragon. We'll see how IPT will handle that kind of objective, if it will be worth it for them.
Yes. Though, in terms of the lanes itself, there's not
Wow.
much.
Ochi's actually quite in the lead in the mid lane. I believe it's because of the early kill
Yeah.
that Light was taken down earlier. So that's going to be 48 to 36 in terms of CS, and in terms of gold, that's 19-17.
Yes,
So,
only 200.
Yeah, 200. It's not
Zensho
bad.
though, Zensho actually has a gold advantage against
2,000. So it's
VYY.
around 100 gold
Yeah.
lead.
Even though he's losing in terms of the CS, because of that kill, but hate.
Yeah, oh, wow, Hate really putting on the aggression. He's gonna use the Gnar ult, but it wasn't enough to connect to the wall. But even though that did force me to use the Valkyrie only.
It's actually
so-
kind of confusing. Nar's ultimate is
Gnar.
Yeah, Nar.
Yeah.
So what? Was
Yeah.
it- what?
Yeah, I wasn't actually so sure what to say. I was gonna say the Gnar ult, pretty
Yeah.
much.
You should call it something like Ultimate Mega Push or Ultimate Mega Wave.
You're making him sound like Jinx. Super Mega Death Push.
Well, it's possible. Come on, that's why we play LoL, because it's fun and it's funny.
Alright, so far in terms of gold, 7 minutes in, and it's pretty much even so far, only a bit of 100 gold lead.
Wow, Poisanity's
for
been here
GLC,
for a
but
good.
Poisanity's gonna gank on the JLC, although JLC isn't that tanky enough, so he will receive a lot of damage from 3 members. He's gonna be forced to flash out, but all members flash through the wall. They really want to take down JLC. That's gonna be a knock up there from the Howling Gale, and that's gonna be a second kill there for Zensho.
Very, very worth it for Poisanity to have stayed there to keep Zensho rolling actually in this bot lane.
Yeah,
And-
now Zensho has a 600 gold lead compared to
Yes.
VYY.
But Poisanity with that is giving up the control for his own buffs in his own jungle.
Yeah.
He can only give in this blue buff because there's always a number advantage in the bot lane, and then for the top lane in his red side, he can't do anything.
Yeah, that's true.
And what's bad about that also, as well, is that Ravane always has a counter into the,
The red
red
buff.
side. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's the one who always cleans it up, and Poisanity can only guess.
Yeah, that's true. So they're pretty much trading the bottom lane for the top lane right now. Although in terms of CS, Corki's slightly ahead against
Actually,
Nar.
Oh yeah,
That's 52 to 65.
but if you look at the ADRs themselves,
Yeah, they're pretty even.
yeah,
Yeah.
Zensho caught up. He was
Yeah,
like,
he did. He's 600
20s.
gold ahead of VYY right now, if you look at it. Yeah,
Actually,
so-
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's 600. So it's gonna be stronger, helping out VYY once
Ooh,
again
wow.
in this top lane. There's the on-point Dark Binding plus the Phosphorus Bomb. VYY really annoying this huge Mega Gnar. It's showing him he's not afraid because he's got Earth.
still so tanky though, with just that Mega Gnar form in the
And
Giant
the
spell.
Giant Spell. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
I
his
think-
Poisanity. His camping is definitely so real in this game. Wow, the flash stun, but he doesn't know the Poisanity's there. The Glacial Prison lands. Double teleport right now coming in from both. Oh, the Death Rocket.
What
It's gonna
was
take
that?
a kill. Ravane is now very low, and that's gonna be Light finishing with a kill. JLC gonna receive some damage. He's gonna be forced to back out.
oh my gosh!
Wow, what an on-point Death Rocket for Zensho.
Oh my gosh, man, that channeled the inner Wild Turtle.
I
of
told you,
Zensho.
we knew it. We knew it.
We knew it.
So let's
Okay,
just take a
see
look at
the
that replay.
Poisanity was just camping so hard in the mid lane, and here comes the Mega Death Rocket in 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Oh.
And look at this. Ravane almost got Light there, but Light hold off his
With the
shockwave.
shockwave,
Yeah,
yeah.
in the last possible second that it would have given Ravane a hope that he could have killed him, but nope.
No, took away all the hope.
Yes.
Plus the Death Rocket. What an on-point Death Rocket there coming in from Zensho.
Yes. Also, I think Haith would build in a frozen mallet.
Mmm.
Just from how this game is already progressing, they already have the tankiness already form Prosanity, and of course Haith does have that Mega Gnar form for himself to be tanky.
Yeah.
Getting it in Randuin's, in my opinion, early on as a Mega Gnar, or as a Gnar, with his nerfs, doesn't give him too much to work with.
Yeah.
If you have a Frozen Mallet, you're able to slow down a target, get off your hyper buffs, spam out your Q a little bit more, able to actually hit it better because there is a slow. And then when you're Mega Gnar form, just be able to stick more.
Oh my! Poisanity hits the wall! Bumps his head! Baka nagkabukol siya, so mag-back out na siya. Meanwhile, that was a pretty good rotation coming in from ZNS there, so
Yes.
they were able, I believe, to get the tower. Yes, they were.
Yes, and
So, good
also
rotation.
when ZNS was able to, like you've said, got in that top tower, they also got the bottom tower, and
Mm,
little
yeah.
by little, they're just getting in these outer turrets. JLC will try to go in. Yes, he does
Yeah,
have.
he will finish that out.
Yes, he does have members around it, and a nice set of wards to see if someone will come into the lane. But at what cost? The mid tier 1 is a better source of, not actually gold, rather, more on as a source of
Advantage, I guess.
advantage, a point
Yeah.
of advantage, because it does lose you that middle turret that gives you like safety in these two areas right here, as you can see in the minimap. But
Yeah.
they're trying to go in for the dragon. Will
Well, there might be a steal. I don't see Archie anywhere, and that's going to be the, I believe, second dragon for IPT. So their objective control has been quite on point so far. 12 minutes into the game, they have a slight goal lead, around 1,000 goal lead there, and they've got 3
They
towers, 1 tower ahead of War Gods at the moment. Although VYY is going to be pushing that top lane.
Okay, it's a little bit of a misplay here coming from for War Gods. They tried to give the tried to trade this mid tier 1 for the dragon, but didn't have VYY
Yeah.
there to
Yeah.
try and push it. He was still in the top lane. Granted, he did get in that top tier 1 and got CS, but then I just said before
Yeah.
that it is a bit more important to be able to get that mid tier 1 because it does give you a lot more control in these two areas right here.
Yeah, especially
And-
the dragon.
Yeah, and this one just is a very, very like main point of objective. And before the game it will continue. Registration link is now open.
Alright guys, so the registration link for the Razer Carcarius is now open. Please go to the Pro Gaming Series Facebook page immediately and you get a chance to win this. The Razer Carcarius. Alright, so you have
Yes.
5 minutes. Go, 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 go if you want to win this headset. Go to the Pro Gaming Series Facebook page right now. You have 5 minutes. Register now.
Yes.
Alright, let's go back to the game.
Reset ang inyong registrations nung first Carcarius.
Yeah.
So you have to re-register.
Yeah, if you want to win like 2 headsets, but I mean, also be nice. Give the others a chance.
Will
as well.
Rian Garcia be dominant?
Will he win this best of 2 series
in this?
for the Razer Carcarius?
Yeah, or maybe a best of 3.
Yeah.
Bukas
Tomorrow,
Oh
yeah.
wow, that's gonna be so unfair pag nangyari yun.
Pag nangyari nung benta mo na lang, may 9K. Halos 6K yata.
I'm not sure how the Carcarius.
Regardless, I read the reviews. It's quite a nice headset, guys, so totally worth it. Anyway, let's get back to the game. So 14 minutes in, and that's a slight goal lead coming in from IPT. They've been able to secure more objectives than War Gods has.
Yes.
They have 2 DRs,
And
I believe.
They do have only a 2-kill lead for Imperium Pro Team, but all of the kills went into Light
Yes.
and Zensho, which is more beneficial than giving it to JLC and
Revane.
Revane.
Yeah.
Yes, because as a Vi, you only want to have that War's Enchantment for damage output, and then just let your other
Yeah, they're
carries
tanky after
have
Valve.
damage.
Yeah.
And yes, JLC can tank, but if you actually of how much tankiness he only has that Righteous Glory actually right now.
Yeah.
And with Zensho having an Infinity Edge, he's going to rip apart JLC.
Yeah. And he's gonna channel his Wild Turtle too, because we saw that on point Super Mega Death Rocket earlier,
Yes.
and it's likely it could happen again.
And if ever JLC does try to get, or actually gets a good initiation, or even if Dravane gets a good initiation, there's also Light there
Yeah.
to use his Shockwave, or just even having that Shockwave on cooldown puts the fear into
Yeah,
War Gods'
that's
eyes, or her hearts.
Oh, but
rather.
Poisani gonna land the Glacial Prison onto 2 members here.
Hey!
There's gonna be the Monsoon to disengage, and Carl is completely out of position. He's caught out. It's gonna be a 3-man Shockwave now. 3 members of GameX War Gods are very low. Poisani gonna be deleted from this match, and that's gonna be Zensho left to deal some damage. It's gonna be a double kill though for VYY. 3 members are already out. It's gonna be the 4th member. Only Light is left, and that is gonna be, I believe, a mid-outer
Wow.
turret in favor of War Gods.
Imperium Pro Team had the advantage. They really had it. But Poisanity was a little bit too antsy.
And the Monsoon.
Yeah, and the Monsoon wasn't there. Zensho used his rocket for nothing actually. He just tried to slow someone down or do some damage, but you'd normally want to use your Jinx rocket to be able to
Finish off.
finish off someone.
Yeah.
And then Haith didn't have a single amount of rage in his
Yeah.
bar. I
I
told
guess that
you,
was slight miscommunication.
yes, and I
from
told you right here, I
Imperium.
did predicted it correctly.
Yeah.
He did build in a Frozen Mallet because of how Imperium Pro Team were progressing in the game. But again,
Now.
they're not utilizing their skills well.
Yeah.
And War Gods are just capitalizing into this misplay from Imperium Pro Team, and they have a 1,000 gold right now. It's not the end of the world, but
Yeah.
Imperium Pro Team needs to, as early as this time, be able to understand how to use their composition well.
Yeah.
Because if they do not, War Gods would actually win this clash, because War Gods has an easier way of engaging.
Yeah, that's
If you
true.
actually
And they
look
have a
at
better mid-game spike as well.
Yes,
It takes
mid-game
quite a while
spike.
for Jinx to get going. Parang glue gun lang yan eh. Medyo natatagal mag-warm up. Pero,
Glue gun.
yeah, but yeah.
Also, same with an Oriana. Yes, you do have that Moranomicon, your Shockwave early on, but in terms of yung damage burst niya, she doesn't get it at least until she gets in another Rabadon's Death Cap
Yeah.
and a Void Staff.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So you have to wait for that to happen
Yeah.
in order to become let's say an assassin.
Yeah,
Irelia?
ish,
Or,
yeah.
or Oriana rather.
Yeah.
Irelia tuloy.
Alright, so actually that's that's the problem with having a Gnar. It's that because you have so many nerfs onto you, there's less windows of opportunities for you to be that
Ooh.
Mega Gnar. But looks like War Gods waiting to make an ambush here. No wards around this bush, so if ZNS does approach that tri-bush, then she better be ready for well, let's just say she won't be channeling her Wild Turtle anytime soon. That's gonna be Ravane clashing onto Poisanity. He's getting very low. That's him who's gonna be gone. Meanwhile, JLC going up against the rest of the members. The ult of Ravane was against ZNS, and that's gonna be a shockwave. Yay! But there goes the Super Mega Death Rocket to leave behind the gift before she goes down, and that's gonna be a 1-for-2 exchange in favor of War God still. At least she left the rocket behind.
Yes, there you go. And now looks like it will be an uncontested dragon here.
And the first as well for War Gods.
Yes, War Gods again climbing little by little into the game. Right now, okay,
Alright,
registration
so
is closed, so
no more, guys.
Uh,
If you're still planning to register, again, registration has been closed. So if you were registering like 5 minutes ago, you're in. But yeah, it's over. So by the end of this best of 3 series, we will be randomizing the names, and we'll see who wins the second Razor car card.
yes, and back to what I was talking about, it's just one of the reasons why some players in, let's say, competitive scene, and even also in solo queue, do have a trouble of is forgetting or controlling your warding.
Yeah.
You can see here that yes, they do have a lot of wards in this area right here, and the information was given to War Gods because their green ward was destroyed around here, so they know that there was always a pink ward there. So they just worked around it and put a pink ward over here and a green ward over here, which means that if they walk over around this area right here, they won't be seen.
Yeah, it's true.
And it should have been a part of Imperium Pro Team's plan to always ward around the areas where you try to get in objectives, even in your own map, or rather jungle, because if the enemy team knows how you place your wards, that's a huge advantage for them. That's vision
Yes.
for how they can try to manipulate your movements. If they know where you ward, they know where you can. They can most certainly guess where you will try to position yourselves, and they positioned correctly. They got a pick into Poisanity. JLC just got in onto Zensho, and Ochi just followed up onto Zensho. He almost died there. He got a kill onto Ravane, but that was just a consolation prize. They could have gotten better.
Yeah, definitely. So vision definitely one of the important parts of this match, especially for objectives. But so far, War Gods is slowly climbing back into this game. They've got a slight lead. I believe it's 1,800 gold lead, and they are going to be defending this middle turret, although GLC is up there pushing this top lane.
Yes. He's not super tanky, but his Vengeful Maelstrom does compensate for his less tanky items right now. He does have a Ninja Tabby to be able to handle out ZNS.
Yeah.
He does have that Righteous Glory for initiating.
Oh, there's 3 members here though. JLC gonna be left all alone. He's gonna activate the Vengeful Maelstrom, and will he be able to survive this one? Is he tanky enough? There's gonna be a response now from 2 other members. The flash stun, and Oshi's able to land, get his own killing spree. That's gonna be Ravane though, trying to engage, and he's gonna be forced to use the Glacial Prison onto him. That's a shockwave and a Super Mega Death Rocket, although I'm not so sure if it hit. Now ZNS gonna be using that heal to save, I believe, Light and now Hate on that mini Gnar, and he is gonna go down to 2-for-2 exchange, and it's pretty much even.
That was bad. I mean, actually not bad. That was actually good re-engage coming in from Imperium Pro Team. But you saw here that VYY was actually running through here. If Zensho had one, or actually a little bit of vision there, he could have one-shotted VYY
Yeah,
there.
that's true. I actually didn't even see the Mega Death Rocket explode.
Actually,
I'm not
it
sure.
hit. It actually hit,
Okay. Alright, so I guess it was a pretty even exchange. No objectives rotated after that clash, so they will just be pretty much resetting after that one.
Yes, and wow, the itemization is coming out of Ochi right there, which gave him a good chunk of health out of, I believe,
yeah.
Poisanity and Carl? Yes, while they were trying to chase out
Yeah,
onto JLC.
flash stun.
He wanted to get that Void Staff and Morel Nomicon because the Void Staff does shred 40% off your... Oh,
35,
35%. Before it was 40%. Of your target's magic resistance. And what
Yeah.
this means is that...
Well, it totally melts Poisanity faster.
Yes, very true. Actually, yung way to know if you want to go in for a Void Staff is if your opponent has more than 100 magic resist, you build in a Void Staff. If not, go in for magic penetration.
Yeah.
Ano kasi nagbago na yung computation sa sa para pag-deduct nung
For MR.
penetrations.
Yeah.
Yeah, before it was percentage penetration first and then flat penetration, but now it's flat
Other way
penetration
around.
first into percentage penetration.
Percentage. Okay.
Yeah, I believe. Ay, so braided pala. Sorry. Mas malaki kasi yung yung percentage muna tapos magiging flat.
Okay.
There we go. So, sorry, nalito lang ako dito, but yeah, so what this means is that, for example, nagkaroon ka na, you have like 10 magic resist all in all, tapos may 1 na penetration siya, magiging 1 yun, and then...
Oh my, we're gonna have to stop the math class.
Okay.
Stronger is gonna
Medyo nalilito
have
ako
to be forced to activate his Soul Shackles. Is only gonna summon Point Sanity, and he is gonna be forced to flash out. I think that was the only summoner spell he was forced to use, Dark Binding, just to keep Carl in place. And
Okay, I'll talk about this later, pero before that, nice pick onto Stronger there. Stronger looks like he's going to build another Righteous Glory for their team.
Wow. So double Righteous Glory. I wonder.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad composition. Hayth here, slowly but surely getting in that Rage Bar. He doesn't want to be in Meganar form when the clash hasn't started.
Yeah. So
He needs to
having a hard time managing, I think.
Yeah,
for
he still
Rage.
hasn't, in my opinion, mastered the Meganar just yet.
Yeah.
He's adapting though very well.
Yeah. We have yet to see the giant wombo combo, which would be the Glacial Prison Shockwave ultimate
Yes.
of Nar.
Actually,
So,
as a team, in my opinion, Nar's actually one of the most heavy, let's say, team play type of champion because you really have to know
yeah, that's
how
true.
to.
Oh my, but there's gonna be another clash. Zensho getting completely caught out. He's gonna be ulted by Revane, and Revane is gonna be backing out now. Zensho still alive though, and he is gonna be landing some kite onto JLC. Meanwhile, the other members, there's a Super Mega Death Rocket. Not enough to finish off JLC, but the other members are going down. That's gonna be JLC left alone, and it's gonna be a 4-for-nothing exchange. Only BYY left to run away with her.
Thank you. That was what I was talking about. If you're a pro team, I think heard me as I was shoutcasting and hate just you. I see right here. They do catch out Zensho, but you'll see right here that he actually is forcing his damage onto Revane, and he's just going to be able to get excited right here.
Layo nila.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, the members of GameX War Gods were there, and Hayth was just zoning him out. And look
Yeah.
at this. Well, he got only 2 people there, but he did what he had to do. He
Yes,
zoned him out,
that's
and
true.
a 3-man shockwave
Oh yeah.
busts them down. And JLC doesn't have anyone else to help him. Revane just died. And actually, Jinx killed his sister.
Oh yeah.
Killed her sister,
She
rather.
gets her, I think, long revenge for her sister.
Yes,
so,
very long due because
Yeah.
Vi isn't crazy, but she does like to do a lot of mess. But yeah,
Yeah.
It's a story, diba, sa lore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vi's more of a
Spunky, I think.
spunky, yeah. And while the Jinx is like the cute type
Cute
of
hyper.
cute hyper kind of girl who's very very crazy.
Yeah. So.
I don't know what the term that is in anime. I forgot eh. Madami kasing yandere, sundere, dandere. I can't remember. There's a lot of there.
Alright, but that was Jinx getting a revenge against Vi,
And
and
back to the game again.
Yeah.
Imperium Pro team.
wow, they swung it back in their lead slightly.
Yes, very
so-
true. They still have around a 1,000, almost a 1,000 gold lead, but slowly but surely, they're getting a grasp on how their team composition can really work. And
Yeah, that's true.
War
Nar-
Gods a little bit too over aggressive.
Yeah.
They thought that Rivane can actually kill Zensho with the help of JLC, but they didn't expect
Yeah, that's
that
true.
amount of survivability from a Jinx.
Yeah, I think they need a bit more synergy, I guess, when it comes to team fights. Because like we saw in the earlier clash, they were completely backed out because of Nar. Nar was just up in their face, and then the shockwave, just
And
totally messy.
this Frozen Mallet is actually paying off for him.
Yeah.
Slowing people down when they try to go in, and then just locking them up when he is in his rage form.
Yeah. So, pretty good job from Hate earlier. Let's see if he can rinse and repeat that one. They are going to be, Imperium Pro Team going to be pushing into the mid lane now. There are no towers left. They are still ahead in the tower count, and this is Nar.
Oi!
He wants to come in because his rage bar is filling up, but he's going to be backing out because, well, War Gods can see that bar
Wow.
filling up.
That was such a horrible time for those wolves to
Yeah.
come out. They stopped the boomerang from hitting and gave Hate so much rage that he had to go into the Mega Gnar. Now Imperium Pro Team have to back off. they can rotate to the bottom lane, which is a very nice thing that they're doing right now. And War Gods have to reposition themselves. There's no wards coming out of Imperium Pro Team though to see whether War Gods will try to stop them. They're already here, so Hate is here. Meganar is, I believe, he can stack Rage back up. Yes, he is.
Yeah. Alright, so this could be a possibly deadly fight if they fight in the jungle, but Nar still needs a little bit of help with his Rage. But that was another tower in the bottom lane now, and they will have enough time to rotate to the top lane. So very good rotations from IBT so far.
So overall, and they got the free bottom
Yeah, that
turret.
was completely uncontested.
Yes.
I think the investment of kills onto Zensha was well worth it.
well worth it.
So
Look
they
at
are going to be
this.
fighting in the mid lane now. We'll see. That is the Rage Bar. Yellow right now. There are a lot of walls in the area, so War Gods beware. But the top lane is slightly pushing, and there is no one to defend right now. I believe
Yes.
the TP of Nar is still up though, but he might want to use
Nar
that.
isn't
if
actually
ever.
the best type of
Split
wave
pusher,
clear,
yeah.
wave clear if he is not in his Meganar form.
Yeah.
So this is why I think they're going to send Zensho there. And let's face it, they don't need to go in aggressive into the mid lane. They just try to little by little win this game.
Yeah, that's true.
I was telling you before that the Jinx is a hyper carry.
Yeah.
And hyper carries, of course, shine
in
in
late
the
game.
late game.
So they don't mind if this game lasts like 90 minutes, but we kind of do
Hindi naman siguro
because
ganun, pero
yeah.
overkill naman yun. But as you can see right now, she's farming pretty well. 269 to the 248, 5, 3, and 4 to the 3, 1, and 5, and in total net worth 2,000 ahead
wow.
of
Yeah.
BYY. So don't need to be
No
over.
need to rush.
Yeah, no need to rush.
Take
even
it
though
slow.
even though he has that get excited,
Yeah.
don't need to rush.
Yeah, so Jinx wouldn't mind a 90-minute game, but we do kasi di pa kami nagdi-dinner, so
And I haven't seen a League of Legends game that has amounted to 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's too much.
baka nagpa-deliver na tayo naman kung
I mean,
nangyari yun.
Paano kaya nangyayari yan, you know? They try to like max level na sila, max items, tas pabalik-balik na lang sila ng push sa base, tas spawn inhibitor, push sa kabilang base, spawn inhibitor, o mas papalit-palit ng double ace pa nga rather, parang
That'll be
ganun
an endless fight. But this is gonna be a possible Baron. I think they're just scaring each other right now. The Dragon is gonna come up in 1 minute, and it seems like IPT
if
still
BYY
wants to
shows
push
himself
this
in the
one.
top lane, that would make the go signal for Imperium Pro Team to go in onto the mid lane.
Yeah, that he is gonna show himself in the top lane. This might
There you
be
go.
a very dangerous situation. He is split pushing. He's very far right now, and he does not have teleport. So this could be. Oh, actually, Imperium Pro Team's backing out.
Yeah, they didn't try to force in the mid lane.
Yeah.
They could have actually done it. And they're wasting their time in this middle area of
Oh
their
my,
own base.
yeah.
And BYY is just gonna get free farm in the top lane and get a little bit of damage. Or rather, actually, no damage. Actually,
Yeah, this
if
is quite
that-
awkward now. So the top lane of
Oh.
Imperium Pro Team's going low.
Okay, that's... I just noticed that. If the minions
Ooh.
hit the tower... Oh, sorry about that.
It's gonna be a Baron call.
Oh,
Will they? Oh no, they won't.
No,
Ooh, but
the
there's
Vayne's
gonna be a
not
possible
tanky enough.
pick. Ooh, did they force a flash? I think someone flashed, but there's gonna be
Oy!
a Sexual Prison on the JLC. ZNS is now putting some damage onto Stronger. There's gonna be a teleport coming in from Nar. He is Omega, but he doesn't have enough time. He's gonna expire. Oh, the man stun! It's there. There's the shock. Oh, there's no shockwave just yet. There it is, the 3-man shockwave. So much burst coming in from Imperium Pro Team right now. 2 members very low, and Zensho still at full health. A double kill, and that's gonna be a triple kill, a clean ace. Let's take a look at that replay.
Yes, there we go. Here comes the teleport from Hate. It was a huge gamble for him to have done that, but he got that ultimate so good. 4-man ultimate. And a next shockwave from Light gets 3 members. And you can see here in the bottom side, not so much, that Zensho was just cleaning up onto Ravane. He's gonna get 1 more hit, get excited, and VYY and JLC are just there to be a platter dish for the other members of Imperium Pro Team to nom nom, and they got the middle inhibitor. The dragon is live. Zensho will get this. This will be the 4th one, so if they get this, 6 minutes. Tick tock, the clock is ticking. If War Gods don't get a grip onto this game, they will face an Imperium Pro Team with the Jinx with an aspect of the dragon, and that is hard, so hard to deal with.
Definitely. So Jinx ZNS rather, just enjoying his wine and cheese right now with that Jinx skin, and they are going to be approaching the Dragon. It is live, and GameX War God seem like they want to push in this mid lane to kind of make ZNS probably back out. But
Ooh.
Poisanity, they
Looks
are
like they're gonna
actually approaching
try-
the Baron,
It's actually
but there is a Vision Ward.
bad try.
Oh wow,
from
it's a
War
Dragon
Gods.
already. So free Dragon. Oh my, so they've got the Dragon for nothing, and that's gonna be War Gods backing out.
Okay,
Well,
smart
they
choice
get the
there
blue
by
buff.
War Gods. I thought they were gonna try Baron, but they just got the Scutter Crab. That is
Yeah.
a free vision that cannot be killed.
Yeah.
Or rather destroyed. So that's gonna give them, of course, information to see if Imperium Pro Team will try to get in that Baron and possibly try to do something. Yes, there is a 4,000 gold lead for Imperium Pro Team, but the Baron is a huge factor in putting yourself back into the game even if you're behind.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of vision, though, both teams seem to have. Oh, actually, the vision of Imperium Pro Team at the moment is pretty much better, and I guess that's because of the advantage they've had so far. 4,000 gold lead right now, coming in for Imperium Pro Team at 34 minutes into the game. It's not Imperium Pro Team's game just yet, but they are in the lead, and if they continue to rinse and repeat their strategy so far, they could be facing Mineski tomorrow in the finals.
Yes. This is the last game, so
This is where all the pressure is.
very true. And I haven't seen Ochi got a decent pick yet for himself. He got it early on to the game, but now he's not being able to he's not given the chance to even do anything right now.
That's true.
And he's the only real damage dealer for War Gods. VYY, yes, he does have that Trinity Force and the Blade of the Ranking, but the damage spike for Corki is over now.
Yeah, it's true.
Poisanity is super tanky.
This
He
is
has-
Zensho's time to shine now, I think.
Yeah, Poisanity is super tanky right now. Look at that. He
Oh.
has. Oh, but they're starting it off.
The Scuttle Crab is
Whoa.
gone,
It's
people,
actually
and
doing
this
so much
is
damage onto the
wow. That's gonna be an easy Baron. There was no contest
less
for that
than 10
one.
seconds, I believe.
Yeah, so Zensho, surely the carrier right now, dealing so much damage. He has the IE, the Last Whisper, Phantom Dancer, and Bloodthirster right now.
And you know what would actually put a cherry on top of this cake if Zensho had a Firecracker Jinx.
Oh
Because
yeah,
he's
that's
ba-
true.
He's been actually using all of his super mega death rockets in very flashy plays.
Yeah, that's true. The particles of the Firecracker Jinx are awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely a cherry on top, but nevertheless, Xena is still enjoying that wine.
Yes.
So they are going to be pushing down at this top lane, and there isn't much that War Gods can do to respond to this. Their wave clear is not that strong.
It's actually a decent wave clear for War Gods. They do have the Phosphorus Bomb, the Saplings, but the minions do have that steroid from the
Yeah.
Baron buff, so they can. Oh, nice tactic there from War Gods to try and get all of the aggro onto
yeah.
their top
Wow,
tier
that's true.
3. But this means that
More
this-
damage.
Yeah, more damage onto. Whoa!
Oh
look
wow,
at that.
ZNS just hacking at that top lane inhibitor tower, and GLC getting quite low as well. We're not sure if there will be an engage here, but like you said, Imperium Pro Team playing it safe. They know that they can take time. They don't mind if we haven't had dinner yet.
I
They
don't
just want to
mind.
take their time. And this is going to be an inhibitor turret down, possibly an inhibitor to the Hadouken from the minion is really putting down the damage, and that's going to be JLC engaging onto ZNS as well as the ult from Ravane. That's going to be a shutdown onto Light. There's going to be so much damage coming out everywhere, and Hate using his ult, but there is no wall to help him out. Now there's only one member down so far, 2 members down from Imperium, and that's going to be a very messy clash. The tower is helping them out. That's going to be Hate getting very low, and he is going to go down as well, but that's actually going to be a 4-for-1 exchange in favor of Imperium Pro Team. Wow, so what seemed like was definitely Imperium's advantage was, well,
They-
War Gods.
They got the pick onto Zensho there, and he just died. He was the main damage dealer for Imperium Pro Team. They do have Light, but he also died there. They got a good pick onto Achi, but they put too many of their resources onto killing him, and they left Zensho onto dry. You can see here that Zensho didn't have any support other than Carl, and look at this.
Wow,
Yeah, they got the pick onto Achi right there, but again, Zensho was just getting a 4v1 onto him. He's just gonna get bursted down. Granted, they do get haste onto the other members, but look at this. There's no more Light or Zensho to try and do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones today. War Gods. GameX War Gods kasi, okay? So they do get in a momentary win or temporary win for themselves. They do
Yeah.
lose their top inhibitor and their middle
Yeah.
lane inhibitor. So
So, well, actually,
it's,
the
oh
mid
yeah,
lane inhibitor has
that's
respawned. Yeah.
But now, 1 minute to go before all will
Oh
be
my
said and done.
gosh.
If Zensho survives the clash and gets that aspect of the dragon,
That's it.
that's about it.
Yeah. So this is a very, very important dragger right now. It looks like GameX War Gods want to push the mid lane. It looks like they're pressuring Imperium Pro Team to recall back into their base.
Yes, very nice tactic here coming
Yeah.
in from War Gods. And you can't um, put out yet their damage output. They can kill Zensho and Light, but they have to surpass Haste
Yeah.
or Poisanity.
Yeah,
And
so
that last clash did give them a little bit of a mindset that they can do this.
yeah, so ZNS is definitely still stoppable. They can still
Yes,
burst him down, but
but
they need Ochi
Also,
to get connected stun.
but while that is happening, Imperium Pro Team can actually benefit from just dancing around this dragon area because there you
Yeah.
go. There's is huge
Oh wow,
wave in the top lane.
this is very
Ochi-
dangerous right now.
Oh, but JLC,
If
it
only
gets
we
spotted
have-
out. They don't spot this out though.
Oh my! This is gonna be the fight. That's gonna be Hate using the ult to stun several members. As well, gonna be the Glacial Prison as well. Ravane trying to focus. He goes so far. Archie's gonna lock down 2 members right now, and Carl is gonna be the leader from the fight. Hate doesn't have much left on his rage bar, and he is gonna go back to Mininar. Double kill for VYY. It's 2 for 3 exchange. A triple kill for VYY, and now they're gonna have to recall because all the minions are really crawling into their towers right now.
Yes, they do get that Nexus turret. Here comes the replay. I just have to commend VYY just went back to the base to get that home guard boots up buff, and it just showed that Poisanity did get in a good ultimate there, but Zensho was forced to flash out and he didn't deal any damage onto VYY or Ochi, which give them a huge amount of damage gap. So you see just here that VYY in the bottom lane just gets light there without any hesitation. He didn't even get a good his shockwave out.
Yeah, and Zensho was totally zoned out by JLC as well,
Yeah.
so wasn't able to contribute much to that fight. Light has to be careful with his positioning. He's been eliminated from both recent team fights very quickly.
Yes. It's all into how these teams initiate. If GameX War Gods can go with JLC and split the team in half, Imperium Pro Team in half, they have the advantage. Same goes with Imperium Pro Team. If they can use Haste ultimate again like they did before, they can win this game. And actually both teams have the ability right now.
Yeah, it's very, very even right now. It's 21 to 21 on the kill score, and it's 66,000 to 67. So any team literally can take this game. Dragon isn't going to be up until in a while, so it's going to be actually 2 to 4 in Dragon stacks. But Baron, though, is going to be up in around 40 seconds, so this could be a very crucial buff to tilt the game in slightly in someone's favor.
Rather not the buff, but the pressure itself. Who will cringe?
Yeah,
from
who will
this?
crumble to the pressure?
Yes. One wrong step, and it's a straight push onto the middle lane, and then the Nexus, because they're already done with their damage outputs. You can see here that VYY, Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, and the Blade of the Ruin King. Oh, and the top lane inhibitor has respawned, so there's no more pressure from the lanes itself. Do they have one more super minion here? They don't anymore.
Nope,
so
they don't. So this is really an even game right now. This is anyone's
Oh,
Baron,
but
but the whole team has positional advantage. There's still a ward there though, but there is no teleport from JLC. They might be too late. They are too late. That's going to be a free uncontested Baron once again for Imperium Pro Team, and they are going to be pushing down that top tower.
yes, and now Imperium Pro Team do have the luxury of the Baron buff, but they need to tread lightly, or tread softly rather, in this push right now. If they get caught out, it's going to be game for them. But if they can get this top inhibitor and just rotate out of it,
Grabe.
get the mid inhibitor, and then try to finish it off by the book and get the bottom inhibitor,
Ooh, there's Nar slowly getting his rage. This is a really intense moment right now.
these two teams know
Oh my gosh.
that one wrong mistake and it's bye-bye for the finals, the
Yes.
championships against Mineski, the title of the PGS champions for 2015.
Yeah, so this is a very crucial moment right now. Both teams with 1 win each in this best of 3. This is the final game. Who will finally get the chance to join the finals? We are not so sure, but that's going to be, I believe, a locket.
They're
Or
trying to
Rex's
engage
Glory.
right now. Why did
And
they
that's
do
going to
that?
be a rage bar. I'm not sure what happened, but Hate is trying to engage right now. He's using the stun, and that's going to be a turret destroyed there. Now it's going to be War Gods getting slightly stunned. It's going to be Revane focusing onto Zensho. He's going to have to move back now. Such a messy team fight. The Soul Shackles is going to be there. Ashi's able to take down Light so fast. Zensho's also very low. That's going to be ZNS going down as well. For GLC, no more damage sources left. For Imperium Pro Team, and War Gods is able to win this fight. It's a 3-0, and the Baron buff completely wasted after
Wow,
that
there's
one.
still 50 seconds for those 3 champions or members of Imperium Protein to respawn, and if this is not an inhibitor only, it can be a Nexus turret, or possibly 2, or possibly the game. There's just so much time yet for GameX War Gods to push, and JLC is full HP. He can tank the tower all day long.
My gosh, Light and ZNS, past 3 clashes now, have all been caught out so quickly.
But the engage of War Gods just so hard to counter.
And we were wondering, what was that locket and stuff? Like, they activated it prematurely, I think.
I think they were trying to use haste to go in already, because his rage bar was already full.
Yeah,
They tried to use the locket in, and then
and then jump in.
you jump in and try to do something, and then
Oosh,
just
miscommunicated.
wow,
So, what an unfortunate...
turn of events.
Yeah, so...
Little by little, War Gods is just securing this fight.
Such an intense fight right now. Everything is swinging back and forth, either War Gods or IPT, but they're really showing that they've got what it takes to make it to the finals tomorrow.
And what I'm seeing right now that Imperium Pro Team really has to do is to kill either one of these 3 people. Achi, Stronger, or VYY.
Yes, that's true.
VYY Stronger in the fact that his Soul Shackles is just such an annoying presence. When someone gets shackled, they try to run away and in the process not be able to do anything in the clash.
Right.
And that's the reasons why Zensho and Light were ineffective in that clash.
Yeah, and Light and ZNS keep getting caught out as well. I mean, it's like the Monsoon isn't there to keep ZNS and Light safe.
Yes.
Too many engage options from War Gods right now. Even if there's a Monsoon, there's still a stun. There's still the stun. I mean, the ult from Revane. And
They
as well
really-
as the gap close from GLC.
Yeah, they really have to use their skills as re-engaging tools rather than initiating by themselves.
Yeah.
Because
They really have to manage their cooldowns.
yeah,
as
I was
well.
talking about a while ago who got the first initiation would win, but now it's just turning to that point of the game
Oh
wherein.
my.
But this is a nice try here.
Oh wow,
by
they're
Imperium
gonna
Pro
get the
Team.
dragon, but the dragon's gonna be traded for an inhibitor turret.
And they should get the top lane. Revane's not here yet,
Yeah.
but this
Yeah, the
game
lane-
is looking to be a 60-minute game.
I was telling you, man, they don't mind 90 minutes. Sure thing. We ate dinner already.
Yes. And now both of these mid lanes are
Oh my, this is quite dangerous. The mid lane is pushing in favor of Imperium Pro Team right now, and the turret, I mean the inhibitor, might just go down as
hate
well.
Though, again with the Meganar, they have to back off right now or do something right now with
doesn't-
this, or they will not be able to win the clash
Members
at all.
are way too far. It doesn't seem like Hate has enough time
You should back off right
to
now.
do something.
You should back off right now. They're backing
Oh
off
my
right
god, here we go! It's gonna be the Meganar going down to Mininar, and they don't have a lot of CC left other than Poisanity,
now. Yes.
so this should be quite scary.
Chompers were used for defensive purposes there rather than offensive.
Well, it seems like they're just gonna be clearing out the jungle. 47 minutes in, and it's still a very even game right now. Anyone's
go.
game. Objective still in favor of Imperium Pro Team though.
Rage
9
bar-
towers to 6.
Rage Bar has reset, so Imperium Pro Team now have their window, but they have to be aware again of the engage coming in from JLC and Stronger.
Yeah, so this could be
Wow,
a possible
that
clash.
Stronger is
Poisanity's
huge.
going in. Is he gonna land on all? That's gonna be JLC trying to focus the carries. He is going in. Ravane focusing Zensho once again. Who is gonna go down first? There's gonna be the flash to dodge the shockwave. Ravane is trying to take down ZNS, but he survives. It's gonna be both AD carries down now, and that's gonna be Poisani being taken down as well. Wargod still getting an advantage in this team fight. It's a 3-for-1, and they still want more blood. Hate is probably gonna go down as well. VYY with one more rocket, and he's gonna go down. That's JLC left alive.
This looks
And
like the game.
That's gonna be a ace for 1 in favor of War Gods. What
Wow.
these past 4 fights have all been in War Gods' favor now.
It's just Imperium Pro Team not knowing when to go in, how to go in. They forced that clash and left Zensho to die to the vultures of War Gods.
And
wow.
now this could be the game. It might be War Gods. It might just be War Gods facing Mineski tomorrow in the finals. The death timers are way too long. There's 4 members up. They're racking down on the Nexus turrets. There's the Nexus gonna be exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. Your final 2 teams for the Pro Gaming Series 2015 spring season. It's gonna be Mineski versus War Gods tomorrow to fight for the championship title.
That's going to be 4 p.m. to 9,
Yeah.
rather. And
Oh wow.
it just looked like Imperium Pro Team were already pressured and stressed, and that all amounts up to the competitiveness of this esports, which is League of Legends, and it just got to them. Yung ano talaga,
Yeah.
they weren't able to think properly in that last clash. They forced in so much, and Zenshu just got caught out. He was the main damage dealer. Like, yeah, he had these items right here. Actually, he was maxed item out. Or sorry, this one's not.
I'm seriously wondering
That's one.
where Carl's Monsoon was at those very critical moments. I don't recall
He actually pushed back
Monsoons.
JLC there, but then, like you said, Ravane was just
Yeah.
there for the follow up, and
They all want double lift.
they all want double.
I mean, they all want the wild turtle.
the wild turtle.
So sadly, that's gonna be Imperium Pro Team out. Props to both teams. They've given us
Yes.
such amazing fights, but that's gonna be War Gods on top. They win this best of 3. They get the first, or rather, they get 2 wins against Imperium Pro Team, who got 1 win. And yes, the finals, ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated best of 5. This is gonna be between Mineski Globe, the undefeated, against GameX War Gods. This is pretty much a veteran rivalry, I believe,
Yes.
between the two, and it's gonna be very exciting to be able to, well, experience this one.
These top 2 teams are back in the top and ready to fight it out, or duke it out rather.
Alright, so we are gonna be going for the Razor Carcarius now, I believe, and this is the moment you guys have been waiting for. So here we go. Let's just take a look at the names that's gonna be going over to the randomized list that we have, and here we go. So let's just restart the list.
Yes, and
Alright. Alright, there we go.
this is it. Oh, sorry.
There we go.
All
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is the opportunity you guys have been waiting for. This is, for you guys who have registered earlier, this is
Alright.
your chance to win the Razor Carcarius. So,
Just a little bit of names to point out. We have Joshua Piolo, Santa Ana, Royce, Bulautza, Dan Rafael Figueroa, Jan Gabriel G. Kataga, Mike Andrew S. Barone, and yeah, alright, so
etc.
just a few of the names, just a few of the names. Alright, so
okay, basahin mo lang.
just a few of the names on the mind.
Yeah,
Alright, so
alright.
you see right there, the part 2 says go, be patient, it may take a while to randomize your list, but it's about 5 seconds lang. And before we press this and show you guys, pakita mo na namin yung mga pogi naming mukha.
Alright, wait, let's show them what after pressing randomize.
Alright, come here, Kairu.
This is what
show
they
your
will win.
beautiful face.
Alright, let's show Kyra along with the headset. Alright, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is it.
And
Let us randomize the list.
list.
Alright, so, after I do the honors,
Alright.
ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Razor Carcarius
Not yet.
will
not yet.
be...
Wait. We're going to go from the bottom to the top.
Alright, so
Alright,
let's look
so
at all the 100
Let's
names.
look at all the 100 names.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, let's go. We're going to our feed again. Alright, so at the very bottom, it's Raha Dale Aguirre. Sorry, sorry, dude. You were put in the very bottom, and now we're going to the top 10. I'm just going to
Alright,
skip
let's
all of these
cross.
on 100 people's. Actually, props to you guys for
For trying.
Yeah, for trying. Yeah, it's
props
really
to you
it's a
guys.
randomization
Yeah.
here. All right, going to see the top 10.
Oh my god.
We
Alright,
have-
here we go.
Gabriel Lavenko. We have Scanley, James Cirillo, James Roy Sergio. There's Gilbert Sales, Ramses Kongzon, Jelvin, Joseph Elardo Angeles, Edmar Pineda, and for us, bigla na lumabas. For the top one, we have John Gabriel G. Kataga.
Woo! So congratulations, John. You won the Razer Carcaria. So a very well-reviewed headset. Congratulations to you. I believe we're gonna go over for your contact details in a while. That's
We're gonna
Kairu.
call you.
That's Kairu showing you your awesome headset. So we will be giving you that. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your support. Again, this has been the Smart Prepaid GameX Pro Gaming Series 2015 Spring Season Playoffs, and it has been over. That's gonna be Mineski versus War Gods, a veteran rivalry. We'll be holding it tomorrow. The same link, the same stream. That's gonna be at 4 p.m. until 9 p.m.
Sharp.
Yes, and also remember that you guys still have a chance to win the last Razer Carcarias tomorrow, so
Yes.
do watch out for that as well. And at this point, I guess we are almost done with the show. Let's
so-
just go for the shout-out.
Alright, shoutouts. We would like to shout out firstly to Sir Roy and Xiong
Yes.
for giving us support. Thank you, Sir Roy.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and also again to the other rifters out there, we have Jago, we have Daniel,
Jago.
Austin. Jago Daniel na pala niya. We have Austin, we have Rappy, we have Lexi, we have Dixie,
Tade, yes, all of you.
Yelski.
Yeah.
Of course, to our other GSs, there's also Riku,
GS Riku.
Neep.
GS
Yes.
Riku, by the way,
Oh, yeah.
making her return tomorrow.
Yes,
So
yes.
for those of you who are watching out for her shoutcasting, she will be back for the finals tomorrow. Do watch out for that. I'm sure a lot of you are anticipating GS Riku's return. Tapos na po ang thesis niya. So here's a couple more shoutouts from GS Kairu.
Hello, shoutouts ko lang kay Funday, X Chainsaw X, PixZD, Fat Rascal. Salamat sa We Battle as One for supporting PGS. Sa Mary Calkin School sa Binakayan. Hello there, guys. And si Charlie Zard, thank you din sa pag-share at pag-like ng aming page and
Yes.
for supporting PGS. At sa lahat na nanonood sa inyo, salamat. I know nag-enjoy kayo kasi kami sobrang nag-enjoy kami dito dun sa mga matches. As in, promise.
Yes.
And yeah, tomorrow, pinapangako kasi mas maganda yung mga matches kasi
Yes.
finals na.
Yes.
They won't let up. Ayun, tapos shoutouts kay Akayashi Moka. Hindi ba
Yeah.
Akashia Moka? Ayun. heart. Ayun lang. Sige guys.
Alright, so those are the shoutouts. Shout out as well to all those who are supporting my family, sila Kits, Raf, Kinito, Ert, all of you guys. Thank you so much.
I forgot my classmates out there who all play League of Legends and support me as a shotcaster. We have Beast Mode Joe, Zeroski, Wow Now Noipi, and that's about. Also,
Yeah.
Canaria.
Everyone from my high school.
Oh, and of
Montessori de
course,
Manila.
Burrito, do you want to shoutcast anything? Okay, so
Alright,
he's
ayaw
our
niya,
live
ayaw
stream
niya.
operator.
Yeah.
Also, one of my schoolmates, very nice guy. If you ladies out there are interested, Alright, so that's about all the time
Oh,
we have.
shout out as well
Oh, sorry.
over to our fellow Garena PGS
Oh, yes, of
peeps
course.
here, Sir Reg, Jelly and Kate.
Also, Sir
and-
Steph,
Yeah, Sir Seth,
Sir
who was
D's
here
here.
earlier, Sir
Gigi
Java,
Java as well.
Sir Benj, yeah,
Yes.
all of you guys. Thank you to you guys who are viewing right now.
Yes.
This would not be possible without you guys. Thank you so much for supporting. Again, this has been the Smart Prepaid GameX Pro Gaming Series 2015 Spring Season, the playoffs ending, and now tomorrow we will have the finals between Mineski and War Gods. Again, this has been an honor serving you. This is GS Amplifier,
And I'm GS Asarai.
and
With
we'll,
an eye.
and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye, guys.